to power burn inside of me. Beating past a million degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing like an art in this. I set the flames to get with it like an arsonist, and if I wake up until I might have no part in it. Hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Call of Duty Elite. This is the European side of it, and we are in week number 2. They've had the first games, they've had the excuses, and we've had the upsets. But let's find out how our teams get on this week. Of course, joining me, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Yes, it was a very interesting week last week. We haven't necessarily reset the order by any stretch of the imagination, but things are maybe have been a little mixier than we anticipated on one side of the coin. Anyway, 5 Media Clan over in Group B having a phenomenal time, but over on the other side of things, Brycey, a 3-way tie sitting at 3-1 between Omit Team Falcons and Exceptional. Everybody is going up, and it could go either way in so many of these different games.
Yeah, it certainly can, and of course, every single one of these teams will have taken the lessons from last week, Ton, hopefully, and brushed up on what they need to. It was a little bit of a weird week for us as well. Some of the teams come out looking great, and then we found out off-stream there, basically everything else went terribly. So we will just have to find out how they are feeling today.
We'll see how things do work out, especially over in Group A. That's going to be important to see where things do end up with a seeding. On the other side of things, though, there is one team who has been dominant, the only undefeated team in the entire European region, 5 Media Clan, sitting at 4-0. It hasn't been without some stress, I want to say. There has been some tough games for them, but sitting at 4-0 is a real good testament to how good this squad is.
Yeah, that's one of the things that kind of going through this as well. Sometimes I think 5 Media Clan are it, and you know, we've seen them at the major as well, doing very, very well. And then other times they just seem to fall down a little bit in places you really wouldn't expect. So maybe a little bit of consistency if they want to continue on this run and just strengthen up those weaknesses, and we could be seeing them push all the way through, especially since we're now getting very close to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that has ultimately always been their flaw when we do get towards playoffs. You think of teams like Omit, those kind of guys have always been the struggle, I want to say, for 5 Media Clan, but, you know, they haven't had to face any of those teams yet. Let's see how they do, of course, when we get to the knockout stage. It's all very well going flawless in the groups, but you need to do it over the course of 3 different weeks to be champion here in the Elite Challenger side of things in Europe. So let's see how they do today, and imagine they'll love to close it out nice and cleanly. I'm sure they have plenty of opportunity to do so, but here's our games for the day, Brycey.
It certainly is, of course. We won't see them today, but we will keep you updated with all the scores. So our schedule today, of course, the first slot will be Omit EU versus Revived as our primary game. Going on Bravo, though, Nocturn versus Falcons will be throwing down. And if you enjoy that COD action, there will be more. At 9 p.m, 22 Esports versus Clutch War will be our first game. And then we will have Funhouse versus Rihanna, Padre, I think is how you say it.
We still haven't nailed it, you know.
No, we haven't nailed it. We're going to be terrible at this forever. But let's go back then and talk about our very first game. And the reigning champions, Omit EU, not off to the start that they would like, but still doing okay, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, it's not been too bad, but I think, you know, realistically, last season they went undefeated entirely, so they would have liked to repeat that feat. I actually had some insider information, Brycey. I actually went on a run with Vortex the other day, okay, of all things, and I was asking him about it, asking what happened in that first game going up against Exceptional. Said Weeman kind of had a bit of a slow game, just came in from work, didn't get a chance to warm up, that kind of thing, and he says, well, Weeman doesn't perform, we do struggle. So I mean, for them, it was one of those situations. They weren't firing on all cylinders. They lose 3-0. They will be looking to right those wrongs when they do get over towards playoffs, which I think at this stage is pretty much a guarantee for the Omit squad.
We'll see as well. But I mean, that is really good inside information. Vortex says it was all Wee Man's fault. Blame Wee Man. Well, I'm sure that's a headline for everyone out there, but it's going to be the roster for this one. Vortex, Wee Man, Mythics, and Hixie will be the players as we go through. But of course, their opponents will be trying to slow them here. Maybe they can shut down Wee Man again, and we'll find out. 22, it's not 22 Esports, it's Revive Gaming. Revive Gaming, they are the team going to be throwing down against them. And this team, it's not got the greatest record, but they certainly have looked pretty strong in places.
Yeah, look, they've had up and down kind of moments. They've got some players on that roster who really can cause some problems. Their game against Falcons was a very, very close one. So they are not a team that you can turn your nose up at in any stretch of the imagination. They will be coming firing on every single cylinder. I think, you think of Connor, you think of Kez, especially last week, was absolutely phenomenal. Let's see how things do continue on throughout the rest of the season for these guys. There's not much longer to go. They could do with a couple of results going their way, but not in the worst of positions. But they have an opportunity to maybe upset the apple cart here up against Omit, but their next game will be vitally important for them as well.
Well, let's see if they can pull out all of the stops. And I think that's what I like most about the Elite, right? It's not about those first games. It's about continuing to just try and get those points on the board to get towards playoffs. Here are the maps for this one. Omit EU versus Revive will go 6-star Hardpoint, Karachi, Search and Destroy, Highrise, Control, Rio, Hardpoint, and then 6-star Search and Destroy if we get that far. One of the things we have noticed is that 6-star at the moment seems to be a pretty solid pick for every single team, or it's just the one that people don't remove, not only in Challengers Elite, but also in the CDL. Ton, why are the players and the teams kind of flocking to this map?
I think it's I want to say a fun one to play at least anyway. It's fast, it's furious, it's very much, you can kind of right the wrongs quite quickly with so many different rotations coming in. You think of that 2 to 3 rotation, it's so important, and which teams have figured it out best. Of course, everybody will really have a good grip on how the map does start to play out now. But a couple of these sales very, very mixy. It's coming down to teams' confidence to challenge people. So I think for Omit in this situation, they have no problem whatsoever thinking, okay, yeah, 6-star Search and Destroy, 6-star Hardpoint, let's throw it in. On the other side, for Revived, it's kind of one of those maps, if you can out Slayer heavily, if you can just go and have that game, then you have a good opportunity to find a win against a team, maybe with some slightly better fundamentals. So there's 2 different sides you can look at it on this one. I'm not too sure which way I would favor. I would say probably Omit. It's really about how your team is doing on the SMG side of things. Can they find the breaks with them? So if they can possibly do that, then maybe Revived have something under their belts to do something here, but Omit will still be feeling confident heading into 6-star.
That's a really good breakdown. I would have just said it's summer and there's a poll. But anyway, moving on. Obviously, that's not the only game we have today. We do have some others as well, and including this team, which has a very long name now. Clutch Rain X War has been kind of throwing down for people. And what was a good start, then a bad start, then they're kind of in the middle. They're now 2-2, Ton. So how do you think they move after this?
It's been a tough one for them, right? They came into it and you had all these expectations, but it's a learning curve, I want to say. The team's kind of being thrown together in some certain circumstances that we'll not divulge into too much because we do not have that long before we're jumping into game number 1. But they've kind of been thrown together. It seems to be working on occasion. When Harry is firing, this squad just seem unstoppable, but it feels as if there's maybe some teething pains as we do go on. But as time goes on, as you get into the playoff side of things, they have plenty of experience to lean on when we do get down that road. So let's see what they can do. The team maybe just not gelling as they would have liked as things have went in early in the season.
They certainly have. Well, I've been told that our games are starting to get underway. The games that's got done first, though, or at least started first, is going to be our second stream. And this is going to be Nocturn versus Falcons. It starts off on Vista, then Karachi, then Highrise Control, Karachi Hardpoint, and Highrise Search and Destroy. The Falcons have had a pretty good run so far. Nocturn not really done that much so far, but they've always put up a very solid game. Whenever we watch them, it feels like their results should always be a little bit better than we end up finding out, Ton.
Yeah, Nocturn, they're not too bad of a team whatsoever. You look at that roster and sort of say, right, it has experience in there. What can they do with it? And it always feels like close, but not quite close enough. It's a tough one because, as mentioned, the experience there does make the difference, but it's whether or not they can convert that into map wins is another thing. But we are going over towards our primary game. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in between Nocturn and Falcons, but we are very much going to be concentrating on Omit taking on Revived. 6-star to kick things off. Omit will be wanting to close this regular season in a strong way, but Revived are the team who need the game more.
see at the moment. Everybody just kind of throwing themselves at this first point, and we will find out, you're right, Ton, how it all ends up settling down. But for Revive Gaming, this is a very big game for them. Like I said before, we have seen some pretty good performances out of this team, but Omit EU, they're always going to be that kind of titan in Europe, and they won't want any more mistakes.
I mean, look, we want to do the 3P, right? They've won Season 1, Season 2. Now at the third iteration of everything that's been going on the Challenger side of things here in Europe, they'll be wanting to convert another one. Winning everything over in Europe all season is a nice little feather in the cap, especially for everybody on this roster. And can they do it? This is probably the most questionable one they've had. Well, I want to say they had opposition, of course, in the first stage where things between them and Wall were very, very close. Second, it was a breeze, but they've already had questions asked of them. Not necessarily any questions being asked in this instance, though, as the push will start to come through. Nicely done. Coming in from Hixie to find a couple. Inside of the point we go. Omit in control right now, but still questions to be asked of this roster this season.
Yeah, sometimes maybe they just have a little bit of a close game, but you can see now a push potentially trying to come through, looking to try and thread the needle. And just a few questions. We can't even see who's going to get that one as well. Looks like it was Vortex who were on board with. And they will clear it out. They've got to be careful, though. 26 seconds. They know the pressure's now got to come round the back, where that spawn will be. But they also got to watch for the cut onto the new one as well. You can see that's exactly what they are doing. Vortex has pushed round, making sure that nobody can sneak in and steal the next spawn.
Yeah, in a good position. Would have probably liked himself an MCW, but will get the spawns for his team. Irrelevant Hixie round to find the kill. They will lose the final 12 seconds or so of scrap time and will, consequently, lose the lead as well. By only just a point, but so it doesn't seem to matter. But the rotation is theirs, a full 60 potentially on the cards here.
Yeah, it's a really good setup. You can see Revive Gaming, they're going to put a lot of pressure on through Paul. All the bodies through, and the benefit here for Omit EU is they know that this pressure is going to hit from one direction. At the moment, Weeman has seen nothing, and while they put him out towards the side, it does leave one less player in, but it does mean while he's not engaging, they're quite happy. At the moment, Revive Gaming are going to have to try and take a little bit of a different route. You can see that this full-on headbutt is not going anywhere.
Vortex trying to hold down the flank. Will do so successfully. And this is just as clean as a whistle. Mythics will flying 2 as well. 11 and 4 from him. 5 spree on the cards. No problems whatsoever for Omit. 16 seconds to go. They're going to soak up every single second over a P3. And that's where you find a lot of teams getting a good chunk of their time. If that rotation over towards P3 seems so influential, you get to see it again. The snap run to the second. Great job from Mythic. Still on a 5 spree. If he can make that a 6, it's Omit well in control.
Got to be careful, and already just taking down that first domino. Revive Gaming will be ready to take down the rest of them. On board, and moment of Mythics has been so strong for them. Will fall there as well, but still a lot of choke points for them to get through here. You can see already Omit EU have pushed out both sides of this, so it's not going to be an easy hit for Revived. They are not really getting as close as they would like, and even with that trade going down, Ton, it's still a daunting prospect.
And sometimes, though, this hill, Bryce, it's hard to keep a hold of, but they're doing such a good job. They had complete mid-map control. They've got it again. Now they only know one direction that they have to watch everything pushing from. Easy kill going to come in from Vortex. Sitting at 12 and 5. The Omit boys absolutely frying so far. It's a 100-point lead and climbing as we head into a second rotation. For them, 3 to 4 was flawless. I mean, the 60 over towards P3 kind of cements that rotation in your favor immediately. And then such a good hold. It might be back-to-back 60s at this rate. Omit in complete control. Revive Gaming haven't got a single hardpoint point since P2.
Well, that's not something you ever want to hear if you're a team playing, but fortunately they do have the rotation now, looking to hold it down. Mythic's cutting down Weeman as well. Gives them a little bit of a breather. Revive Gaming finally able to get some more points onto the board, but Hixie staying alive being a problem. Vortex goes for the pinch, and that is Hill gone. Omit EU are back in charge.
In complete charge here, Bryce. It's just so difficult for Revived right now. They haven't been able to find anything through the choke points. It feels like they're going one by one, just that little bit. Not working out for them. Omit outslaying, outgunning, and outplaying on every single facet of this game so far. Trying to stay alive here if you're Weeman. You managed to do so. 9 and 7 from him. He hasn't need to do any work today. We talked about last week maybe a lackluster performance. Maybe I think I just want to reiterate what I said there, Bryce. Yes, you did try to throw me under the bus. We will remember that. In the sense of that Weeman usually puts up insane numbers. For many seasons, he's been considered the best player in Europe in the Challenger side. When he's not doing that, it makes your game kind of in a bit of a different scenario, right? When he is expected to put up so many numbers. it makes things maybe a little bit more difficult for this Omit side, who've come to rely on his brilliance. It wasn't quite as brilliant. It doesn't make a difference in this game. However, Pricey, they are still about 100 points in the lead.
Yeah, that was a bad move by me. But I'm just a big fan of Wee Man. I can't take any slander on the timeline. Anyway, over to you though. They're going to hold this down once again, and the truth is here that Revive Gaming really have been struggling to match them blow for blow. Even here with the rotation, they just cannot hold on to the points they desperately need. Over to you are almost across that 200-point mark.
Such a good position. Just commanding all the way through, and you can see they've got the spawns for P3 in 13 seconds. And what did they do here last time? It was a full 60. I think I managed to keep a hold of that. Yeah, they will be walking away as winners of map number 1. Good kill going to come through the middle of the map, though. Luigi would take down Hixie. Now a lot of pressure towards the back. This is a little bit more uncomfortable for Omit, but Wee Man finds one. Butters up the second. Will get himself out, but there's the reinforcements, and all of a sudden, you're left on your own if you're Kez. Need your team to be here to help you out. 204 and rising. Omit can win it here at P3.
Just wants to make another kill, and that is going to be huge. That is a full wipe. Revive Gaming said no more full 60s. We'll break through. They're going to go for the back as well. Going to go down already, though. Must know where this pressure is coming. All 4 of Omit EU spawn towards the back. You can see Revive Gaming. They're reacting to this, and that's just a huge kills for it as well. They're still holding them down. It's a very difficult push for Omit right now, and somehow Vortex finds it.
Managed to find it, but the call out would have been there from Revive. The one player that was pushing towards the back, as soon as he dies, you would have seen all the players pushing back through, but Omit with the spawns towards the back are able to force their way through. I don't know if they'll have such an easy transition over towards P4 as they did in the previous rotation. But that was still a decent job from Revive to keep them off that point when it was such a deep setup. Revive made it uncomfortable for them, and now they have a chance in this game. They may well still find themselves 90 points behind, but you went to a P3 rotation, and things didn't get any worse.
Well, it's going to do well here, and this is a little bit better from them as well. After that first set of pushes on this point, they weren't really able to split the map at all. They didn't get any mid control, and that's exactly what they needed. Straight back into it. Mid control has been gotten. They have totaled a little bit onto this. When you see Omit EU, they know they've got time spare. Now, spreading around to go for this break.
Push through. Comes on in from Vortex. Wee Man is here to help him out. It's all about the kills that are going to follow. Can they manage to close this one out here? It's not looking likely. Genesis and Connor doing really well. 20 seconds still up for offer here for Revived. It would take them to around 150, 160. It would take a really good push over towards P1 and then a lockout to P2 if you want to try and make this comeback, but it's still doable.
Well, they're going to try it. And here we go. This is the first kind of flurry of trades. You can already see Revive Gaming around looking for these kills.
Oh, wow.
Kez, who has been a bit of a superstar for them in the statistics. They're going to need every bit of that now. You are right, though. A big P1 hold could turn this game around already, though. Losing a couple of the trades. Trying to get it back. Connor knows where Wee Man's going to be. Knows the pressure is mounting through steps as well. Trying to stay alive. Finds Mythic. Hixie gets it back. Kez,
oh, that's big.
Not able to get it. And the 2-piece three from Hixie will lock them out of this point, and it's not going to be 4, but already it's an issue for Revive.
That might be another nail in the coffin, though. That one break that comes through from Hixie. You find a trade, you maybe get some decent time there for Revive. It was down to the 1v1s, but Hixie found it, then found the players coming in off the spawn. But looking at this, 20 seconds to go here for Revive. You need to hold them down. Omit can still win it here at P1, and that's 3 dead.
Now all they got to do, pre-fire every single angle. You've already sent players going. Hixie's looking for more, and there's nowhere to go. Omit EU will take map number 1. Revive Gaming, though, valiant fight back. After that lockout P3, P4, they didn't give up. They kept going to the very end. And, hey, if they didn't get broken there, maybe we'd be talking a very different storyline, Ton.
It's a tough one, because the problem is the damage is done in that first rotation of hills. You find yourself so far behind after what was a 2 full 60s back-to-back from Omit. Makes the difference. Like, you get 3 and 4 that easily. It's always going to be an uphill task if you are Revived. Connor having himself a decent game on the KD front. If anything, Omit started to slow down. It was insane numbers coming out from everybody. The damage leader in Hixie. Just that constant interaction inside of the hill. Getting the kills inside the hill on top of it. Mythics alongside of him. Getting some good time. Really nice job coming in from Omit. But yeah, it's going to be about that P3 rotation. They seemed so strong at it. And when they got a hold of it, they didn't let it go, and that made the difference. Comfortable map number 1 in the end for Omit.
Yeah, it really was, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Those huge knockouts. Look at the difference in score at this point. It could have been a 100-point club for Revive, but it wasn't. They fought right back into it. They did actually start here at the P2. Got this, and then a huge break as they managed to split the map here. Kez getting 2 allowed them back into the game ever so slightly, allowed them to get the rotation into P3. But you are right, Ton. Just a fight too far in the end.
It's really tough, right? Like, you can go and say, oh, well, you know, we had a good second rotation, but you find yourself that far behind, then all Omit can do, they can start committing to scrap time. That makes it so much more difficult. Like this P1, where you got 15 seconds to go. Look at the spawns were revived. Oh, yeah, great. No problem. We got the spawns for P2, but Omit are so close to the win. You have to commit for it. It causes issue. And Omit will find map number 1 in a comfortable way. Close until it wasn't, Brycey.
Yeah, that's basically how it was. I mean, just look at how kind of crazy that divergence is. Just nothing from them on those. And that's just a horrible thing to see, especially if you're watching the team like, hey, maybe we can get into it. To have a back-to-back lockout, it changes the way you have to play fundamentally, right? We've spoken about this before. It means that you can't really rotate early once you're so far, but after that, it's so far behind. You can't rotate early because you need the scrap time. You can't get the scrap time because you're fighting desperately, hoping not to lose the next rotation. It really messes with your sense of timing and what's important. Even that 20 seconds of scrap time, you're like, we need it, but if we don't get the next rotation, we get even further behind. It's a nightmare scenario.
It's really, really tough. You find yourself that far behind. If it's like 60 or so, the other team can't play that kind of way. But oh my goodness me, I mean, this is a close one. Falcons going up against Nocturn. Nocturn, the ones inside the point. We're casting a 2-4-5 to 2-4-6 game. Which way is this one going? Nocturn have surely got this locked in. 3 seconds. Falcons are nowhere near. What a time to come into it. A 4-point game in the Bravo one. Nocturn, take that one away.
Wow.
There was no time to even tell you what was going on there, Brycey. It was just hell on.
No, it was like, oh, well, this is done. But there we go. There's that first map done on the secondary stream. And you can keep an eye on this one, by the way, if you want to, on watching Bravo as well. So don't worry about missing any of that action. But Nocturne taking the first one against the Falcons. Fortunately for the Falcons, they pretty much always go map 5 anyway. So I really wouldn't be too worried about them losing a map early. Although I will say this, Nocturne, like I said, both these teams really do fight it out. I've seen great performances out of Nocturne. I've seen great performances out of Falcons. I couldn't tell you how that one was going to end.
Yeah, it's when you see those kind of games between those two, you come into those moments. I wish we got to see the rest of it because that was looking like an absolute banger all the way through. Falcons are such a weird team, man. They've got so much. I will die on this hill that these boys have got so much talent. They just need to try to put it together a little bit better. Like, you see some of the gunfights they take on. I don't know if they're sitting on top of their routers or if they're just insane. Like, I'm not 100% sure because, I mean, Carlin especially for me, ridiculous play. Some of the things we see from these guys are absolutely insane. But whether or not they can start to convert that into meaningful wins, that's what I want to see happen for them. They've got an opportunity here in the playoffs still, presuming that they do get there. I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed at this stage, but it's so difficult to see them losing maps like that. These are the kind of maps that they need to not be losing. Going up against a team like Nocturne, who are very, very solid, absolutely. But Falcons, if you want to sort of establish yourself as a top team, you need to make, I don't want to say mincemeat of the other opposition like that, but you need to win comfortably, right?
Yeah, you do. And it's kind of what you expect coming into this as well. It's very difficult in Challengers Elite to talk about the different tiers of skill level. It's one of the things you normally do when you talk about it, because one of the things I've definitely learned over the past 6 months is just how, with how turbulent the Elite Series is and how turbulent Challengers is in Europe, even though it's probably more kind of stable than the North American side, things flip very, very quickly. And you only have to look at Omit EU and the Clutch War situation to say, hey, this was, far and clear the best two. Now it's a lot more mixy.
Well, speaking of mixy, and maybe not so much, Karachi Search and Destroy incoming. Good opportunity here for Revive to maybe do something. Vortex is trying to just play with them for now. Finds himself in a safe-ish position. Over towards the alleyway. Hixie starting to make some moves here in round number 1 as well. Would you expect anything different? Genesis could be dead to rights and is. And now all of a sudden, if you're revived, you've got to be on a swivel. You've got to think about 13 different directions. And you've got to think about winning a gunfight as well. Tough scenes if you revive. Cares now left in a 1 versus 4.
And that'll be it. The first round going to Omid EU. Not a bad start. Obviously, can be a little bit difficult to judge breaks on that first one as well, simply because of the grenades and with the smokes going down. It finds things a little bit tricky, but they will open up proceedings. Realistically here for Revived, you want to get some rounds back on the board just for the kind of morale side of it more than anything.
Not to worry though, that's an attacking round. Straight off the rip, that is tough to find. Let's see how things are going to go. Let's move into the next couple of rounds. Can they turn this one around? A lot of search and destroy still to go. Hail Mary over the top, Banny and Landon. Omit now going to start working over towards B. Grenades have found very, very little if you're the defensive team. Not too sure how much is being thrown out from Omit, but there's a little bit more. Luigi, is he going to catch anything? The smoke will just about disrupt him, as will Weeman. Just a little bit further. The smoke fights are just the worst. Weeman finds the second. 4 versus 2 in favor of Omit.
And now with this, they have the opportunity to plant. They're just going to wait for the super secure, and that would have been a huge flank from Kez. It's not going to work out, though, and Connor now left in a 1 versus 4 and trying to take on Weeman, and both of them walk away with it wounded.
Just such a tough position to be in, right? Not going to be able to get anything done there if you are revived. Omit running through them here in the search and destroy. Looks like we've got a majorly close game over on Bravo, but Alpha so far looking very one-sided.
Well, I'm going to say
this is tough,
that a
right?
few adjustments have to be made, Tom. And
yes,
I'll be honest with you, with the smoke fight going on, it's just horrible, isn't it? You never know who's going to get the right snap at the right time. Fortunately, it doesn't end after just 2 rounds. Revive Gaming, with their attack, will have a chance to strike back. It looks like they may be going for a little bit of a B hit. You can see 2 players go for mid-control.
Yeah, they need to change something, right? Whatever that is. Change it quickly. A 2-0 deficit, though, in search and destroy. You can turn that around pretty quickly. Connor will be able to find a kill. Yeah, there you go. Vortex will fall. 4 versus 3.
Kez is calling this out. He's like, I've seen him on the bridge. Don't peek. Weeman will be calling out as well. Now that they know he's here and different directions. Weeman should go down, depending on how Revive Game work this year. A lot of angles. They're trying to get him out of this. He needs help.
If he can stay alive, though, it's huge for the team. There's 4. Hixie now left with him as well, but he knows the pressure will be coming in. If he can find a second, that would be massive. Can't get it. Hixie's AFK?
He's just having a good time. Just checking out these cool signs and graffiti.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Hixie is back.
Oh, he's back.
Hey, I'll start late.
Well, here we are. Hixie now left in a bit of a predicament.
I'll see, Ton. This is... You don't know the old trick. Wait and spawn for a minute and a half. That's old school, that is.
Type
Gives
in
him a
chat.
false sense of security.
Yeah, I mean, he's found himself in a wonderful position here.
He has. There's going to be one.
There ain't no way, right?
22 seconds. I would say not realistically they can do this at the same time. He's going to see around the corner. Won't win the gunfight. Hixie tries to make magic happen. And, well, it doesn't look like we're stopping. So maybe just Hixie decided to have a quick break on that round and come back swinging.
Well, he will find himself back into the round and maybe try to find something. But, I mean, he must have got some good timing to get himself up towards this side because surely Revived wouldn't have allowed that to happen so easily. But irrelevant of that, a little bit late to the party, Connor. I mean, that's presumably an ace for Connor in the round there, right? Have I just completely missed that? He's on a 4 spree. They were 2-0 down. Has to be.
Well, sometimes, I've said before though, Connor is very, very talented. And with this first trade going through, Weeman is always an issue as well. Connor trying to get into a position. With that smoke down, will it benefit him? Oh, he's going to see Hixie. He's going to see Hixie. He didn't see Hixie.
Didn't see him at all. Hixie will be here for free, basically. Now very, very tough. Connor looking to try and work on something. Maybe a little bit more now. Considering your teammates found 1. Yeah, Connor's going to get caught here by Hixie. Just takes his time. Maybe just a little bit too much now. Hixie's going to have to dip out. Have to be careful here. 2 versus 2.
Kez in a great position. Finds the first. And Hixie not taking that shot earlier may cost them. Myth Hixie's going to go down, and that's going to be it. Revive Gaming back on, and time as well. And that's unbelievable. What a clutch out of Revive Gaming.
I am entirely confused as to how that's happened so easily. I'm not too sure why Hixie's holding so long for the shot. It's an MCW. It deletes people. Just shoot him. I'm really not sure on that one, Brycey. Wasn't there the previous round. Doesn't pull the trigger there. Charlie Hicks might be trolling.
Wow.
Didn't see him.
So he doesn't see Hixie. And then Hixie waits. Unfortunately, the scaffolding has defeated him.
Yeah, that's I'd like to see a bit more there. Not to worry. Now Connor, actually to worry, is on a 5 spree. So getting him a kill will be huge. Doesn't quite solidify a round when you get a cruise missile, but it very much helps. Look at the aggression coming out from Kez. They nearly line up. Mythics will be there to answer back. Genesis maybe just caught. Not going to happen. He's going to find the shots on the Vortex. All of a sudden, it is now a 2 versus 2. Hixie will make it that way. Connor still on a 5 spree. Bomb is down.
Repositioning, looking for Hixie. Hixie has escaped. Very good position for Revived again. I'm going to see Mythics drop and just drills him. Gets the cruise as well. Repositions perfectly. Hixie will win that one. 22 seconds. Game on. And Hixie goes straight down as well. They know where he is. He picks wrong. Revive Gaming 3 on the bounce.
Entirely confused as to how this game has changed so quickly. Connor just starting to pop off, and all of a sudden, Omit look lost at sea. How do you answer back to this? This has been a crazy performance so far. But Revived, you've now got yourself a cruise missile in the back pocket of Connor. 6 and 3 from him. Omit, very much in the driving seat. Or where?
Very true. It's been a weird couple of S&D rounds. I wonder what the rest has in store for us. Right now we're seeing Omit put pressure on. Connor has found Vortex. But Vortex in a very bad position and does decide to relocate.
Same kind of round. Down. Same kind of round, just on the other side of things. They could find this without investing the cruise missile. That'd be fantastic. Weema will get taken down. That bomb will also go down, though. So Omit are going to have that minor advantage. Not if Mythics gets caught like that, though. 4 versus 2 in favor of Revived. Connor is shooting missiles out of his MCW. Omit don't have much of an answer here so far.
And down they go. Just going to be Hixie has to chow in a 1 versus 4. They cannot get past Connor. It was a wide chow from Mythics in the end, but he'll take those fights all day.
Oh, 100%. Nice and solid from the side of Revived. 4 rounds in a row. Nothing to write home about yet. If you are, Omit, those first 2 rounds were so dominant. It's almost so crazy to see them now 4-2 down. Need to turn it around big time.
Feels a little disconnected maybe at some points. Obviously, strategy worked out. Vortex going to take top fire, but after that, they didn't really get it. Losing that first blood took all the options away from them, and Revive Gaming are having a great time. Kez is 5 and 3. Connor's 8 and 3 as well. Still have that cruise missile in the pocket. Where will they commit to on this one? They can use it for so many ways. I suspect they might use it to break B.
I mean, if they can make good use of it, then all of a sudden puts you 5-2 up in this search and destroy. But if you fumble it, does it maybe spiral you out of control? Connor is in a good position to maybe use it now. Very, very safe. Knows there will be players potentially pushed up over towards this B side. Can't see anybody over towards AC. So just playing nice and passively. I think they're waiting on Connor. Is he going to make the move?
Still waiting. Burning a little bit of time. Yeah, this is going to be the cruise call. Here we go. Information. Funnel will be furiously telling them where they are, as well as trying to direct this. Genesis will find Vortex as well, and doesn't thread it enough, but he will let his teammates know, and Genesis will pick up the second one. That's all off info.
And that's the dagger. That's the difference it can make when you get those cruise missiles. You get the information, you execute with it. Revive Gaming have won 5 rounds of search in a row.
Unbelievable. Revive Gaming looking like just a different caliber of search and destroy team. There's nothing Omit can do that is working. Connor is 9-3. He's on another 3 streak. Probably won't get another cruise because we are this close to the end. But over to you. After what was maybe a slightly confusing Hixie AFK for part of it, have done nothing.
And just think in those moments, that's where Connor got himself 4 kills. That is where they were able... Hixie was able to find 2 of his own, right? Like, if he's available in that round, do things change? Genesis now waiting for the push to come through over towards this B side. An awkward little off angle destroys Wee Man. On a 4 spree himself, looking to make it 6 rounds in a row here for Revived.
Genesis looking. Hixie will get one back. Vortex is going to go down as well, but Mythics gets another one and then gets traded out. Hixie must 1v2 to keep Omit EU in this one. He goes for the chow straight round. Well, wow, that was good movement. I thought he was going for it. Problem is, can't get the right angle. Cannot afford to plant here. Does not know where they're all going to be.
Yeah, they've got him. They've got him absolutely cornered. That is 6 rounds in a row of search and destroy from Revived Gaming, played to absolute perfection. 2-0 down, and in the blink of an eye, they've won 6-2. Crazy search and destroy, and Connor's got to take the majority of the plaudits there. 6 kills in a row, finds him the cruise missile, makes the difference. One apiece between these two. Bryce, you wouldn't think after the first map and the first 2 rounds of the search that we would be heading this way.
Revive Gaming completely dominant on the S&D. Omit EU, it just looked like there was nothing they could do about it. Basically, every direction they checked, they weren't there, and then when they thought they had it a little bit safe, I was going to say in that last round, I'm fairly certain Wee Man checked behind the barriers, expecting someone to be there, but the other side, he was expecting to be inside. Because he was outside, didn't see it, and Genesis just drilled him with headshots.
And this is what the scoreboard looked like towards the end. A big game from Connor, 11-3. It's crazy to think that game started in and I mean, those 2 rounds that were won by Omit were entirely dominant. Entirely, like, completely took over the map. Nothing that Revived could do. Luigi was shooting through the smoke. Might as well have been shooting at thin air. Just no gunfights seemed to be going their way, and all of a sudden, Revive Gaming found a way through. And was this the straw that brought the camels back, where Hixie was in a bit of an awkward position, finds himself 2 rounds in a row as maybe a catalyst for a loss for Omit. I don't want to blame him, but this is a moment where you've got to just take that shot. It's been a little bit awkward because of the scaffolding, but take that shot, you maybe win the round. If you were there in the previous round to help defend, you win that one. All of a sudden, you're not losing 6-2. We're sitting at 4-4, and Connor doesn't have a cruise missile, so you may well be finding yourself 5-3 up. So many different things that could have happened in that search and destroy over those couple of rounds. Made a huge difference.
Yeah, so did I give full credit to Revive though? Like,
oh, yeah,
everything they were doing felt very coordinated. Even in that last round as well, you know, we spoke about the bits going down. Every time I thought Omit might start and gain an advantage, Revive traded. Every time. It's very difficult when a team is that coordinated and working together that well to beat them. There was no advantage for them. There was no way for them to get back into it.
And now we go back to bone contention for Omit. High-rise control now coming up. They haven't looked... In the times that we've at least seen them, Brycey, on broadcast, obviously we don't get to keep up with every single game going on. Well, purely because we are casting some of them exactly at the same time. But for Omit, every time we've seen them, they haven't looked, I want to say, impenetrable self. They have very much, or the past couple of seasons, looked unbeatable on occasion. It very much doesn't look that way at the moment. Is everybody catching up, I wonder?
It might be. We always say towards the end of a season, things get a little bit faster, things get a little bit slicker. I will say one of the problems with that is that we've had actually quite a healthy glut of new maps this year and map changes. So there is still a little bit of these teams kind of just working out exactly how things should go. But maybe, I think realistically, we knew the Elite was going to be close. And speaking of close, Falcons are not close with Nocturn at the moment.
5-2 up. This map has already played its way out. Getting a replay of Falcons Resurgence. D10 just stuck in such an awful position. That's such a tough one. Is actually going to go for the challenge. Will manage to find it. 3 versus 3 now. But Falcons losing a 4-point hard point to kick off the series. Khaled cannot jump up the stairs. Him and Exnid trying to do what they can here. Eventually will find it, but tough one for Niall in this position. He's got Killy alongside of him.
And now we're just waiting. The Falcons being very, very patient considering they got a plant. Will this work out? Killy now moving towards this site. We'll definitely be calling for reinforcements. Should get an idea that they're here yet. We'll know. Waiting for Niall to come over. Probably that bomb's down their outclane.
And now this is a tough situation, right? If you can find one, that maybe makes the difference. Killy will find one. They've called it in 1 versus 2 on his own. The snapper. And we talked about it before. The shots on these boys from Falcons. Is it going to make the difference here in this 1 versus 1? Dips away. Checks back. Knows he must be behind him. Is read this one absolutely perfectly. A brilliant 1 versus 2 from Khaled. And the Falcons tie the series up.
Yeah, didn't miss a bullet. Didn't worry about it. Didn't hesitate either. That's kind of incredible by them as well. But we'll go into our next one as well. But both sides, everybody tied up 1-1. On this one, though, Omit EU are tied 1-1 with Revived. If you have missed it, as we jump into the control ton.
A very, very strange search and destroy that was, to be honest with you. I don't know what to make of it, Brycey. Did Omit just switch off or Revived after the first 2 rounds turn into gods?
I'm going to give credit to Revived. Connor looked superb.
Yep, insane. Did Omit fumble a couple of rounds? Absolutely, yes. But Revive Gaming will have to take a lot of the credit. Big round from Connor. Found himself an ace and then found everything else. And now they're going to have to be a little bit better here. You want Revive Gaming on the attack. Connor and Genesis can combine, so it keeps that pressure off. And the attack can continue. Omit now inside of B, holding that down, but they've got something to worry about over towards the A side.
Oh, Genesis. Played really well to get out of that last kill. Now looking for the next one. Oh, just a little bit of timing. Still knows where that player's going to be. Trying to help out his teammate. Teammate is going to go down. Genesis still alive here in the middle of the map. That's another kill for him. Should go down here from the reach out. But really good push from Revive. Still got a lot of time onto this board here. They are trading blows with them, and with Luigi with a massive 2. Means they can certainly think about getting aggressive.
And this is the difference a couple of kills can make in the middle of the map, right? It was looking like you were all going to get wiped. Players coming in off the respawn, and all of a sudden, A is going your way. Omit going to have to contest over here. Now you've got a little bit of freedom over towards B. Yes, okay, you lose a couple of kills, but 2 ticks a day. B being worked on. Not a bad start to the round here from Revive, but still plenty of work to do.
Wee Man is going to get another one. Just trying to stop them before they can get anything further on here. But they've been on the point so often. There's still 35 seconds left, even without that. It does mean that they will have to start getting some trades. Mythic's looking to lock them in here. You can already see Genesis trying to get out. Isn't going to... Oh, wait a minute. Genesis is going to manage it. Still alive. He's going to find 2. I thought he was going to go down. Still got it. Hixie knows the pressure's now mounting. They want on A. They want to lock this one in.
Pressure's still here. Hicks just doing well to survive, though. Dipping, diving, lining them up. I mean, it just works out perfectly. Isn't going to be able to find the third, maybe feeling himself off that one. The overzealous child comes through, but 5 seconds for Connor to just potentially get a touch. The only thing he's going to manage to touch up is a couple of bullets from Wee Man, who finds a couple more. And Omit EU, in the end, a fairly clean defense, but there was opportunities there for Revived.
Yeah, there certainly was. I thought maybe, just maybe, if they get a few more trades, that A would be locked in. Not able to in the end. Just 2 ticks, and that's the number you got to keep an eye on, because that might matter as we move through this for the defense.
Back into it again. But a really, really good defensive hold from Omit. And I wonder, after a couple of losses on this map in particular, at least the one that we did see, they have been working on this one. We have seen them... I mean, in fairness, the game that we did see them lose at the very beginning of the season was a very close one. They were in a commanding position to win the 1-3-2, and then all of a sudden things can change quickly in control, and that's exactly what happened. But trying to get something going over towards the B side. Good shots from Hixie again. Only sitting at 5 and 7, but doing his job so far for the squad.
He's just staying alive as well. Doesn't even touch the point to not give an idea where he is. Unfortunately, that's not going to work out. Vortex backing off as well. At the moment, they're just doing a good job to stay alive here. They do not want to give Revive Gaming the opportunity to take back map control, and Mythics is at the forefront of it. He's the head of the spear, the furthest ahead. He knows that players are going to be out looking for it, but that stun hits at the wrong time, and Somehow still gets the kill.
Ludicrous from Mythics. Oh, Vortex is just shotgun Genesis. Now with the Renetti and staying alive whilst he does so as well. Knows there's a player below him. Would have got that information, but Omit running out of time here. They've huffed and they puffed, but they haven't really done a great deal.
Revive done a great job here. At the moment, 0 ticks for Omit. They're going to have to commit. And once you commit, especially without as many players up, it's going to be difficult. Hixie, though, finds the first. Revive got the contestant. That's going to be huge. Just slowing them down. Somehow finds the second. 1 tick so far for Omit. But that's it. Realistically, Revive still winning this. Genesis will find the second. Vortex waiting to help his teammate out. Still there.
Oh, he doesn't find any shots from behind, though. And all of a sudden, Hixie, yeah, he's left all alone. One more stab at it here if you're Omit. I mean, Genesis is going huge.
That's the issue. Wingman was going to be weak, but he just had to run it. Genesis is just killing everybody on a 5 streak. Connor will put them back into bed, and that means Revive Gaming technically won the first 2 rounds, 2 ticks to 1.
17-8 from Genesis, and Omit wisely back into their spawn. Don't want to let anything else go over towards Revive. It's been such a strange game. It always feels like Omit are in control, and all of a sudden, the fight back from Revived. Big round there from Genesis. Completely locked down the B side of the map, and that made it very, very difficult for Omit. Couldn't get anything going. Now find themselves one apiece in this control. Can quite often be the swing map, but here's the big player, 17-8 from Genesis.
Can they continue? Can they do a little bit better than the last attack? And Genesis having a whale of a time. Looking for the cruise missile, and already they get that first blood. That's going to be huge for them. Vortex answering back. Somehow finds a second. Hixie will get one more, and no cruise, no map positioning, and Luigi not able to get any sort of lock on through that as well. That's a horrible gunfight to have.
Very tough one. Genesis. Did he manage to get a hold of it? I didn't see in the kill feed if he did die. I presume he did. But irrelevant of that. Work being done over towards B. A lot of work being done over towards B. The ticks are coming. And they're coming thick and fast. Oh, that's a teammate. I had no idea why you would grenade over towards the point when your team are in it, but irrelevant of that. Are they going to get a hold of it? Maybe not off the back of that. Bro, it was a fantastic start. That is a disaster.
If they hadn't teammated, that player would still be alive and they would have already had it. Well, 2 ticks here for Revived. Genesis, though, looking to make it even more. Their main man, 21-9, pushing through for the spawn kills, but takes a bit of damage. The damage comes information. Still going to chow, though. Oh, on a 4 streak and down. Played it.
I mean, there's questions to be asked. The replays are so fast on that. The movement, not quite shotsy-like. But we continue in this round. Yeah, all right, okay. Genesis now down this right-hand side. Doesn't manage to find the kill on the Wee Man, who does survive. Doesn't fall off the map. So the pressure is still here for Omit.
Revive Gaming has done such an incredible job, though. And looking for this again, Wee Man trying to stay alive isn't going to manage to. Revive Gaming, if they can just get onto this point, B will be locked, and they are making the kills. Kez is going for it. It's a huge fight. Kez is going to win it as well. That should be B locked in. They're going to get the extra minute. Wait a second. Somebody died for the last second. Vortex trying again. Luigi to win the gunfight. They get B, and now they're on to the next.
They're in a good position now. Can they manage to find anything? 9 versus 10. Make it 8 versus 10. Things are just going to have to slow down for both these two teams, but Omit in a good position defensively. Big stun.
Revived. You are down a little bit. You have some time. You don't have the lives. But you do have hope. They can find a couple of kills. If they can just get out of this as well. That is unfortunate. Now down to a 3 versus 8.
Shots coming in from Luigi. Just trying to put the pressure on and is going to effectively do so, but 6 versus 2 is just a bridge too far. It'd be something quite special if they can manage to pull it off. The thing is that they've got 30 seconds. They can take their time here.
Oh, that's going to be the problem. A 1 versus 5. Connor alive. And they can just trade this out. That's all they're going to do. Throw everything they can at it. 12 seconds. A hero's hope. And that means every single player knows where he is. And down he goes.
Yeah, it's always a tough one. I think you know what I'm saying. They've got time at 30 seconds. They don't have to head down first, get into the point. You can still try and pick them apart. You find a couple of kills in a few seconds between you, win a couple of gunfights. 2 versus 4 sounds a lot more doable than a 2 versus 6. Pressure would have been on potentially on the defensive side, but in the end, Omit will get a hold of it and will put themselves on the match point. But Revive Gaming in a very good position to have a round 5 defense right now. Unless Omit can, of course, close it out in full.
Well, that's what they'll want. Especially knowing, as well as we know, just the position the Ticks have put them in. Mythics tries to get the first blood. Hasn't happened. Connor still dancing around. And Mythics now finds himself with no teammates in front of him. And they're looking to lock this door already.
Shots in. Mythics will get taken down. Important kills coming in for Revived as well. Got to find a couple of gunfights here. No, if you're Omit and you do so at the crucial time. 3 dead momentarily. Luigi left all on his own. 3 spree, 4 spree. Can't make it a 5th. And all of a sudden, V not under quite lock and key here for a moment. Some work still to be done. But that 3 or 4 dead very much helping them in their pursuit to try and find themselves in a lead again in this series.
Okay, Warwick is going for the slaying, and there's a little bit of a fight in the point. Mythic's trying to stay alive. He knows more pressure is going to come through as well. It's a huge gunfight, but Connor wins it. Hixie will eventually get the trade. Left alone to try and lock this one down. Finds another. Hixie moving a little bit mad into this point, but Revive Gaming do have the better position. We've got Omit coming off of it, and they will mean that they have to try and get there.
A little bit of cover for Hixie, who's on a 4 spree. Oh, the jump around the corner from Luigi. The cover that was there has to back on down because of the pressure that's coming in from Revived on this B street. Vortex and Cont have done some good work early on, though. Luigi with the shots in preemptively, not going to help him. Vortex finds one, nearly finds Kez as well, but is the damage being done in the point here? Yes, it is. Contestion coming through. Capture zone B in for Omit. They may well be down on lives, don't have any map positioning, but is that going to help them out to try and get a hold of defense around number 5?
Vortex gonna get it down, but there is a lot of time left on your right. Weeman moving. Just waiting to try and get this one as well, and that's a 2-piece from Weeman. That opens it up completely. He needs his health back before he can do any more damage. You can already see the players trying to get him done, and that's a huge play from Revive. Connor and Kez combining. They shut down the problem.
12v12, though. If you keep up this pace, this round's going to end based on deaths, and there's plenty of them happening for Revive now. They've all been wiped out. 2 towards the back box. It's going to be the difference maker, but they're going to have to try and go for the child here. Weeman just trying to stay alive. Genesis, Kez combining well. 2 huge kills. 9v7 now in favor of Revived, and plenty of map control alongside of it.
And there we go. Already going to work here. Just trying to stay alive. Keep them on the back foot. Still a minute to play with. Omit have had opportunity, but Revived have shut it down every single time. And they now find themselves in a great position. Omit coming off spawn. They have the life advantage. They just must not falter.
Oh, such an awkward gunfight. 7v4. Omit have to be perfect if they want to close it out in 4.
Oh, he picked the wrong corner. Kez with perfect timing, perfect positioning, perfect shots. And a 2 versus 6 is all that remains of Omit. Nowhere for them to really go.
Staring down the barrel of another attacking round needed. Revive Gaming will be looking like they're going to have defense as we head into round number 5. Another really good hold. Revive Gaming in a position here, Brycey, to be up in this series very, very quickly.
Well, Revive Gaming will have the opportunity here to really hammer it to Omit EU. And I will say, their defense around the A site was magnificent. Every time you thought Omit might be able to get something done, they concentrated on the players cutting off reinforcements first. They made sure that they weren't going to fall into that trap.
Well, here we go. Another potential dagger for Omit. Cruise missile was a real bugbear for them in the search and destroy. They might have another one to deal with. Connor rips it away from Kez, who's still on a 5 spree. Is the 6th beckoning there? It is cruise missile, an insurance policy for Revive.
This is huge. Hixie trying to get them off the spawn. There will be one player coming off spawn. The rest of them are pushed forward, though. They give nothing to Hixie. So essentially, all Hixie can do now is 1v1 in their spawn. That's all he can do. Only Genesis coming off it. Eventually, some more players will make themselves known. But Revive Gaming looking untouchable.
Just playing so well to stagger them. 23 and 23 from Kez. The interactions have been off the chain. But there you go. A couple of gunfights are going to go in the favor of Omit. Make it 3 gunfights in the favor of Omit. This might be when you invest that cruise missile.
Here we go. All that hard work from Omit. All that time burnt. And now they will have to leave the site. They are trying to tuck into the elevator. There is a potential of a massive kill here. They're only going to get 1. Somehow, only 1. Weeman will get a revenge straight away. Only one back on the point, though. They've got to be careful. Somehow, Omit EU are still making kills.
I have no idea. I swear that thing's supposed to get buffed, but here we are. Weeman will find another. Does he know there's one below him? No, he doesn't. Vortex will clean it up, though. And all of a sudden, this pressure has continued. Hixie on a 3 spree, still alive in the same spot. Vortex starting to line them up. And all of a sudden, you're in a dangerous position. You do get them off. It's a huge nade from Connor. 17 seconds on the timer. Big shots coming in, though. The Mythics might just have secured B for Omit.
That is a mad challenge for Mythics as well. Slice straight into it. Takes it regardless.
They've got it.
They've bought themselves a minute. They have found the time here, and they are winning the slaying battle. Omit EU are just trying to push this one over the edge. Is this too much now for Revived?
They started off their season with a really disheartening defeat on this map in particular. Kez will find the gunfight onto Hixie, but 16v9. This is dominant from Omit. The cruise missile was invested for absolutely nothing. I'm not sure what they were stuck in that cruise missile. It was marshmallows alongside the napalm that was apparently there because it just did nothing to Weeman inside of the elevator. And that might be the difference maker here.
They're in trouble. 5 versus 14. 4 versus 14. And Vortex won't find any more. Fights going on. Mythics will bring it down to 3 versus 13. And Revived, such a valiant first few minutes of this round 5, have fallen. Kez, though, sticks the knife in. Not going to find the 3rd. It will not be a Cinderella story. Omit EU will take the control by winning the round.
My goodness, what a map between those two there, but you gotta feel for Revived a little bit. They did everything. You did everything right you could have done with the cruise missile there. It only gets the 1. He hovered it for as long as possible as well. Allows his team to get in the position. Okay, it doesn't find the 2. It finds the 1. But you've got them under lock and key. You know exactly where they all are. Your team have then pushed out. You cannot lose those gunfights then. You lose the gunfight. You lose control of the map. You lose the map. You're behind in the series just like that.
Yeah, you certainly are, but Omit EU just finding the special sauce in round 5. I thought Revive Gaming, they looked so good. We were saying all the way through, just not able. That second kind of set of trades after the cruise missile, Omit refused to let go, even with 17 seconds left. You see there, Genesis 31 and 29, but beaten by 2 members of Omit who went 32 and 27. Omit eventually managed to get the slaying on board.
And it's always hard to say if they are keeping up in the slaying department because of the scoreboard. But Weeman and Hixie, that's a big, big game for them. You see Hixie pull out a couple of huge moments. Weeman just doing what he typically does. Really good job from Omit to eventually clutch up and finding that attacking round at the most important time possible. But Revived, hey, look, you had your opportunities over the first 4 rounds. You're the better team. You don't walk away with the result. It's got a sting heading into map number 4. Bearing in mind what happened on 6-star hardpoint, you wouldn't put your money on Revive Gaming at this stage. That was quite bewildering. Not quite able to stop the slide there if you're Genesis.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird controls, really. Like I said, it felt like Revive Gaming for me were in firm control the entire way around. Right? Like, most of the time, I was like, they've got this, they're doing it correctly, they're winning the gunfight.
Attacks look better, defenses look cleaner.
Yeah. Every part of it was a better control from Revived, apart from the last round.
And that's the thing with control, though. I mean, look, how has that not killed them both? Could that make the difference? Weeman then finds a kill off the back of it. Comes back in, keeps that map control. I think it could have made the difference. Because they invest so much from Revive, right? You've got the cruise missiles put in. You find a lot of advanced positioning where you've got to win your gunfights in the middle of the map. You don't. Then your lives down. Yeah, a cruise missile down. just backs against the wall stuff from what felt like an advantageous position, and now you're heading into a real hard point. 2-1 down. Map number 1 was comfortable, to say the least, for Omit. They'll be wanting to do the same here in map number 4.
Yeah, they certainly will. Well, it's looking pretty good for Omit EU at the moment. But let's find out what's happening on our second stream. So this one went down pretty close as well. Falcons and Nocturn, it's 2-2, and they're going around 5 under control.
This is going to go into a replay. This game's already done, so these guys will be cracking on with what will be a map number 4. A replay of this very final round. Curious to see how these teams have been dealing with the pushes, who's been looking the better. Extent tries to go for the push to try and hold things down here, but 35 seconds remaining for Falcons, and not really a lot to write home about yet.
No, it certainly isn't, and both sides just trading. That's all that's really happening. You can say the Falcons are losing a little bit in terms of kills. Time may be on their side, though. Look at them swinging here, ready to get into this lead point. Detain goes through the back wall, not get anything on the flank. 19 seconds to go. Can the Falcons find their way in? Kelly does not see the player below him, but does find the one above. Kelly, even more, just with 3 seconds to go, and Falcons not able to get anything done there in that last round of control.
Nocturn finding themselves up 2-1 against Falcons. Huge moment for them in their season. Can they continue things on? If you do want to find that out, over to Broads Bravo. That game will be ongoing, but here we go. Into map number 4. Omit now in the driving seat somehow, some way. Feels like they are very much indomitable when it comes down to European Call of Duty on the Challenger side of things, and proving it here up against Revive. 2-1 up somehow.
Pixie going for the flank here and somehow finds a second. Looked really good, actually. Was pushing a lot of the spawn there in that last round of control that maybe gave Omit the breathing room they needed. Alex knows the door will save him. Not he peeks somebody while reloading, but somehow still alive and wakes the kill. What?
Just the vortex things, mate. I mean, don't you know he just has this extra, I don't know, a bit of health when he's playing in European challenges these days? Ridiculous from Stee, and then all of a sudden the controller's there for Omit. It's a 15-second lead. You're heading over towards P2. You're in prime position if you can find the kills. Kez breaking Wee Man's angles for a second there, but Mythic's then with a flank. 4 spree for him. Control of boxes, control of the point. Pretty much perfect so far from Omit. Good God.
Now certainly heating up, but this is by no means done. They have put them quite a way back though, and no flanks coming in here from Revive. It is going to be ahead, but eventually you're going to see Kez knows he has to split the map. This will all be on Kez, really. Going to find the first, looking for the second. That is a huge flank. It's going to be the third. Give him the ace. Not going to be it. Just Vortex left alone on this point for the 1v1. They know where he is as well, and that's going to be a down. They will get the scrap time here revived and the rotation.
Incredible from Kez, but you've got to read it a little bit better from Omit. You know that there's a flank inevitably going to come through. Nobody watching it. And still, for all those kills that do come on through, Omit don't lose a great deal over towards P2, but the P3 rotation, they absolutely have lost, and Revive Gaming are in control of this now. Kez sitting at 8 and 5. Having some joy with the rival 9 in this series so far, but Vortex will shut them down if only momentarily. They will find the breakthrough. A little bit staggered here, Revived. It felt like they were in complete control, and all of a sudden they lose it.
Genesis trying to swing.
Big kills.
Just
spawn to the back.
The back here, and oh my goodness, they cannot shut him down, and they're losing everything here. Perfect call from Revived.
Just about. It felt like the control was there for Omit. I'm not too sure if they spawned towards the back or if they were just trying to get the spawns and they were still just lingering there. Either way, really good hold from Revived, who will find themselves into a lead, heading over towards P4. Good position to be in. Kez and Co. just in the perfect spot for this rotation over towards Garage as well.
Looking for this one as well. Both teams going for it. Kez just being the player they need right now. 40 and 6, unfortunately. You can't continue that if you don't have any bullets in your gun. Does have the cruise missile, though. Genesis now trying to knock this one down as well. Looking for Wee Man, and that's an easy kill. And Omit EU find themselves backpedaling as Revive Gaming have taken momentum from this game.
It's that flip from 3 to 4. How often have we seen it? If you can control 3 from the boxes side of the map, then all of a sudden, it's so difficult for the opposition to get anything over the next couple of hills. Revive doing just such a good job locking it down. Cont to find 2. kind of been the hero for them in the search and destroy. Kez did manage to get that cruise missile locked in as well, just spinning on a sixpence, and Vortex gets deleted. How's he found the third? It's absurd from Kez. And there's another 3. The cruise missile already in the back pocket. He's having a hell of a game, Bryce.
Revive Gaming are feeling comfortable. You see Kez just continuing, just an absolute dominant performance there in the replay in the corner. And over to you, they feel like they've fallen flat again. It feels like the S&D.
Such an absurd game between these two. It feels like momentum is really swinging one way heavily and then the other. We know how quickly that Omit can turn this one around. They are a full 60 away from retaking that lead. Hard to find a full 60 though, over towards this bridge side. Weeman will find 2. Something that he does not find difficult. Is he going to find a third? No, it's Vortex to lock that one in. There's the only one who can answer back because he is the only one who has been absolutely frying. If you look in terms of the kills, I mean, Disarray is sitting to 5 and 12, Luigi in game, and they're still winning by a good 50 points.
And that cruise missile has been committed. 20 seconds still left on this bridge hardpoint though, Ton. I think they might just try and grab it. Weeman trying to stay alive. There's no one really here for them to grab any time though. Weeman will eventually make that kill, allowing his teammates to kind of just walk onto it, saunter almost. There's no sense of urgency at the moment from Omit EU, but maybe on this P1 hold they can do a little bit better.
I mean, look, they'd be looking to themselves over that rotation and say, right, okay, what did we do wrong? We had 1 to 2. It was a big flank that came in from Kez that broke us wide open, which led to 3 and 4 just going terribly. So Revive Gaming, for all that they do have themselves a nice chunk of a lead here, and are adding to it over towards P1, and will continue to add to it. It just was one decent rotation. Omit know that if he can turn that around, this game will change very, very quickly. It's not the lead that Omit had in map number 1. It's a lot closer than that.
Oh, that's a huge kill as well, just to lock them out, just to keep the pressure off of them. Connor just threading the needle. Nobody able to find him at all, and Revive Gaming continuing to extend their lead.
God.
They are winning every single gunfight. It is just a complete red wall in the kill feed.
Rotation looking like it's going to be theirs as well. 3 spree for Luigi. Rotation locked in. Next couple of gunfights are huge. 10 seconds to go until this hill pops.
Luigi just staying alive. Look at this.
Look at the shot, my God.
Rival 9. That is a 5 streak as well. Vortex about to run into the blender. Luigi feeling super confident, not even worried about his teammates coming to get him. There's another cruise. Down he goes eventually, but maybe too little too late, as it will almost be 100 points now on the side of Revived.
And I was trying to kind of allude to the fact that Omit were nowhere near out of this one as we headed over towards P1 again. They haven't got a point since, so if I am the boogeyman, then I do very much apologize to Omit, but so far so good on this potential retake. 85 seconds, it is now a 100-point gap, and it will continue to fly that far if Connor keeps shooting straight like this. They are going to be forced back. 25 seconds here for remaining for Revive Gaming to soak up. This will push them past 200 and then some.
And I just don't see Omit EU getting back into this game, not against a dominant Revive team like this. They will gamble everything on this next hard point. They want the full 60, and they more than need it at this point, but Genesis deleting like it's a sniper rifle and not an MCW. Nobody ever do anything. Hixie will find 2 towards the back, but this isn't a sprint. This is a marathon. Omit EU need to do this for a long time.
Connor is still going. He's on a 9 sprint. I believe there's 2 cruise missiles in the back pocket here for Revived. Their game to lose now.
Connor looking for even more, and here
They're
goes
running
the
through them.
break. He's going to fall to Hixie, but Hixie can only get 1, and they're back in.
Absolutely running through them. This has been comfortable. They may well 100-point club in Omit EU here, Bryce.
Genesis. It's just nowhere for them. Revive Gaming have turned this up to 11. They are bodying them every single step, and you're right, this might be the 100-point club.
The rotation's going to be there for Omit. Revive Gaming cannot win it here, but they will be within spitting distance, and the problem for them, cruise missiles are in.
Here it goes.
Got him.
There's Wingman down. There's the door open. Kez is here as well. They've got a few players looking for this pinch, and there's Vortex gets 1, but Connor's going to call in the second. He's like, oh, everybody's dead, everybody's out, and that's the game. Absolute dominance. 100-point club, Omit. You wouldn't have thought it. You wouldn't have thought that that was the way it would go. But what a ridiculous statement from Revive.
It's a huge, huge map from Revive. to send us to a map number 5. Between these two, we were talking about this series before we went live. Bryce, I said to you, look, I think this one will be done nice and quickly. I really thought Omit would get themselves back into gear here, and all of a sudden, it feels like they really did snatch that control away. This series could well be over, Brycey, but the way that Revive played that there phenomenal game, Ked slowed down and ended up 26-17. All-time performance from him. 17 non-traded kills, 21 for Connor. Incredible game from them. Slaying performance off the chain. Rotations from 2 to 3 to 4 were phenomenal. Fantastic job coming in from Revived. Find themselves going to a map number 5 up against Omit. That was... I mean, especially the way that Omit started, though. P1, P2, yeah, cruising. No problem. Yeah, okay, P3 rotation is going to be in for... Yeah, it's fine. But they then didn't get a point for what felt like 20 minutes, Bryce.
Yeah, it just flipped. Like I said, once that came in, there was nothing. Honestly, from Omit EU, basically for the rest of the game, they lost the lead, lost their minds, lost their thumbs, lost the plot. I honestly cannot explain it. I've never seen such a complete reversal. Revive Gaming went to work. Kez started with the flank and never slowed down. We're going to a round 5, and I have no idea what's going to happen.
No clue. Absolutely no idea. This one has been such a strange series. It wouldn't surprise me for something odd in map number 5, but we very much live for it. Let's see if we can get it. Look, when you got the cruise missiles coming in like that, the fireworks to signal the end of the game, and that is how things broke down as soon as they got a hold of the lead. Revive Gaming never let it go.
Just a dominant performance. And I was just saying, you know, P4 to P5, we were talking about it realistically. Bridge Hill, there was a good amount of chance there for Omit to get some time. They just didn't. Obviously looking for a bit of control beforehand, but that was their last real opportunity to get points, because every time else it was a shutdown. 250 to 95, and now we go into a search and destroy that Revived dominated last time.
It's crazy because we've had 4 maps in the space of an hour. This one has been fast and furious on a couple of different levels, and all of a sudden we are heading into a map number 5. 6-star search and destroy can very much be the same. It is quick. It is very much about hitting sites together as a team. I mean, you look at the map number 2. I don't know how much to take away from that one. We'll talk about this maybe in a second, Brycey, because there's another game going on as well that looks to also be potentially going the distance. But Revived against Omit, going map number 5. Did not see this one coming.
No, me either, but we'll find out how that one ends. Obviously, our secondary stream is still going as well. So more action over here, and this is Falcons versus Nocturn, and they're in the hardpoint tunnel.
And the Falcons have to win. Nocturn find themselves only 20 seconds behind and in control of P2. Rotation not quite landing there for Killy. He will get taken down. It's looking like the Falcons are going to have a rotation over towards P3. May well be to put them in a decent lead if they can hold on to it. But a lot of presence spawn out here from Falcons. Let's see what Nocturn can do with this pressure and this presence over towards this side of the map.
And Niall's just gone on a little bit of a tear there. Managed to get 2 on that last hill. Used the cruise, got another kill for it as well. And Exnid, though, shuts it all down. Killy going to try and get into this point. Stun is going to be out. They've got through the gap here. There's an opportunity for Nocturn to break.
Now, working on his 6th. He'll probably just want to try and play his life here.
It'll be a second streak as well. Did he get it? He got it. He definitely got it. Khaled gets him, and before his teammate takes him down. And they've broken this.
It's a disaster. Honestly, the spawns were not kind to Falcons. They had the rotation pretty much locked in. Still spawning on it. Looking like the Brave may potentially come back through, though. The pressure that can just flow in from towards top 3. It just does make a difference. But now if you're Keza, you're trying to do something with it. Cannot. 15 seconds to go. Every single second looking like it's going to go Falcons' way. You're not going to continue to survive here in the middle of the map if you are Call of Duty momentarily. A Bodhi not going to be able to do anything. Kills straight across the board. But a potential opening now for Nocturn. Can you get some decent time over towards P4? Easier said than done.
Here we go. This is where it gets a little bit tricky here. The Falcons are here first, but they're not worried about the time. And look for the kills. There's the first. They want to get onto it. They make him as well, but Niall having an incredible game. He's 22 and 12. But somehow they're still behind. Probably because of Xnid, 23 and 14.
Doing his best. Shooting very straight, as he often does. No shot. Snapper not quite there on denial. But is that going to be a potential difference maker? Falcons soaking up some great time. Rotation, though, is going to be here for Nocturn. They need to make sure they make it count. They are going to find themselves around 30 to 40 points behind. By the time we do get over towards this Junkyard Hill, they need some good time here.
Well, so we're going to be looking for the full lock-in. Here comes the stack. You can already see it as well. And Xnid just destroys the Tane. They're going to call in the crews as well. This is going to push Nocturn out. They're not going to have the opportunity to hold on for that for as much as they want. They've got to try and get through, and they didn't go far enough. 2 down. Niall responds with his own. Doesn't find any.
And that's that kind of moment where you've got to maybe just sit tight. Maybe gets a little bit excited with the cruise missile at that stage. Falcons can very much win it here at Junk.
The Tane is waiting for a Bodhi to move. They don't know, though. They have no idea he's here.
Did they see him? They didn't see him.
Finds the first. Kez has found it as well. Still, though, on the outside. Nocturn, it looks like it's going a map 5-ton. I just can't see them winning it from here.
It's so tough from this situation. Falcons have dug the trenches. They've battened down the hatches. They are holding down every single second, and we will be seeing another map number 5. Bravo goes that way, as does Alpha. Search and Destroy to decide both these two games. And looking at the standings, Brycey, this is a huge map for both Nocturn and Revived. Omit and Falcons should be fine sending a 3-2, of course, but things could change very, very quickly in these standards, Brycey. We'll keep a fluid look at it as things do go on. We'll have it, obviously, straight after as well, but things have got a little bit crazy with these results if they do go certain kind of ways.
It really is as well, and who knows? This is going to be the scoreboard from the end of that one. Now 25 and 16 for the L, because Xnid dropped 30 and 17 with a huge amount of damage. They're going to go the distance.
I mean, I know I gas them up every week, but Xnid still might be one of the most exciting talents here in European Challenges. The kid is ridiculous. 30 and 17. It's a big game from him. 5.5k on your forehead to send us to map number 5. I mean, does a streak make the difference, doesn't it? Towards that rotation. You can see, obviously, it was a 3-2 win. Nocturn, a very, very close map number 1. Nocturn, for them to advance, I think I've just been told this correctly. Looking over towards it, Nocturn need Revive to lose, I believe, and Nocturn need to win if they want a chance for top 4.
Well, it looks like, obviously, bearing in mind that both could win or both could lose here, Revived have the advantage. They will have the tiebreaker between the two of them. So, yeah, Nocturn has to win, Revived has to lose for this to change in time, ready for playoffs.
Stressful scenes. Stressful scenes indeed. I mean, it's a huge game. A huge game for both these two teams. Nocturn Esports, you need to find the win. You need to hope Revived do not do the same. I'm stressed. I'm not even involved, mate. I don't know what to tell you. This is a huge moment for both these two teams. Your last opportunities, really, on the EU stage to be able to do something. Of course, you do have champs coming up very, very shortly. Can you do anything there? But it's a different story. You want the quality in your region. You want the bragging rights, and you can only do that if you get into playoffs.
Yeah, you certainly can, and that's why everybody's a bit stressed now going into it as well. For Omit, obviously, they don't want to drop any further down the rankings, and they want to take the win regardless, but the playoffs aren't really in contest for them. Both games actually going a very similar way, Ton.
Yeah, they're very, very identical. Both these two teams exchanging different modes. Nobody apparently a favorite heading into map number 5. Look, I mean, relevant of how the Search and Destroy went map number 2. You are talking about our back-to-back champions in Omit. Ever so slight change in roster after the first season. Hixie brought in, but they have never looked back from here. This game will not make a difference realistically to their playoff chances. They will already have secured them. But a better seed will definitely help. And you do not want to be dropping map number 5s just before playoffs kick off.
You don't, and this is where the push is going to come through. Genesis just working his way over. He's going to see Vortex. Vortex wins the gunfight, though. Genesis was aware that something might be happening. And for Revive now, they want to try and get this bomb down an 8. And that's a huge flank again from Kez. Everybody's spread, ton.
Oh, he's been a thorn in their side, hasn't he? Kez having a hell of a game. I thought he was fantastic last week when we got to see him too. And has continued that vein of form. Vortex down in an awkward little spot. They just won't be expecting this, surely. Okay, no, they will. Kez reads it. That's 2 kills for him in the round. Now, all of a sudden, this opened things up for Revived. Weeman can't find the shots on the cross, but will continue to survive. Site control. Bomb is going to go down here for Revived as well. Can you stop it?
They can potentially double nades what they're looking for. There's a second leg going in, but it gets nothing.
Wow.
And Connor takes out Weeman. That double nade was not timed the way they would want it to be. And it now means they have to run the gauntlet. Mythics. It's a 1 versus 3, and you can keep the dream alive, but this might be a little bit too far.
It's sometimes tough on the first round as the defensive side, right? You got no trophies to help combat what will be inevitable aggression over towards this A side. Mythic still up. 15 seconds, there ain't nowhere, right?
Nobody's checking it yet. Connor will have to check and will die for it. And he knew if I haven't seen him in some time, he might be checking the angle, he might be holding. But regardless, I can make a move. My teammate can burn the timeout for me.
Good job he did check, though. A couple of seconds' time. Things might have got very, very scary. We switch sides. I don't think Omit will be too perplexed by that one. As mentioned, those defensive rounds without trophies, it's a little bit tough at times. It can be tough for the attacking teams as well, though, but they just make sure they're aggressive, concentrated effort. Now they move over towards the defensive side themselves. Will Omit have the same fortunes?
Well, we're going to find out because they're going for a bit of a similar play, Tunt. Trying to work this A site. Weeman against Genesis, and the timing is unreal.
I don't want to say that Genesis has had his number during this series, but he definitely went toe-to-toe. 5 game deservedly find themselves here in this map number 5. A little bit more presence towards that A site. Look, they can do that, but now he has been stunned up and he should be dead to rights. Hixie sees the opportunity and takes it with both hands. A now potentially on the horizon now for Omit AU, but they are going to back up. Revive game will come over to check this, but a little bit of presence over towards the pool side. Revived are ready for it.
This is a wild call, by the way. Hey, I know you made the kill over there. Can you move completely over? It does seem to have worked. Maybe Revive Gaming have seen it, though. There's the first. Mythics finds one, but that will go down. It's a big trade. Mythics will get the second, and that'll be locked up, but valiant effort from Revived.
Yeah, I think that second coming in from Mythics just pretty much solidifies the round. Vortex already there, waiting for anybody to push up from the bar. Nicely done. Comes in there, cleans up the mess. But it's the second gunfight that he finds onto Connor. Gets rid of him. He loses that one. Yeah, okay, you will get killed by Kez anyway, but all of a sudden that puts Vortex in a 1 versus 2. Either way, Omit will find the round relatively comfortably in the end. 1 apiece. Now the opportunity for Revive to attack again. I don't think they'll have it as free over towards A this time.
Similar spread and pick. Vortex. This will be timing here. Luigi definitely has the advantage. Gonna get one. Stays alive. Stun gonna be out. Make sure nobody checks him. Worried about anybody going for this trade, but gets away very, very clean. And that's a large opener here as Omit find the second.
A little bit of presence here for Omit this time. Just a nice line across the middle of the map. Inspecting what's going on, but there's only 2 players remaining on the side of Revived, so this makes it extremely difficult. Luigi, Kez. Seeing what they can get going, but Omit very solid in this defensive round. Complete contrast to what round number 1 looked like.
This is a huge flank. Can he find enough? There's one. Looking for the second. It's almost poetry in motion. Not quite there at the end, but they will have the opportunity to get this bomb down.
Doming it up. Nades are inevitably going to come in. Mythics with the one over the top is not going to pay for it with his life. Kez not as quite as clinical as he maybe could have been with those shots, and Vortex will clean up Disarray. Kez left now in this 1 versus 3. Weeman has read it. He writ that book. And Kez will fall. 2-1 now to Omit. And that is... Well, I mean, it got a little bit scarier than they probably would have liked, but Omit find the win anyway.
Wow. That was kind of an interesting one, really. After Vortex gets that first one, could have been, if he'd found that second kill on the Vortex, who knows? It would have definitely made Omit EU panic a little bit more. They wouldn't have been able to kind of split the map as they did. But at least, Ton, and this is the most important thing, it's not all just been one-sided. There's been too much on that on the maps beforehand. I'd like to go the distance.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a disappointment if it was if it was one directional, but I mean, there's time. Yeah, we never know how this one's going to play out between these two. 3 spree for Vortex. That might be about to end. Oh no, it does continue to survive thanks to Mythics. Doesn't find the kill, but Vortex continuing. 3 more to make it the cruise missile, which can be ridiculously influential on this map.
Just being careful not to give anything else away. Revived. I'm going to be looking at a retake here. That bomb will go down. Vortex has already found one on the flank. Revive will want to swing into action here all at the same time. You can already see Kez looking. But Omid have not really given them any opportunity.
Just such a hard retake. There's just so little you can do. This right now left all on his own. Dead to rights. Omit just kind of swinging around the map at the right time. They find that first blood. The bomb goes down. It's a hard retake from the middle of the map, right? It's just so difficult when you set up your stall over towards A to try and then get control of the pool side. There is a joke about British people going on holiday, etc., etc., trying to put your whole, your towels down nice and early, Bryce. I know you're that guy. You're down there at 5:30. There's no question in my mind.
You think I'd wake up at 5:30? If you think I'd go on hot holidays as well,
well, that's fair.
He is my nemesis. So you've made a mistake there.
But I suppose my claim kind of stands.
Slow and steady here from Revive, though. They're looking like a B push. And this means it all comes down to Mythics. He's made that call. He's definitely seen a little bit of movement over here as Omid have come to join him.
Just on Overwatch right now. No need for Mythics to do anything silly here, but spotting Kez towards that left-hand side. He's got an entourage with him. Kez now going to spring into life and will spring straight into the claws of death. Just about continuing to survive, but his team are repositioning very, very nicely here. You can see Disarray's got himself in a position to get this bomb down. Nade over the top, not going to work. Now the information's there that Disarray is on this bomb. Can't get the bomb down, has to back on out. This is just nightmarish for Arrived. They need a flank here, Bryce.
I think they can get the bomb down. If they get it down, it really swings in their favour. Mythics will check. Oh, he doesn't move. Eventually does. Got to be careful. He's going to go for it as well.
What?
Does get the kill, but Connor will get the trade in. Down to a 3 versus 3. Omid have managed to get through some of the block points, though, but they are in trouble. There are players all over the pool. Vortex threads the needle into the water. Fortunately, the water saves another one. Wee Man going to find the last, and Omid, they get the retake.
That kill from Vortex is ridiculous. The fact he finds anything out of that position puts his team in an immediate advantage, and that advantage is now growing in terms of rounds. Omit EU 4-1 to the good. It's beginning to get a long way back here for Revive. They've done all the hard work. They know that Nocturn might be putting themselves in a very good position up against Falcons as well. Tough scenes if you're a Revive fan. This is not looking great for them.
Can they make this comeback? Can they flip that switch that they have done so many times in this series alone? And the connotations, realistically, they want this win to lock in playoffs. They win it, they are guaranteed to make playoffs. They can still do it, because Nocturne will also have to win their game to take them down. But just having it in your own hand is always a little bit better. But first blood going to go down. Kez tries to make the hero play. Hasn't found it, though. And Hixie finds the second.
As he so often does. And now all of a sudden, Revive Gaming, your backs are against the wall. Wee Man on a 5 spree, looking to make it 6. Mythics is here just to continue his reign of terror. It's been difficult. This bomb's going to go down for absolutely nothing. Best case scenario here for Desiree is you find Wee Man, you get him off that 6 spray.
He's moving a little bit mad there. Absolute craziness. Jumps off the bomb, goes, here, you know what, I'll check my own trade. Jumps straight back as well. We're going to see it. Away, back, dead. Revive Gaming looking in firm control, Ton.
I'm surprised he doesn't just bait for Wee Man there, to be honest with you. I feel like it's selfish plays going out from Hixie. But I think at this stage in the game, they know it might be theirs.
Is there a way back for Revived? A huge fight all the way through to fall at this final hurdle. It's going to be an A attack, and there's going to be a lot of pressures down through mid as well. Can they get into this before Omit swoop?
Oh,
no.
Hixie's hit him in the direct impact. This might be over.
2 versus 3.
Look at the positioning. No, how has Desiree managed to get himself in this spot? But Wolfpacking or Omit.
They're flipping it as well. Passing each way. Wee Man has split off. He's like, I'll just take a little gander at B. Going to see Connor. Huge gunfight. Backs away. Knows he doesn't want to go down here. The rest of Omit will now have to make the way across. Oh my god, Revive Gaming. They're going to rotate into the teeth here of Omit EU. Mythics down. Another gunfight. Vortex will find one. Connor's going to be there. It's a 1 versus 2 for Connor to keep them alive in this S&D. Wee Man is posted.
There's nothing you can do. Connor has to go for the challenge. He's just being played with. They're playing with their food. Vortex will get the first shots in the final ones of this series. Omit, dominant in map number 5, will get the job done. A shaky series from them, but they will take the win. Revive Gaming, you could have done with that win. It would have solidified your spot in playoffs. And now you need to wait on the map number 5 on the other side of things to find out if you're playing tomorrow.
This is the sinking feeling. Your game is finished. You did not put up a fight. And on the other side, deciding whether or not you make playoffs is another team throwing down. Nocturn have the opportunity to take them out of playoffs if they win a single S&D against Falcons.
I mean, we'll be jumping into that one pretty much immediately, I would imagine, unless it's already done. But, like, what a dominant performance from Omit in the end. I think Revive will be super disappointed that they forced their way through to get to this map number 5 and just did not make it count. Mythic's leaving the lobby pretty much immediately. 0-7 for Genesis. He was so good throughout the entire series and drops a donut on map 5. That is tough.
Yeah, you're right. He did an absolutely incredible series. Was not expecting the donut, but it's crazy. Crazy how that entire series went down. One side was pretty much always the dominant. But that's not just the only story. Let's jump over to our secondary stream here. Nocturn versus Team Falcons. The winner of this game, if it's Nocturn, will go into the playoffs for Falcons. It just will improve where they are seeded. So both teams fighting for this one. Obviously, Nocturn probably won't know what the result of this Revive Gaming is yet.
Well, I mean, everybody who's had 2 streams open will know exactly what's going on here. We will be finding out very shortly ourselves. Obviously, we can't keep an eye on both games at the same time. I wouldn't like to give my attention to anything else apart from the game we're commentating, but here we are. I was about to say evenly poised. Falcons with a 4-3 lead, yes, but Khalid 7 spree. And that is a cruise missile on Highrise Search and Destroy, and this is a big push over towards A pretty much immediately from the attacking team as well. Going to be backed on down. Khalid is shooting absolute missiles out of his MCW. He's 11-3. It's a 9 spree.
Khalid does not want them to go to playoffs. Hates them. A 9 spree. Just wild chows. Still moving. Detain. A little bit of timing here. A little bit of timing. Gonna find one. Back down to a 2 versus 2. Unfortunately, Roxas finds Nile. Detain's still moving, but doesn't have Barman. Khalid has backed up massively.
Detain waiting for something to happen. 35 cents to go. Don't know if you would have seen the bombers. Obviously, may have started to play around that there, but defensive positioning 101. It feels like Falcons are just wary of a push coming in from the underground. Maybe they had eyes on D10 earlier in the round there. Either way, this bomb is looking like it might be able to go down over towards B. Collin's about to check him with the way that he has been shooting. The tin might be dead very, very quickly. They did not see him.
He's escaped. He's going to recheck the bomb. Jump back out.
Again. $25.
Diffusing. Is he going to recheck it? I think he is.
He has to.
Going to find it as well. Oh, he saw the flash too late though. Oh no! They're going to lose it. I don't think they would have won it anyway. Falcons were overwatching. But you saw the foot went. No, that's just a foot. That can't defuse. And look where he was. Above him.
Oh, yeah. Just really good positioning in the Alpha from Falcons. Even if he finds that first kill, it doesn't matter, does it? He's not going to get out of there in that position. And now all of a sudden, match point for Falcons. Nocturn, you need 3 rounds in a row to secure playoffs. Khalid has a cruise missile.
And this could be the issue. If they get bombed down here, Falcons, that cruise missile will come in, and I don't really... Oh, we still go for it straight away. This is the call.
Open the map up.
Everybody run, everybody hide. Do not take him down. Here he goes. Let's try and swing it through the windows. I might get it here. It's a good cruise. That player is alive. Bomb down.
But the damage is done. You may well not find anybody, but the map has been completely taken over by Falcons. Nocturn need to fight from the back foot to try and find this round, to try and survive in this season.
Khalid takes the first. 10 streak. Doesn't go down. Doesn't even go down. Kessler will find Roxas. Khalid will get out of there. Looking for Turtle. Still alive. Somehow. Just walking through the map. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The defuse potential. The defuse potential. The Falcons aren't looking. The Falcons aren't looking. They haven't managed to do anything here, and that is going to be defused. Kessler will find the kills as well. And Nocturne had everything to do and did it.
How on earth have they managed to turn that one around? Khalid is zeroed in on the player on the flank. Bodhi is there to pick it up. Keza gets the call out. Keza gets at least 3 in that round. It might have been all 4. Who the hell knows? We'll find out in a second, but still match point for the side of Falcons. And it was an ace for Keza to keep Nocturne in elite challenges this season.
Holy moly. Here we go. Still a difficult one. Still all on Nocturne to do.
Good start.
Down.
There's a 5. One more and he gets another cruise. And as you can't throw rounds away trying to play for it. Oh, you get the eyes on X-Nid, but Roxas is there to pick it up now. Keza, tail between these legs, will have to get the hell out of dodge. Killy, does he know that the read is coming here? Khalid will make the push. He's got some company as well. Can't find anything. Keza can't hit his shots.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Niall left alone. 6 health in a dream, running for his life. Gonna go around. Sees Roxas, but will be pinched here surely. Too many bodies against him. It's gonna be a big gunfight, and Khalid will take them down. And Nocturne will not go to the playoffs. They are out.
That's so tough, because the thing is that Keza's got to try and play for the cruise, right? You're 2 rounds down, but it's almost like they play around trying to get a hold of it that little bit too much. It's so tough because you know you get that cruise missile. If he finds another kill, you put yourself in the advantage. You find the round, you're heading into potentially around 11 that you've used the cruise missile to get there, or you've got it in that round 11. Your eyes light up. You think of that as the must-win situation. It's your ace in the hole. You do not get it. You don't find the round. You don't find the map. That's your season done. Just like that. Very, very close game, though. I mean, look, fair play to Nocturne. Pushing Falcons all the way is no mean feat whatsoever. Very, very good job. But could not get the job done. It is a all-time performance from Carl. 13-4.
Wow. Just huge in the end. Just wouldn't be shut down. And opportunities for Nocturne. Just couldn't find it. Overcommitted in some areas. But in the end, they do not get the point they desperately needed. And it is really just one of those disappointing ones for them. I mean, good enough on the first hard point to just get it done. Good enough on the control. Unfortunately, not good enough anywhere else.
And that is how things will end in Group A. You can see 1 and 4 across the board for Revived, Nocturn, and Maestro. Revived are the ones that ultimately get the job done just about because of their tiebreaker up against the other squads. They find it, they will go through in 4th. We have 2 more games to go tonight, though, in Europe. Ricey, they're going to be coming up shortly.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just a little bit more to go. But the teams have had a long run, and sometimes it does end with a bit of heartbreak. It does mean we will have everything to come in the second half, though. More teams trying to make it to playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break on Challengers Elite in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Challenge Elite here in Europe. We've had our first set of games. We're jumping into our second on the other group. It's been an interesting time so far. You can see how Group A has ended. Exceptional, 4-1. Omit EU, 4-1. Falcons, 4-1. And then on the other side of it, Revive Gaming, Nocturn, and Maestro, all 1-4.
Huge game here, though, in Group B, as things will continue. Clutch, Rain, War. 2-2 are going up against 22 Esports, which is quite a coinky dangle, but here we are. Look, for Clutch Rain War, this has been such a... I want to say it has been disappointing, Bryce. Like, I think it's fair to say that. You look at this roster on paper, they should be very much up there with Fire Media. They should be challenging them to be unbeaten. They are 2-2. They've lost some games they absolutely should not have. They'll be going up against 22 Esports here and thinking to themselves, let's solidify it. I want to know the permutations of exactly how things are going to go down. We'll get them over to you guys at home. But it's just been such a topsy-turvy season. Like, I mean, you've seen some brilliant moments from them. Look at the Cobra specifically, Harry or Lucifer specifically. These guys have been fantastic. But they just haven't been able to string together that many results, sitting at 2-2 in our standings at the moment.
Well, we'll see, because they are on... I think it's an outside chance depending on how they get through. Obviously, this is a big game for them, but I will agree with your disappointing kind of analysis in the fact that we hold them to such a high standard.
Of course.
And it looked so good to begin with as well. If I remember correctly, as I was looking through some of the statistics, players like Cobra are third in KD so far in Elite. Right, the only people who are beating them, fun enough, is Rencor and Super. After Super had that ridiculous like 2.44 KD game or whatever. So realistically, they should be doing very well. All of this team basically in the upper echelon in terms of statistics, and yet performance-wise, still 2-2.
I mean, you need to get something done here, right? You're going up against 22 Esports. In my mind, now this is where I turn into one of the team who decide who are the the back-end staff who figure out the games, the admins. This is where I turn into one of them. I believe if Clutch Rain lose this game and Funhouse win their game, I think Clutch Rain War do not make playoffs.
Well,
somebody please confirm before I look like an idiot, please.
Stage is set. Dens opens up with a 2 Semtex, and wow, that does give a little bit extra flavor to this one. It will be a massive upset, but we did say week 1 of the Elite was massive upsets anyway.
I mean, it's the I believe they lost the Funhouse, right? Clutch Rain 1?
I think so, yeah. I think that was what we were surprised at.
So that will be a tiebreaker in terms of how things break down if they do go on to lose this. I mean, obviously, they all currently haven't lost a point on the hard point yet, so that's always a good way to start it. Doesn't matter if you go on to win this series. But Funhouse are going up against Rihanna Padre at the same time, who was 0-4. So they may well go on to win that game. Clutch Rain, you got to win.
Oh, they're trying very
Good
hard.
Start.
Harry having a great time at the moment. Flawless right now. Haven't lost a single point. Trying to hit the wall bang. Got a toe. Not going to do an awful lot of damage. Never mind that, will.
But enough. Oh, there you go. Cruise missile off the back of a P1 hold. Not too sure if that is our side of things. That looks like a potential drop. That is a tough one for Clutch Rain War, especially in the position that they were in. Looking like that hard drop there is unfortunate. We hopefully get back into that one. It's a good start, though. If they could just repeat that, that'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the... How do I put this in a great way? That is one of the most disappointing results you could have if you're Clutch Rain X War, because you're like, hey, we've just done it perfect. You know, we're perfect into P2 on the rotation, cruise missile in the pocket. Harry hasn't died, and now it means nothing. All that double nade won't happen again.
You think of the moments that you can get with that cruise missile on this map specifically. You think about those P3 rotations, which are so important for P2 into P3. You found 55 on the first hill, but at the same time, I suppose, you know, you have those starts. That doesn't happen just because of luck. That doesn't happen just because of a couple of kills here and there. That is very much a dominating start. If they can absolutely do that again with the way that things did start for them. But for 22 Esports, there's an opportunity to do the complete opposite of what you just did. You need to try and bring something back. And look, they have found some results here and there. 22 Esports find themselves sitting at 2-2. I believe they need... I mean, I'm looking towards it. How did they do up against the Funhouse? It looks like they found the victory, so they may well be okay here. Give me the thing. I'm not 100% sure, man. I don't know why I tried to figure it out and release this statement at the beginning of the game to say which I think where things are going, but I'll let somebody who's a lot smarter than me figure that one out, and there are many of those people.
Hey, don't put yourself down. Obviously, you know, anything could happen. Sometimes you've got to stop predicting the future and just live life in the moment. And that sounds wonderfully philosophical, but for me, it's actually the other way.
I was going to say, you don't strike me as a big live, laugh, love guy, but you're just going to plaster it all over your living rooms. Here we are. 22 Esports.
Yeah, we've completely lost the plot here. 22 Esports. That'd be Overlay, Krull, and Zappy. Obviously looking to take this win as well. It's going to be a tough game for them, but I was going to say this as well. I forgot to say the other way. Great logo.
Yeah, I'm not sure what relevance it has to the number 22, but I'm down for it. I'm down for anything that is not just letters, etc., etc. Look, I like a bit of what's the word for fancy writing? Like it's completely a skip. That's the one. I'm down for some solid base level on that, but any kind of character that you can have to represent yourself as well, I'm even more down for that. I'm down for the bear.
Anyway, while we're talking about everything but the game going on as we wait to find out what the result is, Clutch Rain X War versus 22 Esports. These will be the maps. Vista Hardpoint, which we saw single hill of, then Invasion, Search and Destroy, Karachi Control, Rio, Hardpoint, and Highrise, Search and Destroy to end things out if we get there.
I still think Clutch Rain will be feeling very confident that they can find this series. We should be finding out exactly what's going on in that first map and finding out how we're gonna figure things out very, very quickly. But look, I think if you wall Clutch Rain wall, whichever way you want to start that one, you are still confident in this series. That's the kind of start that you want. For 22 Esports, though, it looks like they may well have another opportunity to right that wrong, but there was still a lot of hard points to be played out. Look, it may well have been a 55-0 start. It puts you in a really good spot, as good of a possible spot you could be in after one hill, but that does not make it a hard point, and things could have changed very, very quickly from there. So let's see how things are going to go on the second iteration of this one. You can't call anything off one hill, unfortunately, for the side of Clutch Rain.
No, you can't. I suspect, I mean, the most common thing is a full reset, but obviously there'll be some debate going on in the background. The admins will make the call, not the casters. That's not how it works. We just tell you what... Well, no, I mean, if you ever watch the chat, they believe we do stuff, but we have no input on what the admin decision is ever. And we never try to either, because that way you can't have a go at us. It's just the way of the world. The admins will decide. We'll tell you what the admins decide. And we will go through. And speaking of which, here is what is going to happen. Full reset. We're going to go back into that first hard point all even. For Clutch Rain X War, they'll be trying to have the same start.
Good of you to make that executive decision, Bryce. Thanks for that one. If you can press the start game button as well, so we can jump into this as soon as possible, that'd be great. But again, I've reiterated at this point, for 22 Esports, it's an opportunity to not have that terrible of a start. For Clutch Rain War, I think in this situation, you just sort of say, right, let's just play the same game. We know how good we are. It was one hill. We were up 55. What can we do with 2 or 3? Well, let's hopefully find out this time around.
Well, let's have a little look. Oh, look, those nades didn't work this time. And it does mean they will get this point first, but a little bit of a better start here for 22 Esports. And they take a little bit more of a cautious approach.
Hasn't necessarily worked, though. Cobra will find a couple, and they will eventually make some inroads. So they've already done better at this stage of the game. Eventually going to themselves a couple of points over towards P1. But again, similar story for Clutch Rain War. Find themselves in a position to get some decent time over towards P1. P2 rotation going to be coming in just a second. 25 seconds to play for here, though. And that's a momentary 3 dead. Cruel's in a position to maybe slow this one down, but is the damage already done? As rotations over towards P2. Incoming in 15.
Cobra's up times 2 as well. It's a huge start for them. And Denza's going to try and just hold this one for a second. And we have been told this is actually a little bit different. It is not a full reset. I repeat, this is not a full reset map here. Clutch Rain X War will actually have 47 points already on the board. That means if you've got your math correct, they will need to reach 203 before 22 Esports reach 250.
Well, yeah, let's just do the simple maths on that one then. 203 is the target there for Clutch Rain 1. Into it we go. 22 Esports. What can you do to prevent that? Makes it such an awkward game now. So difficult to try and come back from. But Clutch Rain War, I suppose, you know, they had such a dominant start the first time. Why not do it 2 times in a row?
Well, that's what they'll be looking for here. They're trying to put more pressure on. They know they can really hammer 22 Esports all the way through this. And there's another one. They've managed to get it done, and they've ripped this one away. The rotation, though, is going to be massive for them. Already you can see Krull having to back up, waiting for reinforcements to come in. Clutch Rain are just running through them on this map at the moment. They're not even slowing down.
I have a feeling that that 203 line that they have to hit might not make too much of a difference with the way that things have been going so far. 22 Esports yet to get anything going. Denza will back them down here. P3 control about to come through for them as well. Really good position to be in. I mean, if you can find a way through if you overlay, then great. And you have done. Yeah, haven't got a read on this whatsoever. Finds a way through, gets a bit of time, and Denza on a spin will not find the kill. Might find it very, very shortly, though. Overlay blows aim. Will eventually get taken down. Denza making hard work of this. It seemed like they were in a good position. 22 Esports fought their way through.
Yeah, they will get that scrap time. You can see the rotation here, though, for Clutch Rain X War. Waiting. They know they just need the best position possible. Bit of a chow from Bance, and doesn't do anything in the end, but means he has to come back off the respawn. The pressure is now mounting. 22 Esports have an opportunity.
Find their way through. This could be the turning point in the game. Overlay with a huge win up against Harry, and all of a sudden, the break is perfect. 4 kills in a row from Lampy. But you need to be so good in this game if you are 22 Esports. Where can you go with this?
The only way really is up. Continue the pressure. Here it comes. Huge from it as well. Cobra will get Lampy. Denzel will get a second one as well. And Crawl's going to come under pressure from every single direction. Only one player left alive. It's Zappy. He'll try and make a kill here to alleviate a bit of the pressure. It's not going to work. All it does is take them off for about 3 seconds. And they are going for the rotation. This one can be a money haul if you get the setup locked. Not going to be easy, though.
They needed to count for every single second that they may get the opportunity of. Krill will find 2, though. Vance falls. Now Dead's trying to do the hard work to try and find his way through. Have they got any tools to break this one down? Just to remind you guys at home, Clutch Rain War are less than 100 points away from closing out this game.
Denza is not going to be able to get it. Will be the trade still. 22 Esports, great rotation from them, though. They are still holding this, bringing this game right back into contest. Vance trying to stay alive for long enough, not going to. Overlay still dancing around this point. The rest of Clutch Rain X War are just being cut down in every single direction they go. They can't even really get close.
Turning this back into contention, but 2 kills coming through there. 100% help them out. Banstow falls, Cobra falls. All of a sudden, the awkward positioning coming in from 22 Esports is worked out perfectly as Overlay spins. The call-out comes through. Denza was already weak. And that is the hold. And that is some good time for 22 Esports.
They're still going to continue as well. Look at this. They are not going down. Almost back to a tie game as they've really hit the accelerator in this one. Be looking for this player as well. He's going to find him. A little bit weak, but not that weak. Eventually will fall to Bance. More players coming through. Overlay looking to try and take down Bance and will. But still, momentum on the side of 22 Esports. Eventually just get his nose shot off there by Cobra.
Still a good time though for Clutch Rain War. Still only find themselves around 80 points away from finding a map number 1 win. Remember, after the reset, 203 and done for Clutch Rain War. Just to remind you guys it up.
And that is slowly working its way towards them. And you can see 22 Esports really digging in the hills. They know they're still down, not only in this game, but obviously with the extra points. Have to keep pushing the tempo. This P1 to P2 could be massive for them. 22 Esports want to push through this. Don't want to give up the scrap time either. But also have to make some inroads.
You do so much here if you're 22 Esports. You technically 190 to 125 down here. Kinda? No. Other way. I don't know. Maths hurts. Let's continue. Rotation over towards P2 now. Coming in for Clutcher and War. And by rights, they are not going to be far away if they can hold on the rest of the time here at P2.
22 Esports trying to split the map a little bit. Pushing through mid. Harry eventually will drop, opening up, but Denzel will get this trade. And that's a huge gunfight as well. Now a bit more pressure coming on. They know two different directions. Lost a little bit of mid control. Denzel will lock it back in. Just fighting from the back foot here. Clutch Rain to hold on for as long as possible. Eventually losing some of these trades, but therefore they get into it. Cobra taking down Crawl, allowing Bans to reposition.
Such a good position now for Clutcher and War, but opportunities are going to be presented here for 22 Esports. They're now in a good spot over towards P2. They're finding the kills to stop anybody pushing over towards P3, but they need to find a couple more. Clutcher and War are very much only 12 seconds away from the win. They only need 203 points to close out map number 1.
And this might be over. That is a decent distance. Get back on the point. You've got 11 seconds. They have to now go for it. 3 seconds to go. Feels weird, but we're ending right now. That is game done. The game is over. Be the game. It's weird not having the victory screen in the final kill cam. feels like anticlimactic almost, but it was a little bit one-sided for just the side of Clutch Rain X War.
I've never known that to happen ever. I'll be honest. But here we are, 203 points for Clutch Rain War to get a hold of to find the win. They did have a really good start in that previous iteration of the game before we did have that drop. Look, I think realistically, irrelevant of whatever would have happened, they would have won that map. They looked stronger throughout. But 22 Esports with a mountain to climb in that situation, and Clutch Rain War will find an important map number 1 in the series. Heading on though, they've got to be feeling confident. That is a pretty much dominant 2 maps that they found themselves in technically map number 1 on Vista Hardpoint, and they will find the win. A lot of work to do here for 22 Esports. Not really a lot to write home about in that one, Bryce.
No, I mean, that P1 break obviously didn't go well for them either time. That might have been the biggest issue. First time, they couldn't even kill Harry. The second time, again, huge amount of points for them. They did fight back pretty well. Going into the bridge hill, they certainly got an awful lot of points. And you can see the Clutch Rain X War couldn't get anywhere near it. They just needed a couple more hills like that. And unfortunately, weren't able to do so. But let's take a look at our second game here in the groups as well. It will be Rihanna Padre versus the Funhouse.
Now, this is a big game for Funhouse. They absolutely have to win it. Rihanna Padre sitting at 0-4. Can they turn it around here, you know, towards the latter stages of the season? They won't find themselves in playoffs. It is an impossible task for them to do so. But hey, let's make it fun, huh? Let's see if they can do anything yet.
Yeah, a little bit of pride on the line. One thing else. For the Funhouse, they just want this one done. They are currently behind. You can tell they're already looking for the rotation. They've got players stacked for it. Will he get the right timing? Dizzy, the main man, will be stunned here. Unfortunately, there should be a Chow. There's going to be a nade first, then a Chow. Tries to get away. The rest of his teammates not there to really back him up for this trade yet, Tom.
Nobody here. Rihanna Padre in a good position to pick up some good time here. And it's looking like it was a very, very close first rotation between these two teams. But this really can be the difference maker. But through the front door come the Funhouse. Dizzy and Rezi making the job look nice and easy. 35 seconds to play for here. Narek needs some help.
Just laying down, playing his life. All this does do is split the aim of all of the Funhouse. And that is not going to work out on the rotation. Chunk desperately just fighting for his life. Eventually will fall down to Vinny. And this game really is going back and forth here at the moment. Padre still in the lead.
Just sticking with Padre now. Is that what we're going for?
Yep. Made the executive decision.
Okay. You do make all the decisions around here, so, you know, let's continue on. Rihanna Padre looking very, very good for this rotation up towards P4. But now need to turn this one around pretty quickly. Been good so far from Padre. Finding 4 in a row for you, Vinny. In a good position here for rotation coming through. Nadok's now in an awkward spot as well. Dizzy could be dead right if it wasn't for the pistol that came out very, very quickly. But still an awkward position for Funhouse here. You, just to remind you, absolutely need to win if they do want to make playoffs.
There you go. Oh, the timing? The positioning? They're going to double tally it, and he's going to find one and the second. They didn't check the close corner as effectively as they wanted to, and now Chunk's like, can I even do anything here?
Absolutely not. And there's number 6 coming in from clean. And now all of a sudden you have a cruise missile in your back pocket. You have 2 cruise missiles in your back pockets. That's a huge position for Padre to be in now. Should be able to find themselves 1-0 up if they can close this one out. They're about to break 200.
This is a huge hold for the Funhouse. You don't see Padre have split the map. Look at them trying to try and hit this from every single angle. And the cruise missile. It's going to disrupt them massively. Going to get blooded. Going to get the second in. And now they will swarm. They are actually going to try and hit every single entrance. Their players have flanked all the way through.
Now, P1 is a mixy one at times. And hard to really establish control over. So I'm not 100% sure about that cruise missile coming in for that Bricey. But still with themselves a 60-point and rising lead. Who am I to question it at this stage? Okay, trying to get something done here. Just trying to lock this one down. P2 rotation looking like it was momentarily in the hands of the Funhouse, but all of a sudden, Naddox has found his way around. He's forced Funhouse out. And if you're all on your own, if you are Wardy, you have got some hard work to do here.
They've got to break it, and they're just not able to do much at all. 2 seconds left for it. Wardy gets found, gets taken down, and this has been very one-sided. Funhouse not having fun at the moment.
Tizzy's the only one who can answer back. I will just find some crazy shots. 4 in a row from him. Padre looking like they can close this one out. Another cruise missile is in. That one is looking solidified. 1-0 up for Padre, presumably. Presumably. I do believe we got primaries done.
Yeah, I think we're going to jump out of this one. This game is all but done. I don't think we're going to see the flawless return. Let's jump out. Let's jump into our main game for that one. But Padre getting that first win against the Funhouse. On the other side of it, of course, we have our main game of the evening. This is 22 Esports versus Clutch X War. Clutch X War won the hard point, and now on the S&D are defending. Taking a bit of map control as well, Tom.
On the other. Put yourself in a good position to make a push over towards the B side. You absolutely want to be hitting that with all the utility you possibly can do. Big shots coming in from Lampy. Bance gets deleted. Now Cobra left momentarily all on his own. Clutch War never far away.
Just got to be careful. You have the advantage. You have the opportunity. Oh. They can get into this here. How outnumbered is Cobra?
Very. To answer your question. Yeah, it's always tough. They're trying to get over, try and put themselves in a position to help him out. Great shots from Harry, but it will matter not. 22 Esports, one to the good.
And that's what Clutch X War are probably most afraid of. Their S&D hasn't always looked flawless. I wonder how much pressure they are feeling. Normally, you've said before, you know, it's normally a little bit of a race with the war team going against them, trying to make sure that they, you know, can beat Omit. This time, I'm actually worried for their playoff place.
It's helping that, well, I presume Padre closed down map number 1 up against Funhouse. The fact that Padre are winning that does leave both these two teams in a very good position, I believe. Let's see how things continue, though. Good start for 22 Esports in the Search and Destroy. That attacking round is never a bad thing to have first off. Just so much pressure, so much, I want to say, presence of the utility that can be used over towards speed. It's just something you got to constantly think about if you're the defensive team. Now you got to think about a really difficult gunfight if your overlay finds one, gets traded. Not the end of the world. The A-side control is nailed down for Clutch Wall. 22 Esports gonna have to go for the retake.
We're in a good position for it as well. Cruel versus Cobra. Timing.
Good to see him.
Oh, Cobra almost got Renetti'd. Not going to happen now. They will check the bomb again very, very quickly. Lampy and Zappy will have to make... Are they just switching sides? No, they're going together. I thought they were about to switch sides.
Difficult one. Oh, especially when Cobra is shooting this straight. There's another kill for him. The scoreboard at the top right corner might not be correct, but I promise the boy is frying right now. Zappy might be the next on the chopping block. Sees him crossing. There's another for Cobra. It's a minimum of 3 from him. And Clutch War will tie things up in dominant fashion.
Well, easy in the end. Getting that first bomb down after Bance basically just sacrificed his life. Jumped out, pulled him a bit out of position. They get it done, but still 1-1 between these two squads as we flip around. 22 Esports turn to attack. Good the first time. Can they do it again?
Just to confirm, Rihanna, Padre did manage to find map number 1 up against the Funhouse. Put themselves in a very, very good position in that series. That's a long way to go for both those two teams. Same to be said here. Got Train War against 22 Esports. Cobra this time around will have a trophy system, will have some help. So should be able to have a better go at defending B all on his own.
Waiting for it. Trying to find something. Trophy working so far. Oh my goodness, rips his head off. Zappy's gone down. This has really blundered the attack here. They were hoping to work B again. They've already left Lampy just trying to watch the flank, and now two of them will have to work out a way to get through this.
So tough, especially we can see the setup here now from Cuttrain. 22 Esports here looking for a potential mistake to be made. Big push going to come on through here, though. Bance under pressure. A lot of it as well is going to back them down, though, and continue to survive, but still needs help. A lot of players around this area taking some bullets from behind as well. And Bance just continue to survive. He's repositioned himself so well. How on earth is he surviving this round?
Still alive. It's going to be chowed here, though. Eventually we'll go down, and oh my goodness! Cobra had to stay alive there and not give them the disadvantage. After what was a nightmare. A 1v1. Has to go for the kill. Can't do anything else. Finds him! Fortunately, they win the gunfight. How did that even get close?
Whew. Scary moment for Harry. Lampy just throwing caution to the wind. Knows he needs to challenge somewhere. And Harry just about gets the job done. Felt like a comfortable round for the most part from Cuttrain. I mean, Bance just did so well to survive. Now found themselves 2-1 up. 22 Esports trying to fight their way back into this one, but that was a big round, it felt like.
Let's see. Lucifer trying to thread the needle. Not going to get anything for it. Bit of a push here from Denza. But you can see right now, Cuttrain X War not really pushing too aggressively.
Denza now making the move over towards this B side. A 2-round cushion would be a more comfortable position to be in. If you Cuttrain what? B seems to be around. Nobody behind Tractor, so you can start to make this push. One player pushing through dark though. Denza spots him. Did Lampy see him? I think he did, just based on his positioning. See, everybody else from Cuttrain Wall have got eyes on over towards the tank, so information gained for both teams. Smoke's down. Well played. Well played. Denza and Cobra bait out the smoke over towards B, run straight through dark, and the round has burst wide open.
Still gonna get this bomb down. There is a little bit of an opportunity. Maybe they can play the clock, but Cobra is hunting, and we'll find it. And now Zappy's like, well, maybe if there is a miracle, maybe they all line up for me. They're just going to get pressured. They take the easy kill, and Cuttrain X War get another round ton.
Nice position to be in now. 3-1 to the good. Lance jumping round. Zappy dealt with. Yeah, I mean, look, they've just controlled the map very, very well. Putting themselves in fantastic spots. And just pressuring the map where they need to. It was just the movement that came through dark from Denza. Smoke down, distraction. Through the middle of the map. Too many different directions to be watching. If you are the defensive team, 3-1 up for Cuttrain now. 1-0 up in the series. Looking to make light work of 22 Esports since the team shots coming in. Overlay. We'll see you in the next round, buddy.
Yeah, this time it's not a little bit of a tickling across map, but destruction. And they're also going to try and work Bance again. Bance finds the first. That challenge has not come really quick enough. And all they can hope for now is that Cuttrain X War do something silly.
One little peekaboo, not going to work out there for Cruel. Zappy actually pushing through DVD. Cruel up with the bomb towards the laundry side. Cuttrain haven't really had to pull any rabbits out of the hat for this one. It's been quite comfortable. Finding the kills, working them up well. 22 Esports with a lack of questions being asked, I feel.
Zappy just trying to see if he can find a miracle in the making, but it's been pretty much the same story since they lost that first blood. Nowhere to go, no real hope. They're not even close to each other, these two players. Zappy going to be found, taken down. And it leaves a 1 versus 4 for Crawl with 18 seconds, and never mind, down they go. It all kind of fell apart very, very quickly, Ton.
Incredibly quickly. This is dominant from Cutray and War so far. And they're just setting up very, very well defensively. They're not taking any risks. And problem for 22 Esports, as mentioned, they're not really offering anything, especially in these attacking rounds. It feels like they're looking for a pick rather than actually trying to focus on a bomb site. And they're really struggling with it. Everybody in Cutray and War up and running on some sort of spree. 3 for Lucifer, 2 for Denza, 3 for Bance, 2 for Cobra without answer. That's a couple of perfect back-to-back rounds. To the side of Cutray and War, 22 Esports, what can you do on the defensive side? A little bit more aggressive here, or maybe not. That's a start.
Another nade coming through. Trying to get overlay down. Matt is going to go for this as well. Has got it. Opening up the sight for them just a little bit. Oh, too much pressure. Having to backtrack.
Full spree. You'd like to continue this so they can take their time. They do have a full minute to try and make something work here.
Not found anybody yet, but Zappy managed to find himself in a pretty good position. Oh my goodness, Bance drills him. Not going to see Zappy there. Going to try and get away. Hoping for a teammate to rescue him. See Zappy again. Can he get out through dark? He's going to try and risk it, I think. There he goes. Out. Manages to make it. Got to get across. There's nobody helping him. Denza is alone. He went for the bomb plant. Didn't have a lot of time, so had to do it. And Denza going to try and run out here. That is an absolute gunning onto Zappy. What is going on?
Oh, but Krill gets across to the site. Isn't quite jumping on it yet, but just holds the angle. Really well played from Cruel. Finds Bance on the cross. Gets himself in a good spot to deal with Denza. And that will be the round. Denza had no right to find that first gunfight. And nearly a big clutch up from Cutray and Wall, but in the end, it will still remain their lead, but it's cut down to 2.
Kind of a crazy round. And here's the replay. Denza. Unbelievable. You thought the dominance was going to continue at that point, Ton. You thought, wow, they've done this. Why not continue and just, win the round?
With the way it was going, it wouldn't have surprised me. But for 22 Esports, you absolutely take those. You find a round, and you pretty much annihilate any chance of any streaks on the other side of things, which were starting to overwhelmingly build. How can they find anything here on this attacking round? It's a big one. 5-2. It's a very different scoreline to 4-3.
Oh, that is not where you want the nade to go. Damaged a bit of the ceiling, but nothing else. Made a push straight out onto it as well. That would have noticed this with the door open, and that grenade will not take them down.
Oh, it doesn't find the kill on the exit either. 4v4. Got a retake here for Clutcher and Wall. Tough position.
Well, Bance gives up mid-tank to try and get through onto Barman. Finds Lampy. A little bit of pressure coming through. All of them going to be street, though. Every single one in for the first shot. Bance finds another one. Unbelievable.
How?
Third. Shouldn't be happening. Zappy. I don't know if they know where he is, but they're in the position to still do this. 19 seconds. All he has to do is deflect the pressure. Harry looks the wrong way. Bance looks for it. He doesn't have time. This round is won by 22 Esports. Easy in the end.
The kill. Yeah, I mean, that's huge that he finds a kill. If Bance gets a 4th there and the ace, at least it's a silver lining to your round loss that you could potentially still be working on that cruise. Back-to-back rounds now for 22 Esports. Zappy finding the kill, dipping out, playing his life, playing the smart play. I mean, it was kind of inexcusable that Clutch Rainbow even found themselves in a position to win that round based on how they got there. will now find themselves only up 4-3. They want a commanding 4-1 lead. 22 Esports bringing this one back swiftly.
Well, even with massive efforts, it's not going to work. There's another first blood. Harry has it this time. Crawl going to try and get it back, but Dender's waiting for him. Already swinging massively in the favor of Clutch Rain X War as they try to lock this one down. Zappy, hero last time. Can he be a hero again?
Not going to happen. Vance will shut him down. Overlay left now on a 1 versus 4. Might find someone on the cross. Not quite. No nade. No hope. Good shots. Not going to work. Clutch Rain War. Map point now. Find themselves on 5. A 2-0 lead in this series would surely solidify them.
That's what they're looking for. Couldn't really say they're not going to get it either. The first bloods have been devastating. This is where it comes down to. Do 22 Esports have enough in the tank to win this attack, win a defense, and then win another round? It sounds like a lot when you put it like that, to be fair.
Long way up the hill to go. Oh, Banson for another first pick. Shots are crispy. Can't quite get the job finished though. Trophy system down. Important one at that. Overlay, you dare not pick that. Bance will find one and gets out. He has been living with extra HP in this game, I promise.
Yeah, not only that, but extra damage in the guns. Just destroying anybody he comes against. And there's another kill. This might be over. 2 versus 4. No real map positioning. Nowhere to go. There's the smoke. Maybe try and make chaos?
Well, it will induce that. But you have to then orchestrate it to be in your favor. Smoke down. Get across. Don't know what it really gained you. Couple of bullets to the chest from an MCW. 45 HP in 33 seconds. Yeah, Kirill and Zappy, this is just such a tough position to be in.
Really had to try and work this tank a little bit better. Bance has not given it up, apart from that one round. And still, not really going anywhere. Bance finds Zappy. Crawl straight under the point. Finds the first. Looking for the second. Gets it. Not the third, though. Too many bodies thrown in the way. And Clutch Rain X War will win the search and destroy ton.
6-3. Comfortable victory. Just like not really much to write home about for 22 Esports. I want to say that they just didn't offer anything up there. None of the attacks were dynamic. It felt very much like, okay, let's set up. Let's see if we can find a pick here. Okay, we can't. What's the plan? Never felt like there was one for 22 Esports throughout the entire search and destroy and find themselves 2-0 down, and honestly deservedly. Clutch Rain War in a much better squad here.
Yeah, they were. And you got to say, I mean, when I was looking at 22 Esports attacking, they were looking like they were, apart from that first round, trying to work mid-tank. But they never worked it very well, in my opinion. They were just kind of hoping that the mistakes were made on the side of Clutch Rain X War. They didn't want to push down. And then you add on to the fact that realistically, Clutch Rain X War were getting the first bloods. It just meant they're just like, oh, we can't even trade to take a position. Just went from bad to worse. But this has been a dominant first 2 maps from Clutch Rain War, and it means they are one map away from a 3-0. But let's find out what's going on our secondary here. It should be Reina Padre versus the Fun House, and it's a 5-5 ton.
This is scary. The Fun House, well, you need to find a win and hope that 22 Esports can turn it around. But all of a sudden, you all find yourself 1-0 down. You find yourself 2-0 down. We may well be writing your obituary.
All the way into the corner. Bit of a niche position, this one on S&D. Everybody a little bit nervous, I would say. Wardy doesn't know where Ivo is. Ivo doesn't know where Wardy is. They could both potentially see each other at any moment. It looks like Ivo's moved. And there's the first blood. Finds Resi. Now trying to get out of there.
That's huge.
Oh, he's gone for this.
Yeah, he's hunting him down. He's hunting him down. He finds Dizzy as well. Huge plays coming in from Ivo.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
the game. That's the game.
It does not end with a bang. It ends with a whimper. Rihanna, Padre. They've won it. They're up 2-0. This is the team that's been 0-4 so far in the Elite.
It's almost like everything is just falling into place for them in this game, Brycey.
Yeah. Crazy one, to be fair. And there's a, I could say the final scoreboard, to be fair, but it looks like it came down to the wire and just a little bit of chaos there. Ivo managing to slip through was the difference. The smoke managed him to get into it. Never actually went back to reach out. Wardy didn't see him. And that was it. Once the defense was broken, it was broken wide open.
Yeah, and just goes immediately over towards Bite Down. I'm presuming somebody would be over towards that side. Goes for the push. Finds it nice and free. Just very aggressive gameplay coming out of Ivo. Find the map win. And there you go. 2-0 out. Funhouse. All to do now.
Yeah, I'm curious. Obviously, we've talked about Funhouse having a lot of pressure on them in this game. You know, potential for everything going forward. But they haven't turned up as much as they probably wanted to. There's the scoreboard for the game, by the way. Cleams 10-6. Ivo, he found a few on that last one, and turns out needed him. He was 4-8 before that, and managed to have a more respectable scoreline, but most importantly, the round ton.
That is the important one. Finding it and then finding the round. 2-0 up in that series as well. Where was this the rest of the season, though? I mean, look, you're going up against Funhouse, who are another one of those teams at the bottom two. You maybe haven't been able to get it done against the others, but could be a huge win for them. It's not going to make too much of a difference, though, of course, between them. They can't advance, not with a 1-4 record. Funhouse could have potentially went through a 2-3. Not looking good for them now, though. They find themselves 2 maps down.
They certainly do, but all hope is not lost. Could we see reverse sweeps? Could we see a rallying cry from some of our teams to try and make it a little bit different? I'll be honest with you, in our main game here, which is Clutch Rain X War, they seem to be the dominant team against 22 Esports. 250 to 130 on map 1 ton and 6-3 on the S&D. Do you see control being a problem?
I wouldn't think so. Especially when it comes down to Karachi. Look, if you're heading over to an invasion's control, then maybe you could say, look, yeah, they could hold on to a couple defenses, just have a slightly better attack. Then all of a sudden, you're heading into round number 5. There's always that potential for teams on invasion control. Karachi is a different ballgame. It's a little bit different. Attacking rounds are found, I don't want to say more often than not, but they are found more here than they are in some of the other maps on control specifically. So Karachi is an opportunity for the teams who have good attacking rounds to be able to make them count. With the way that the game has been going so far, you would expect Clutch Rain War to be able to do that and find a 3-0 win here. Rio Hardpoint will be map number 4 if we need it. Highrise Search and Destroy 5th if we do need to get there. But Clutch Rain War, commanding position.
All right, while we get all these lobbies set up and ready, we're going to take a very quick break here to make sure everybody is good to go. Don't worry, we'll be back in just a second. Wait a minute. I've been told we might be ahead of schedule. We might be ahead of schedule and ready to go. Who knows what's going on? It's a thrill ride no matter what happens.
We're in.
I've been told
We'll get it going.
A little bit of gameplay maybe appearing on our screen. So we'd rather watch that than go to a break. And hey, it looks like we might actually be on board. Karachi control then, Ton.
I think at this stage, with the way that this game is went, it doesn't matter what map we're playing. 22 Esports are very much on the back foot. But do they have a Karachi control in their back pocket? Let's find out. They need to find something.
Got to be better than you have been so far. Straight into the point. Very standard break off. Oh, that's a lovely little shot. Lampy takes him down. Might think about jumping in here for the double up if they can get a few more kills. Unfortunately, they haven't. And that is a wipe. They're actually in a really good position as well, Ton. This blender's not easy to put on.
It's not. But you're in a good position to do it in. You can see Cobra one side, Vance the other. If one domino falls, though, the hold is gone. But so far, so good. You are in a terrible position here for your 22 Esports. The worst possible.
They have to find a gap somewhere. And there it is. Top third. Never mind.
They have escaped over towards the market side. One player has managed to make it into Coop.
He spawned there.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. A route out over towards B seems to be the opportune moment now to get something going here for 22 Esports. Okay. Yep. Just spawned in front of him. He's just going to die immediately. Questions being asked of many things here. 22 Esports' presence in control and the spawns on Karachi control.
I'll tell you something, though. This is kind of
they're
worked
out.
out for them a bit. On to B.
That's a tick.
They still got to get past Bance, who's being a pain. Reinforcements flooding in here, and they're still trying to hold them in this trap. It's a 2 versus 2 on the site.
And you get rid of one more. Call out was there, and there you go. Bance and Cobra keeping everybody else inside the points. Pressure being exerted. That's going to be 1 tick on the board for the side of 22 Esports, unless they can get out over towards the A side. It's looking less and less likely. 10 seconds to go, though. They've all went through top 3. Jump off the top of the roof and see what we can do.
Oh, they just have to jump into the point here. Heroes fly in. Oh, they've got in. They've stopped it. That's going to be a white. Bance is going to go down as well. Maybe this game isn't over. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's 20-5.
But this could be influential ticks, though. Like they're going to manage to walk away in this round with 4 and a life deficit of 15. So you take the small wins. You may take a big one. Surely not. Pricey. They need 1 break.
There we go. They're down to 4 lives. Overlay, though, going to try and cut off reinforcements. They are in the point. This is a miracle in the making. Quite trying to put on the blender like you wouldn't expect, and yet somehow they're fighting for their life here. Bance finds a huge kill for them to slow the game down. Crawl's found 3. Down he goes. A 1 versus 14. Cinderella, you will not go to the ball. The glass slipper does not fit. The pumpkin's been smashed, and there is no fairy godmother.
It was all within touching distance. It got very, very scary. For Clutch Train Warfare, just an iota. That was not quite terrifying, but the start of the round just hammered them. Tough that for 22 Esports, because honestly, after they got out the spawn, that was pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, it really was. I said that blender, it's so rare to see it. It doesn't happen that often that you can get all the players in the positions they need to be. And I mean, that's horrifying. That's one of those ones where, because it's also, you don't expect it very often. Like, you see the blender on things like Highrise, right? You know roughly what you should be doing. It's kind of expected. So you've played against it. It's rare that you've played against it on this map.
It's tough to set up. Very, very tough. But they had it going for quite some time. But now what can they do on the attacking side? Denzer inside the point. There's an Overwatch. Not many better than Lucifer himself in Harry. Finding more from the top 3 point. And now Denzer trying to lock it down himself. Has a little bit of backup. Good shots going on through. Didn't see anybody through the small cut, though. All of a sudden, overlay it straight into the point. Gonna be able to try and slow this one down, but only momentarily.
Just a very standard break here for Clutch Rain X War. They're just continuing to put the pressure on away. Get it done. Give us the time. Oh, that could be a little bit of a problem. Bance just waiting for the chow he knows might be coming, but nobody's home. Turns out Lampy's gone for a bit of a stroll.
Bearing in mind, 22 Esports did get themselves 4 ticks on the attacking side, so Clutch Rain War are going to try and do just a little bit better than that. Although, with the position that they are in and the shots that Denzer is hitting, they'll be wanting a little bit more than that. 1 player inside of the point going to butter up and kill Cobra. Overlay slows this one down. Players going to be coming in on the flank from the red side. The longer Overlay stays alive, the better for 22 Esports.
Been a bit of an issue here for Clutch Rain X War to actually get to the point. 22 Esports have reinforced in depth. And Cobra, left alive, will be pinched and taken down. It's a reset. I will say, after getting the first few kills, they didn't really put a lot of pressure on the B.
They really struggled to just get an eye on where everybody is. Need to find a couple of kills inside of red. That might just slow things down now. Oh, Den's going to get a call with the sun in his hands. Abby will find him. Bance will trade it. You can see they're trying to work some different angles. Because of how early they did get a hold of B, though, they can, or get a hold of A, they can take their time with B. You can start to pick yourself apart here. Bance will find one more. Here's the opportunity.
And that's it. It's going to be a lockdown, and that's a huge kill by Cobra. Body's now into the point. They've got at least 2 in there. The third's actually going to join them to rocket this one up. I wonder if they're going to put all 4 in. They are. Look at the speed it moves. They've got their running hat on, and that one will be locked down. Clutch Rain X War 2-0 in the control ton.
I believe it takes 9 seconds with 4 in the point. It's very, very fast.
Yeah, it's horrifying. It throws your entire timing off as well, because you're like, oh, we got to go the other way, because obviously you don't want to go over the wall. And then by the time you're like, I can't actually get there in time. It's gone.
2-0 lead now for Clutcher and War in this series and in this control. Honestly, it has been just such a simple series for them. Just really, there hasn't been much of a competition. They have been dominant. And this is the kind of performance we expected out of them, right? This is the kind of performance we've been expecting all season. And yet this will only take their record within the group stage to only 3-2, Bryce, if they can close this one out.
Well, they're certainly just making sure that nothing else goes wrong. They're like, all right, we're just going to playoffs. Let's just get the playoffs. Enough of this. I've had enough. As they get into the point, are they going to try and lock this in again? Bance is here on the 3 streak. He's 13-6. Too late now. Going to be damaged. They're going to reach at him. Hunting him down. And he will not have that opportunity.
That's going to open up a route over towards this B side. Cobra will fall inside of red. So maybe Cut Train getting a little greedy there. And that's opened up some routes that potentially could be exploited by 22 Esports and are going to get exploited by 22 Esports. Hopefully we'll find that from inside of red. Now that is going to be at least 2 members of 22 Esports over towards this B side. A captured. Potential for B to get something going here as well.
It's quite cruel, but it's a bad nade. We've all done that before. Just trying to get down quick enough. Overlay being pushed back a little bit. They know he's here as well. The vending machine will not save you. And what they're doing here, 22 Esports, desperately just trying to hold on to a little bit of map control. They do not want to see if that blender can happen twice.
Oh, no. You have to be careful. You can't lose the gunfight. Denza just finds 3, lines them up one by one, and he knocks them all down. Vance will find one. He will get pushed away, though. They try to set this up again. A little bit more difficult when they're all coming off the spawn. You don't have the numbers, but do you need them? Lucifer, Cobra holding it down. Lampy will just about survive, but is this just delaying the inevitable now?
We'll say this. 22 Esports doing a great job to not be locked in.
Oh,
absolutely refusing to give up. Pushing towards B again. The issue is spreading this map for this thing. It does put you a little bit out of position.
Harry slowed them down, though. 14 versus 12. This is far from over. One over towards the backside. Harry just making sure to cut off the reinforcements. One player inside the point, and that's going to be cruel. Looking for him if you are Bance. Finding him if you are Bance. Lampy will take him down, though. Still, the pressure is here from 22 Esports. Potential on the cards. Close spawns, close spawns.
He's one. We're still fighting over you. All right, bitterly, and that'll be a wipe. Cobra now moving into the position that they've had to fight them off over and over again. The rest of the team, they're splitting the map. You can see Clutch Next War are trying to cover every route.
That might be it. 2 lives remaining. 7 versus 2. It would take something quite spectacular for them to pull this one off. You're going to be left all on your own if you're Overlay. And 1 versus 6. They close the net. They close out this series. Clutch and War dominating fashion against 22 Esports will find it and will confirm their place in playoffs. And, well, better late than never, but they've been wanting to put that behind them. It's a different ball game when you head into the knockouts.
Yeah, but what a way to get into the knockouts. Never looked in doubt, never looked like a problem. Just bullied 22 Esports the entire way through. 3-0 in the series, 3-0 in the control, and none of the maps were close.
No, I mean, look, the Search and Destroy kind of went, back and forth a little bit, but I mean, never really looked likely for 22 Esports. They had a couple of opportunities on the control, but very much outclassed throughout the entire series. Both versions of Hardpoint that we got was dominant from Country and War. Yeah, I mean, that is just as plain and simple as you like, a good old-fashioned 3-0.
Yeah, and the other crazy thing, that doesn't even look as one-sided as I thought it could be. I mean, Cobra obviously 16-9, Bance 19-12. I mean, look, Harry went 17-18. It's not as one-sided as you would be expecting, considering I think one of the rounds it was 20 lives remaining to 5. I think I saw at one point. So
it was dominant,
yeah, just ridiculous.
So a 3-0 win in the control solidifies a 3-0 win in the series. Now, I believe our game over on Bravo is more than likely still ongoing with how fast that Karachi control is. I'm sure we'll get that confirmed in just a second anyway. But that's Nocturn War pretty much, I believe, confirmed to be through. We are going to a map number 4 over on Bravo. Just had it, Matt. Yeah, it was a 3-0 win for Funhouse on the control. We now go to a Rio hardpoint. And Highrise search and destroy. Oh, no, that would have been the case, obviously, if you win this other map. Brain not working. Getting late, Brycey. I've been going to bed a lot earlier these days. I don't know what to tell you. This is now bedtime.
Well, wake up, because there's still plenty more Call of Duty to come, of course. We've got at least one more map and potentially a map 5, and I really wouldn't put it against them here. These two teams, the Funhouse and Rihanna Padre, have been going back and forth. The control actually was pretty dominant, from what I understand, on the side of the Funhouse. So that will continue to be a bit of a problem, especially considering how close the S&D we watched was, Ton.
Yeah, very, very close. And we're heading into a Karachi hard point, I've just been told. Map number 4. So, yeah, look, I think Funhouse will be looking to try and turn this one around. Can they force to map number 5? Can they get the job done? A 3-0 in the control on both sides of things, though. But a very, very different scoreline in both of this series. So, yeah, Rihanna Padre waking up at the wrong time. Not quite able to solidify the job yet. So, let's see if we can do it in 4. Or can Funhouse force that map number 5?
Well, we're going to have to find out, because both these two teams obviously getting ready into the lobby to continue on going. But our primary slot is done, so it's only going to be secondary here on out. And of course, if you are pretty much interested in all the COD action today, there will be more later on as well. North America will take its turn in its wonderful thrills and spills to end their groups out on the other side of the pond, and you can keep up with that in probably just about 2-3 hours time. But before that, of course, we have the rest of this game as we jump into Karachi.
And of course, tomorrow we kick off playoffs as well. 3-game day. See how things are going to go down there. Should be very, very interesting, especially over on this European side, on both sides of the pond, though. Super fun to see who comes out on top of this next 2 weeks. Not much longer to go in this COD season, Brycey. That's where your money is made.
Look at this push. All dominant through red. So many bodies. They're going to try and get them off this scrap time as well. Vinny Jr. just waiting. He's expecting more players. There's nobody here. They've all rotated.
Gotta get themselves over. Make sure they can lock this one in. P2 rotation, never a bad thing to commit to. Drunk inside the right could do a same alive. He gets taken down by Clean. Rechild coming in. Nadox can't find it. So P2 rotation not looking too bad. But the spawns don't work in their favor. Chunk will spawn out. Nadox spawns in quite well over towards the alley side. Chunk trying to work on a bit of a pinch here, but time being soaked up here by the Funhouse.
They're just holding it. That's all they're going to do. Continue. There's a lot of pressure going through. Tizzy almost gets it, but does enough damage. Vinny's alone is like, I cannot push this realistically, but they're going to get a little bit of reinforcements for the scrap time.
What?
All right. Well, never mind. You can push this. You can actually, it turns out.
No, turns out he can. We're searching around. We'll find Dizzy now, looking on this rotation. For all that, Funhouse will lose some crucial time there to the push that did come through from Vinny. I was about to say they have the rotation, but that's falling apart as well. Everything is looking up for Rihanna Padre right now. Oh, we're shooting bodies as well. Let's get it.
That is a bold thing to do when you're only up 15 points, but hey, I'm here for it. Confidence flowing off them at the moment. They do have all the directions blocked. Gleams just trying to take a bit of a, what I would call a naughty angle, because they won't be expecting it. Close range gunfight going on the hill as well. Say what you want, the Funhouse have managed to make this competitive.
Find a way through. Resi should be dead. Right? How is he not dead? All of a sudden, he will stay alive over towards the backside. Cleams has to back on that ball spree for him. That's bad news, though, if you wanted to make a 6. Dizzy's there for the chow, so 22 seconds remaining here. Rihanna Padre still soaking that time up, but very much here in numbers if you're Funhouse.
They have got it as well. Vinny trying to watch for any more cuts as he can, but goes to commit at just the wrong time. Ivo trying to get it back. Both teams just throwing bodies at this one as well, and that's a perfect drop onto somebody's head. Over to P4.
Typically not somewhere you see a lot of time being made up on, but Gleam's on 8 and 2 KD right now. We'll just soak up that final little bit of time P4 rotation, though. We have seen teams, as the year's gone on, get a little bit better. Just eking away every single point you can over towards this hill. Ivo now going to be looking high and low, just trying to shut down everybody pushing through from Funhouse. Can get himself in a good position. Rest of the team not really in a spot for it, though.
Yeah, has to go for that kind of wild channel. And they was going to kill him regardless. Alex just keeping the pressure off, and this might just be one of those stereotypical ones where you get 1 or 2 seconds at a time. Play for positioning, don't do an awful lot else. Chunk just continuing to try and hold them. Thing is, you say good job of both teams here. Obviously, Rihanna and Padre were kind of in the dominant position, but we'll only be looking to get a bit of scrap time.
Heading over towards Junk Hill, though. And as you mentioned, Funhouse will happily give over that scrap time. What should be their first decent setup of the game. They had one over towards P2. They could not make that count. They've lost first blood here. They've lost second. Pressure coming in from both sides.
Looking for it as well, and that's dangerous. Dizzy, alone, scared, down, and 40 seconds been taken away. Rihanna Padre do look like a little bit of the better team here so far. Managing to break hills very effectively.
Good God.
Gunfight's looking pretty nice, but now in a not a great position. There's more players trying to take him down.
Trying to survive. Not going to be able to, but he has kept that pressure on. He's kept them away. No points being soaked up here, though. He's Junior now on a 5 spree. Can't make it a 6. Will continue to survive. Looking for the point. Not going to happen. Resi will be able to take him down. That's momentarily 3 dead. Into another rotation of hills. It's going to be Rihanna Padre. One's with the lead here. It's going to be about 40 seconds, so a good chunk of time. No Funhouse do have to catch up from.
They could get this as well. Look at the setup. They're actually in a really good position. Top 3 control, bridge control. They're watching the flank. Well, they don't have a lot of control of his mid and red. But that can be watched over by Resi, who does cut back for it and finds his second. Easy peasy. Chunk will find another. They're looking to get this gap gone.
It happens so fast, can't it? If you're in a Padre, you're working on these P2 spawns, but you are letting points just slip through your fingers so easily. Wardy now is going to be picking anything up. Ivo! That's 4 dead. And all of a sudden, P2 spawn's not going to be there for you. They're going to be the alley spawns coming in from Funhouse. So for all, you will get the scrap time. Everything you worked for in terms of a P2 rotation still needs to be fought over. Ivo, good shot's going to be coming in. Trying to survive, has 0 backup.
Yeah, 0 backup. Got to wait for that health to regen. Claims to be here, though. Gotta look behind him. Gotta be careful, Chunk. That's a huge chance if he can make it, and he gets it regardless. Vinny getting 1 back, though. Pressure's still going to be on. Advantage to the Funhouse at the moment, though.
If they can hold it. Well, last time around, though, they dropped this hill far too easily. Not looking like it's going to be the case this time. Junior's the only one here. Isn't going to find anything. Now, if you're Funhouse, you can start to stretch your legs. You can start to think about the rotation over towards P3, especially if you keep finding these kills. It's a 3 spree for Chunk. 3 spree for Dizzy. Ivo not want to give anything up here. 25 seconds of scrap time is going to go over to the Funhouse.
Is Ivo? Oh, he's got a second
Chunk
as well,
got through.
but it's not enough. Chunk, a hero in disguise. Still staying alive, still playing his life. Could be the problem. The timing!
Huge.
Chunk finds it. Eventually will go down, but it opens up everything because that player will no longer be watching the cut. But it will be Rihanna Padre to begin with. Look at how far that spawn is away as well.
Absolutely miles away. Chunk did get a hold of a cruise missile, so that is going to help. The positioning here from Rihanna Padre is very, very good. Oh, he's staying alive here as well. Chunk has to hunt him down. He knows he does. Now he can get back in and amongst the fight. Nadox needs to try and survive back here. And here come the Charles. Oh, Dizzy, that's a deep nade.
Reinforcements. Vinny's here. What is the trade? Neither team really feeling fully in control, but it will be the Funhouse who grab it away from Rihanna Padre. And last time we saw Rihanna Padre, they got it on the P4. They were in a better position, but they only got about 19 seconds. One thing they'll probably be looking to do a little bit better this time, Tan, was get either a bit more time or concentrate on that rotation.
Well, this initial time is going to be Funhouse's. staring down the barrel of a map number 5 between these two. Good position to continue to soak time up. I'm spawning over towards the back alleyway. Not missing bullets if you're Funhouse. Oh, it's all of a sudden starting to slip through their hands for your Rihanna Padre. They were looking for the very first win. Chunk with a cruise missile as well. It's not an unlosable situation, but it's a difficult one to throw away here if you are the Funhouse now.
Taking a little bit of a look and just being careful. Chunk been a huge force for good for the side of the Funhouse and still doing it. Rihanna Padre will have to back off. It looks like the Funhouse might go, all right, let's take this 15 seconds. That puts us in a great position. But this rotation, if the Funhouse break it, it's basically GG.
Need to hold this down. I don't want to say you've invested a lot of time over towards this rotation. It's kind of been handed to you. You've been forced to be here. And now this is your problem. Cruise missile in. This should be a break coming in. Chunk will find one. Dizzy finds another. They set up perfectly. Nadox can find two. Oh, is the timing going to be his way? Eventually will find one. He should get traded. How on earth is he surviving? Won't be for much longer. Has to go for the child. Will get taken down. It's a lovely break and fantastic shots from Resi. 200 point mark about to be broken.
And this feels like the Funhouse just fully in the driving seat. Wait a second, there was 2 kills, but they're so far away. And realistically, Rihanna Padre, they just haven't really been measuring up for quite some time.
Did really well until, what, P2, P3? That's when things have changed very, very quickly. Chunk on another 5 spray. He made it 6. First time of asking in the previous effort. And there's another one. 6 in a row for Chunk now. 230 has been found and he's just feeling delusional confidence. Needs to be a big, big turnaround for Rihanna Padre if they want to close it out without seeing him up number 5.
Huge gunfight going on as well, and everybody has fallen. That player in the hill, I'm sorry, but you aren't going to survive. Chunk calls in the guard rod, and Waddy finds another. And this is going from bad to worse, crossing the 230 point mark. They have control. Rihanna Padre not finding anything so far, and well, you can basically put a button on this one because it seems done.
7 seconds away. Complete control. Holding it down if you're Chunk, who's having a ridiculous performance. There's the game. There's map number 5 incoming. And the game that will decide who finishes 5th or 6th in their group. Funhouse. Send us to a map number 5. Makes a difference in the prize pool. But these two teams are fighting for something.
Well, still going, still fighting, still going to be a map 5. The Funhouse have woken up and taken it the distance. And this is how it ended up going as well. I said Chunk 29 and 17 in the end. Pretty much the driving force for that comeback. Dizzy as well, 24 and 16 ton.
Big game. I mean, Chunk is the one though, right? 5,300 damage. Didn't even soak up any of the time. Traditionally, he's an AL player. You would like to see him get in there, but doesn't need to when Resi and Dizzy are doing the work for them. Let Chunk off the lead. And then fly. And did a really, really good job. 29-17. Big game from him. Rihanna Padre, you were 2-0 up. You might about to be get reverse swept here if you don't turn around.
Wow. What will happen from a very good kind of first hard point from Rihanna Padre to pretty close S&D, and then dominance from the Funhouse on the control, a complete 3-0, and then they basically just did it again. Realistically, it was Rihanna Padre were good for the first bit, but not in the second half. Weren't able to get the rotations, weren't able to break any more either. And it means with a map 5 on the horizon, momentum feels firmly in the Funhouse's favor.
Yeah, I think it was coming down to junk kill for the most part. It felt as if Funhouse had that rotation a couple of times. They had the cruise missile to work on it as well. It's always a little bit more difficult when that is the case. So really good job from the Funhouse to make sure they took that advantage where they could. Now all of a sudden we are heading to a map number 5. The reverse sweep is on the cards, and as mentioned, this doesn't make a difference in terms of where you place in your group. Okay, you may well not be going to playoffs. Neither one of these teams can now make it. They are solidified bottom 2 in their group, I believe.
You've got to stop making these wild,
well, no,
sweeping
they
statements.
are. Rihanna Padre haven't won a game yet.
second-guessing yourself.
Funhouse,
That's the
Funhouse
worst
are
part.
1-4. The other teams are sitting at like 2-3. They can't do it. They can't.
You need to just chill out, relax, and enjoy the ride, because that's what's coming here. A potential reverse sweep, a map 5. And if you want to commit, just commit. Just say it. Like, I say anything. Like 78% of statistics are made up, so
I think I need to get it confirmed that that is the case, but I feel like this game is for nothing now. I don't know. Somebody tell me.
All right, one last ride in European groups. This is it. One map 5 between Rihanna Padre and the Funhouse. And already things have got a bit explosive. The Funhouse will win that opening engagement in some manner.
Always helps when there's 3 dead pretty much immediately. Funhouse now in a really, really good spot. Can get this bomb down over towards it. Claims had a decent hard point. Will do well to do anything here. Really good job. Funhouse will find themselves the win.
And that was a pretty simple round. Headbutt in the middle of the map. One team won it, one team didn't. All that was left was the cleanup. And Cleams wasn't even able to get himself a nice consolation kill.
You got me stressing now. I feel like I want to go back and check the matches. I presume 22 Esports found one of their wins up against the Funhouse. And if that is the case, I don't know.
I'm sure admins will make sure everything is crystal clear for everyone at the end of this. And let's face it, we're going to know in about 10 minutes anyway, regardless. So, right now, a bit of a pressure going through, a bit of B control, and Chunk will not get that kill here. Woody will come in for the trade. Needs to get away with his life. 11 health and a dream.
He's done well to survive as long as he has done, and he may well have actually just offered his team up for the slaughter. Dizzy will come in. We'll find the kill. 1 versus 2. Yeah, Common knows exactly where he is. Dizzy just in a terrible, terrible spot now.
Going to try and make this. 31 seconds to go. Not a small amount of time. Knows where a player's going to be as well.
No,
Down to a 1 versus 1. No idea where Cleams is. Not a clue.
Why is Cleams over there?
Cleams
Though? That's the
I'm
thing.
going to just go the other side of this map. He'll never suspect it.
It's going to be about a 50-50 here. 14 seconds. You've checked if he claims. Yeah, you've got an angle on this. This is just really, really tough. Dizzy on a 3 spree. Is he going to want to continue it? Is he going to go for the kill? Yes, he is. He will find the 4th. He does not have time. No problem, though. You take that silver lining. It may well be 1 apiece, but Dizzy will be 2 off a cruise.
Yeah, easy in the end for him. But 1-1. Well, this is the only way it could end. Both teams taking rounds off each other. Continuing. I wonder how this will end. Is there a reverse sweep in the final map of groups in Challenge Elite in Europe?
Now, Dizzy is sure they're going to be playing around this. B hit not going to come through immediately. You can see the numbers are here for Padre. They are going to set themselves up. Stun out. Trophy is there. So information gained to a certain degree.
Trying to get a bit more control over this site. What he's going for it. Does he do the magical loop, or is he just waiting for the push?
He's going to get the info, though. Yeah, he's going to make the loop now. Resi finds the info. Oh, a player come out of box. He's going to shut him down. He only finds 1. But we'll get the information. They know where they are.
Angle here from Dizzy. Counts. 1, 2. Oh, he takes his angle away. Going to find 1. That's all he had to do. Now stay alive. Run around. Chunk gets another. Still chasing. Still running. Teammates reinforcing. Oh, Vinny finds him. Oh, my goodness.
1v1.
Oh,
He gets it. Are you kidding me, Vinny? Oh, my God. They're playing for the cruise missile for Dizzy, and they'll lose the round.
That's crazy. That amount of time. Obviously, he couldn't move after it, but that is ridiculous. Here it is. Finds the player. Vinny checks. He's like, I don't know where he is. He's got to be close. In an unbelievable... Well, they now have the lead, Ton.
So you're 1 kill away from having a cruise missile and a 2-1 lead, and all of a sudden you do not have a cruise missile, and you are 2-1 down. That is Yeah, as bad as it possibly could go. Chunk with some good shots, though, is going to find one, and all of a sudden, it is 3. Chunk died. Didn't see how. Okay. Did you see anything come on the kill feed? Am I tripping?
I didn't. I was watching the minimap. Flames. Gonna get this bomb down, but has to back away from it, Ton. They're worried. They're going back for a rotate. They got all the way here, started playing, went, no, actually, we're in trouble. Ivo. Gonna look for one, but he's been found out. The trade will go in, and that's bombed down. And Vinny Jr., is there another clutch in his future?
2 streak would have to be fought. That door, did they hear it? Just going to be holding this down. Bomb in a perfect position to lock this one up. We'll get the shots in, and we'll get the hell out of Dodge.
Expecting a push, and he's going to find one as well. Vinny. Oh, look at them stacking at this. He will chow this, but he will die.
Funhouse get the round back that they feel they probably lost in the previous. We'll be feeling like they should be 3-1 up here. It's a miracle for Padre that they are not 3-1 down, to be honest. Big clutch comes in from Vinny, and now all of a sudden, we are in a position. Oh, this game could still go either way. 2 apiece between these two.
Yeah, I generally don't know. I mean, both teams looking like they're at least in the zone. No real mistakes yet. Big control here from Rina Padre. They took mid-map control away. Dizzy is actually on an island with the bomb.
Is he making noise today? Yeah. This is all very well, but he'll be getting information. Sees that stun, the nades come over. We'll get the information there as well. Needs the rest of his team to maybe come and help him out here. They were trying to work on something over towards A. They have a control. They just need Dizzy to get over there.
Yeah, I think the call's been made. Like Dizzy,
Yeah,
okay, we've got it. They're fully locked in.
Yeah, look at the garage control they've got, and then Wardy's found the full flank from behind here. Bryce, this is a disaster for Padre. Disaster.
Managed to get Resi back. Claims trying to get Wardy. Wardy going to get away. Speed goes back for it because Vinny's there. 2 versus 2.
Bomb is down though. Good position now for the Funhouse to be in. What can you do with it? Junior has been insane. Can he be like his namesake, who's in the Real Madrid shirt? Can he be the speedy player? Try and open up this defense. Chunk, oh, he has been spotted, but Dizzy will take down one. Now left in 1 versus 2. He's done it before. Can he do it again?
Chunk should just keep throwing shoulders here, and they have reinforcements. Not going to be able to get it. Not this time. Funhouse. Another round onto it. Interesting kind of strat from them, that one as well. Dizzy playing on that island. And after they had B control, he didn't really come across as quickly as I was expecting, Tom.
Yeah, they had control of it for quite some time, but I wonder if he just thought he was maybe under more pressure than he was. It's always like, oh, you don't want to risk it. You've got complete A-side control. Would you rather dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure you get there? And the full spree for Dizzy, sitting in 9-1. His team are only 3-2 up.
Here we go. Dizzy just going to see any information. Nothing yet. Wardy going to run straight to the gets that first blood, but will go down to Claims. Reggie also go down as well. I think you're right as well. I think the kill feed is missing kills.
It's a bit funky, isn't it? It's a bit funky. I'm not sure what's going on. I've not seen that one before, but you learn something new every day. Here we are. 2 versus 3, and it has to be a retake from Funhouse. This screams a Rihanna Padre round, but Dizzy on a 4 spree here. If you can get him a 5th, maybe, hey, get him a 6th. Get a cruise missile in your back pocket. You can maybe even use it to try and win the round. Just such a tough position to try and have to attack into. If I'm Dizzy, I'm sending Chunk in there first, put it that way.
Well, they've got one that's in a decent position, and the trophy's going to stop that nade from doing anything more. And they're all on the cross as well. Does have a stun. That's not going to be enough. Too many from one direction. They're now going to run at him. Down they go. 3-3. Round against round, over and over.
That's a tough one. For Dizzy especially, like, working on that cruise missile, and you just feel like you could not buy a kill in that situation. Just the toughest of gunfights to try and have to take over and over again. Couldn't find one. All of a sudden, it's 3 apiece. Cleams is on a full spree himself. Both these two teams are being so close from taking this one away. More so for Funhouse. It's felt like they've been in the driving seat, but are yet to really find any advantage from that.
Here we go. Massive control. Funhouse have taken mid-map so easily.
Big flank.
40. Finds one. Gets out of there. Surrounded. Doesn't even know it. Looking for a second.
Huge.
He's going to find it as well. Back in. Will eventually fall down. Too much movement, but has done a job.
That's a big win. Vinny Jr. continued to survive here. Did find himself a kill. 23 seconds to work with.
Oh, Dizzy's got caught.
That's huge. Oh my god, how on earth have they done that? It's Cleams with his 6th. It's the cruise missile in the back pocket. It is the massive 2 versus 4 retake. How has that happened?
That is unbelievable. And I'm going to go with players just not being in a position to trade. Like, what he got to, admittedly, he went down straight away afterwards. But then it was a 2 versus 3, and nobody could trade anybody. You saw, I think it was playing on the bridge, went for the kind of the aggressive push, and because Rihanna and Padre were so close to each other, they actually had the ability to get the kind of the trade in before it happened.
And now, absolute advantage towards Rihanna Padre. You think about a couple of these moments. Dizzy was 1 kill of finding a cruise missile at one stage, gets 1v2 by Vinny Jr., who is now, well, 4 away himself, but now the lead for Rihanna Padre. Cleams is now 7-5. He's 1-5. He's won 6 in a row to find a cruise missile. They are somehow in the lead. The bomb is down. 4v4 retake needed.
Funhouse have made the move. Everybody into mid. Find these players. Get them out of it.
Get out.
Did they go for the... They're going for it. The Ninja Defuse is on. Vinny's going to get here. Vinny's going to find it. Going to go down. Everybody flying around a 2 versus 2. The Funhouse are now in trouble.
He slipped the net somehow, did Vinny. And all of a sudden, things have maybe turned on its head. Naddox, check it, get out. And you have to guess correctly.
What, do they see him?
Being confused if he gets him off it, though. It's going to be massive, but Wardy comes in. The clutch is there. 4-4. Oh, my word. 0.8 seconds. Not far off.
What is going on? Still going, still fighting. A 4-4. Just when you think a team has the advantage, the round flips.
Still that cruise missile available for Cleams. That's a big difference maker here. Wasn't in a position to use it there. To be honest, they were in a good position to win the round without it.
What a nades. Well, you're getting away, and that's a big fight for Resi. Oh my goodness! He actually took the first bullet and survived. They will now have the advantage. This is another 2v4, but surely this one won't go astray.
That's a despicable pair of gunfights, and now Resi is working on this. Just give him it. Oh my goodness, Resi, what a round. Funhouse find it. Not sure if he found the final kill. He deserved it if he did. Funhouse, 1 round away from the reverse sweep. It was Dizzy who found it. He sneaked it away.
Stole.
That's... Oh, I'd be furious. That'd be the hell of an ace.
Here it is again. You saw him drag it down. Just hit the headshots onto Naddox. There's another kill. And bearing in mind, he's got 3 there. He was 1-6 before that. Was 1-6, now 4-6, but very important kills. Map point, series point.
But this is what you've got. Big Cleams. You have this cruise missile. What can you do with it? Were they expecting this to come in? Are you ready for this if you're Funhouse? Oh what? My god.
Oh my god, that's a disaster. He tries to thread it through a part of the building I've never even seen, and Now they have the disadvantage off of their own cruise missile. It's a huge stack for us. No, it's in a great position. Down they fall.
1v2.
A 1 versus 2. Cleams. He's making a route, but the route might just be into the L. You're not going to get there in time. It's too little. It's too late. It's done. It's dusted. Funhouse win the series.
The reverse sweep coming on through. Funhouse will find the win. A 6-4 victory for them. Hell of a game between these two. What a crazy, crazy search and destroy that was. Cleams did all of the hard work to actually get himself a cruise missile in the back pocket and then completely wasted it.
Yeah,
he was just... Oh.
Here
yeah,
it is
let's
again.
see it. So there's like a gap there. I mean,
I don't know if you can thread that gap. I've never seen anyone ever try to do it before.
No, there is not a gap there. There is not. There is just tables and chairs. Your teammate was not far away. They just got buffed. Your teammate is dead. And that's
I was like, is there something there to get into that corridor? I was like, I've never seen anybody manage to thread it before.
Well, you see, as a person who doesn't get cruise missiles that often, I have never also seen that position.
Well, that's the way it ends. A cruise missile gone wrong. Dizzy 11-4. Wardy 11-7. The other side, Vinny Jr. 9-6. There were clutches, there were thrills, there were spills, but ultimately only one winner. And this is how we end up in our bracket in the top 4 in Group A. Exceptional. Omit EU, Team Falcons, and Revive Gaming. Not making it. Nocturn Esports and Maestro season. In Group B, 5 Media Clan go flawless. Notorious X Clutch Rain 3-2. Clutch Rain X War 3-2. And 22 Esports with that win solidify everything they need. 2-3.
I think 5 Media are going on to beat Notorious today as well. So that puts them in a really, really strong position. I believe that means they're going to get a date up against Revived. I believe that's how it works, just to remind myself. Obviously, I've done this. This is now the 3rd time this year. But 5 Media Clan should be going up against Revived, then Exceptional going up against 22. It's going to be a hell of a day tomorrow to kick things off, Pricey. We're going into the bracket play.
Certainly is. Join us tomorrow for bracket play. Everybody playing to stay alive as long as possible. But if you want a little bit more COD action, North America will be up just after this small break of time as we switch to the American servers and join all of our friends across the pond. But this has been Challengers Elite in Europe. The groups are done. Nothing left but glory for the rest of these teams. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you next time.
Of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can part in this. I set the flames to get bitter like an arsonist, and if I woke up until I might have no part in it. Hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground, no, this ain't no playground. You feel me?
I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Elite and our final day of groups here at all for Modern Warfare 3. Final time we'll see it. We've got North America, of course, on board for you. One more match in Group A, one more match in Group B. And even though it does feel like our playoffs are mostly set, there are some things still yet to play for and potential tiebreakers still left to fight for. My whole shift with me, I've got Study. And here's our groups to this point. The big storyline is what's going on in Group A here, Jay. Omit Brooklyn, RCKN, and Acrylic Esports all have a chance to tie at a three-way tie at 1 and 4.
Yeah, that'll be insane, man. If Acrylic out of nowhere get their very first W all the way in week 3 of the qualifiers versus a team in RKNX who have to come out and get their victory to try to go 2 and 3. Because Omit Brooklyn, they're probably not going to have a good time today. You are going against FaZe Black. And last week, you basically controlled your destiny, and you fell short to RKNX in a clean 3-0. So you have to make up for that loss, and unfortunately, has to come versus a very, very good team in Challengers.
Yeah, that's the real question here. I mean, for Omit Brooklyn, their biggest hope right now is, A, you have to win. That helps out a lot. But B, you also have to kind of hope and pray that in some regard that Acrylic beat RKNX. Otherwise, you're not going to find yourself in playoffs. The way that we think it works, and again, we just get paid to talk about the game. We don't know about the competitive oversight of it all. But a three-way tie at 1 and 4, you would think that Omit Brooklyn will have the map count advantage to make it through the playoffs. But you just don't want to risk that up for chance. So take care of business here if you can, because after, again, like you mentioned, what looked like a really solid team on roster and a really good start, it kind of went awry for them a touch.
Yeah, it just didn't click last week. So hopefully this week they're able to put it together. And you have to be in your A game, because going up against FaZe Black, they are no slouches. We know what all those players are capable of. They've been winning a lot of stuff throughout this entire season. So you have to make sure you are on point. Definitely players like Airboom, like Lunas, who dominates with that AR. You have to step up for just at least one series today to guarantee yourself that playoff. You do not want to jump into that three-way tie situation.
Absolutely the case. On the other side of things, though, I mean, that again, Group A will all be featured in the 6:30 block that we're about to dig into. Our Group B block of 8 p.m. Eastern, that group is pretty much set and locked at the moment.
Yeah.
You have Space Esports, Mitt Gaming. You've got Houston Spartans and Singapore Syndicate. Pretty much all guaranteed. In Control and Treaty 1 were 0-3 as they had to play each other last week. So no tiebreaker situations favor In Control Gaming. But for the Houston Spartans, they will be playing the SGP Syndicate, and that's going to be a chance to kind of play for seeding between the 3rd and the 4th seed in Group B.
Yeah, and that should be a fun game, because if you remember the Houston Spartans, they were a dominant team throughout their last elite stage. They were victorious, walking away as our champions. But sort of in this stage, you had a couple difficult losses to accept, like the Space one, going all the way to around 11. You were up 2-1 in this series. You allowed them to clutch up in the HP, and then you lose it the way you did. That was demoralizing. Yeah. But I feel like with the Houston Spartans of last week compared to like the first day watching them, they started to get a little bit more comfortable together, because every single time we watched them on a respawn game mode, it was usually very tight. But towards the end of last week, they finally got a couple 100-point wins in HP, started to get a little more comfortable. Obviously, the Search and Destroy is unbelievable, so hopefully they can bring that in today so they can try to get that 3rd seed over SGP.
Yeah, that is the big kind of talking point. Otherwise, it's just going to be potential tiebreaker situations between Space Esports and Omit GG to see who finishes where in the overall standings kind of for the top 2. Again, this group was pretty cut and dry. Treaty 1 Gaming In Control, we really didn't have much expectations for either of those two squads, and well, unfortunately for them, we were pretty correct on it. So the top 4 there will be locked for playoffs as far as we understand, unless for some reason there's a multi-team tiebreaker, but I just don't see that happening. Treaty 1 is going to be playing up against the Mitt GG, so I mean, you're going to have two teams maybe at 2 and 3 each between either SGP Syndicate or Houston Spartans, and if Treaty 1 were to win that game, that doesn't really make much of a difference, because the head-to-head tiebreaker will favor either Syndicate or Spartans against Treaty 1 Gaming. So again, we can't say 100% for certain, but I think that is pretty much a guarantee that our top 4 that were listed in that group will be our top 4. It just comes down to which order they'll be in, Jay.
Yeah, that's all it's going to be. It's about the seeding, because obviously Treaty 1, you would want to at least have a victory over SGP or the Houston Spartans. You have neither, so you don't have that head-to-head battle. The best you can do is probably walk away with a clean 3-0, and they force all the way to a game number 5, so you can potentially tie with another team, but still that head-to-head comes into factor. So it's pretty much it for them.
indeed the case. So that's kind of the breakdown of the group stage. Here is our first overall featured matchup. It'll be FaZe Clan Black going up against Mitt Brooklyn. Again, this is going to feel like, for Mitt Brooklyn, a must-win situation, which is not a great feeling considering that FaZe Black are your reigning Toronto Open champs. But on top of that, they're also playing just generally really, really well this stage. Currently sitting at 3-1. Their only loss was to Lore Gaming. But all things told, this team's looking like a very complete squad online.
Oh, yeah. They always, for some reason, are able to put it together online. And I think the addition of a team back to this roster, like, obviously you walk away victorious at Toronto, you're feeling yourself. And in their first series versus Lore, every single map was very, very close. It's just the teamwork aspect wasn't really there for FaZe Black. So I'm hoping now that they have a couple more matches underneath their belt, they're going to realize, like, okay, we're still the most dominant team. We just have to play together to show it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think the thing, too, is for FaZe Black, you know, the expectations are that you should win this stage. I think that's kind of the one thing that they've missed out on, is that in the online elite stages, they have not really found the same success that they have on LAN. And that's the big thing is, hey, this team has made grand finals at every single open that we've had. Now, the roster's been different. That's the only other kind of point about this squad. But largely speaking, for Bracket Exceed, that duo has been unbelievable. Now you've got a team back with you after the drop from Vegas. And let's be honest, since Rex has been picked up by the squad, he's been really, really solid for them as a lockdown AR.
Oh, yeah, the system over there in FaZe Black is perfect. Like, you can throw in any SMG you want. Purge came in at a point. You even had Joe DeCease come in at a point. They showed a lot of success. So it's like the entire game plan and the coaching staff, everything that they get done over there at FaZe Black, it's been working. So you just have to continue to work to get better, to try to improve it, which is not going to be easy to do because you are one of the top teams in the game.
Absolutely the case. So that's kind of the expectations in terms of how this one matches up. Again, Mitt Brooklyn need a win here to give themselves a higher probability of making it to playoffs. Otherwise, if they lose, they have to hope and pray that RCKN also lose their matchup and force a three-way tiebreaker where, again, the likelihood would be that Mitt Brooklyn would get through, but that is not a guarantee. It all depends on things like map count. So FaZe Black looking to put themselves up top with potentially at least a second-place seed in this group. And more importantly, I think it's just, again, keeping things going here from 1 week to the next before you jump into playoffs.
Yeah, just trying to improve your seeding. And just making sure your gameplay is on point because you're getting closer and closer to the end of the entire season. Want to make sure you're clicking on all cylinders as we're already into this P1. I think for Omit Brooklyn, two players who really have to stand out for me today is Dak and Eric Boom. The SMGs who really do set the tone for this young roster, and especially on a map like Karachi where the SMGs need to be felt. Exceed is showing you right there.
Great double for him in his second life. A team over the top able to help out, and that will be the two of them combining for a full team wipe. FaZe Black will looking to lock down the scrap time, but most importantly, a kill on rotation means that FaZe Black cannot just get the second point hard point in their name, but look at the zone around it. They're actually allowing them at Brooklyn to take the spawns in the back, just trying to keep them behind the jump wall.
Yeah, that's perfect, and I love this. This is something that we see from the original FaZe squad in the CDL. They love to play this P2 over through red side and force the opposing team to consistently jump over the dumpster so you can have that rotation over to next. But so far, FaZe Black holding this down to perfection. Omit Brooklyn have not been able to even get close. That's another clean 4 dead in the feed. Now with only 30 seconds left, Omit Brooklyn, you probably have to cut your losses and hit that early rotation for a full 60.
So tough to make that call with so much time left remaining, but you very well may be right. Dak up top over at red, Asim on the hunt. Doesn't quite see him initially, but doesn't make a difference. Rex has got that locked in. Now Asim can get to work on Eric Boom. So yeah, the kills are really clean. And then on rotation, Brack also locking things up backside of this cafe. So everything turning up in favor of FaZe Black, and Mitt Brooklyn look absolutely lost right now against the tempo and speed that FaZe are playing at.
Woo! And Dylan Rex is still finding kills in towards the old hill. You notice there's still going to be a couple players at least trying to cut him off, but actually, Omit Brooklyn, they all rallied their troops over towards top 3 to try to execute a break, and it needs to come in quick because you did rotate with about 30 seconds left. No one just won a gunfight. So FaZe Black starting a runaway with this game. A couple hills chained together. 81-9 is currently the scoreline. You have cruise missiles in the back pocket for Asim. And an attempt right here for Omit Brooklyn, as with only 30 seconds left, they're going to get a break.
Yeah, this is needed. So good recovery here for Mitt Brooklyn at the moment. But FaZe not done yet on this hard point. 22 seconds to fight for. Here comes the hit from FaZe Black, and there is just no kills anywhere for Mitt Brooklyn. An absolute beatdown. Lunar's at 1-6. I mean, that is not common. He has often been one of the staple ARs in North America, but not a good start for him. And with that, FaZe Black are going to get really close, if not above the 100-point mark through 3 hills.
And now all through towards P4. Omit Brooklyn, they know that we still have to try to contest this old hill because we're not going to fight for a lot of time over at this P4 HP. We just want to flip those spawns so we can contain it over towards P5, but Asim still shooting like that. Still has that cruise missile in his back pocket. Not a single player from either squad is on that objective, but I think with Omit finding a double, it's time to earn some hill time.
Need it, have to have it. Exceed getting to work through shops. Nice little play with Assault as well. Turns it into 2, and just when you thought of it, Brooklyn had a good setup. Well, it mostly gets foiled. Good recovery from Dak. His double puts him on 4 in a row, but Rex with the pistol shuts him down from the killing spree, and now up and over. The Dask Assault right there to make sure that Omit Brooklyn can stay in the hard point, at least for now.
Yeah, and they need this time because they're not going to have the rotation over to his next, but boom, over the top. Jumps off the top ropes. Wins that gunfight onto Brack. Exceed instantly there for the response. Now Lunars has slipped his way to potentially flip these spawns for his team. An opportunity now for Omit Brooklyn to try to get themselves back into this game. It's still a 50-point difference or so. All of FaZe Black holding on from the front side. Omit Brooklyn need these kills to the back to get this break.
Well, here we go. Omit Brooklyn starting to make their way back over towards this P5, and for FaZe Black, again, it's just one of those situations that legitimately, as soon as you start to think something's about to be brewing for Mitt Brooklyn, no, not to happen. FaZe Black finding all the kills they need. Dak, again, just kind of throwing a Band-Aid on it, and Mitt Brooklyn off of the kind of lost rotation actually get to the hard point first. So really good stuff in terms of them kind of reinforcing and getting back in for some needed time again.
Yeah, this is a good 25 to walk away with. You're going to make up for not having success early on at that P1, P2, and P3 chain. Now you just have to make sure you're all ahead of your rotation and finding a couple kills now. It looks like now Omit Brooklyn, their gun's starting to get a little bit hot. Dak on 5 in a row could potentially earn himself that cruise missile. Luna's had an 0-6 start, sitting at 5-10, so gun starting one for Omit Brooklyn, still a 35-point game.
Indeed the case. Chance to start digging back into it, though. Dak on 5. A cruise missile could go a long way, but don't want to threaten a gunfight that doesn't look all that great, especially with how FaZe Black have been shooting in this first rotation of hills. So Dak will reset in the corner. Almost gets the hip fire, but not quite. Asim getting the shutdown. Now a second chance versus Assault Pistol. Not going to work out. And Omit Brooklyn will actually get a couple of the kills around the hard point. So yeah, really clean stuff coming through here to get them right back into the game. And the pressure's on for FaZe Black, who's calling it a cruise.
Oh, but Assault finds a double, so the cruise miss is going to be able to at least take the player off of the HP. But Omit Brooklyn with the numbers should instantly be able to respond and put themselves right back into it. Great positioning right there out of Exceed to play that corner to find that one-on-one versus Lunars. Can he find the second onto Dak? No, he cannot. So Omit Brooklyn going to walk away with this final 10. And again, a situation where FaZe Black win a rotation over towards speed 2. If you're Omit Brooklyn, you need to find a break. You can't give up a full 60 here.
100%. So just like that, after a very miserable first 3 hills, Omit Brooklyn, great in the most recent 3. Right back to essentially level terms. 20-point gap. Asim getting to work over towards Red, just trying to keep his life for as long as possible. Exceed was there to try to bring assistance to him, and it does at least get one of the trades. Assault looking for the kill, but he is just so far out from tracking down Exceed. So FaZe Black, first 20 seconds go their way, and their lead starts to grow once again, with Asim now on an SMG, pinching up through mid. That'll work out, and once again, Mitt Brooklyn never really have a chance to see the hard point.
Yeah, and now with 30 seconds left, someone has to try to flip these spawns. And it's going to fall into the hands of Assault, who's worked his way all the way up to the middle side of the map. Exceed is not going to be able to spot him, so Assault should be able to find a freebie over towards Junk. Exceed positioning now known. But no one is focusing him. They're more focused on holding out Junk. Assault doesn't find anything, and rest FaZe Black. They are now here. They're going to win their rotation again over towards P3.
And Exceed's on the hunt. Does get stunned by Lunars. Frag just to push him off, just a touch, and again, create that space that FaZe want around this third hard point. Maybe not as much as they were hoping for, but it is still a lot. And Lunar shut down over through market side means that the rest of FaZe can just focus on the front and on the middle. Plus, you've got Brack over towards Junk. Everything is being watched. Every kill is being tallied. And Omit Brooklyn, once again, finding themselves starving, needing points.
Yeah, they need some, and they need some quickly. Exceed on a repinch, doesn't find anything, but gives the communication to his teammates on where the pressure's coming in. Now with 30 seconds left, FaZe Black still in a very ideal situation because this is some good time. You will be able to breach that 200-point mark. You have the spawns in control of exactly where you want Omit Brooklyn to be coming from. And with only 20 seconds left, I don't even know if they can contest this anymore. You got to rotate.
And that's the problem is this game is now, again, out of reach once more. Over 100 points. It was within 20 right when we got to P2. And it's just the way FaZe have played the second and third hard points have been so darn convincing. And whoa, Exceed's turning like that. I mean, I was about to say he's 25 and 14. Asim is 21 and 11. It's just the SMGs for FaZe are destroying everyone on Mitt Brooklyn, and it's moments like that that really reiterate the point.
Yeah, they're just a little bit more warmed up, as you can say, into this first map. Omit Brooklyn finally breached that 100-point mark, but you need all this time here at P4. You need to try to flip the spawns to contain it over at P5 as well. And now with FaZe Black, just got to keep it stagnant. Just trade efficiently, just try to keep him off of this hill.
Well, this is where, again, Omit did really well last we were here, between 4 to 5. And they find ways to get the majority of this back 20, and then also win rotation over to 5. It's necessary, absolutely required. Brack up top, trying to contest the old time, and well, on rotation, it's Exceed, locking things down backside of Junk. Rex also holding mid-map, and that may be about it here, as Mitt Brooklyn are spawning P2 side, needing to find an immediate break towards P5, otherwise this game is just over.
Yeah, they're trying to go through the middle side. They're trying to go around through top 3. Dak at least finds one, but FaZe Black just got to sit nice and comfortable into this HP. And you're getting closer and closer to closing out this map number 1. Potentially the final attempt coming in from Omit Brooklyn. You have Dak going around the back. Trophy systems aren't going to treat you right. Brack finds a double. Now you know exactly where the pressure's coming in. Just one more hold. FaZe Black take map 1.
Yeah, this has just been way too clean. And so Mitt Brooklyn going to try to extend the map just a touch here with this last break. It's all coming from the front. Exceed on an absolutely perfect heady to try to deny it. Rex as well watching up top. Brack on the pinch. It's just perfect. Every time you look at what FaZe are doing as a squad, they are absolutely making the right calls, the right timings. Everything is just going their way. And you've even got Brack finishing on 5 in a row. A very comfortable map number 1 for FaZe Black.
Yeah, and it was the P2 to P3 chain. Like, those 2 hills did wonders for FaZe Black. They hit that early rotation at P2, and then for the P3 chain, they want to have those junkyard spawns. They want to be spawning out towards red, because one wave of kills, they spawn you out towards the back. It takes you about 15 to 20 seconds to even get over towards that new hill. FaZe Black, just with a better game plan, winning a lot of those rotations, allowed them to walk away with that game 1 the way that they did.
And I think the thing, too, for FaZe Black is, look, like we've watched this team play on LAN. Well, again, the organization, the core of this team play on LAN 3 different times. And what I often kind of react to is them on LAN look so much better, so much cleaner. It feels like everything's clicking than what we sometimes see online. When they start to kind of falter and drop on certain maps, it largely seems to be because there's just small miscommunications. Timings aren't really going their way. Someone's getting too far forward. This stage has been the first time that I can say for sure that this FaZe Black team online is very representative of the stuff that we saw both at Miami as well as at Toronto. They look absolutely clean when it comes down to how they're rotating, what they're zoning, and making sure everyone's in the right place at the right time. They're taking their losses on the chin when they have to, but then they're setting themselves up for full 60s. I mean, hell, you can call them full 120s because of how clean the rotation was not once but twice between the second and third hard point.
Yeah, teamwork just makes the dream work, man. That's one thing that they were lacking in their first series of this entire Elite versus Lore, was that you were relying on a lot of individual play. Exceed was ego challenged at certain points. Same thing could be said for Asim. But right now, after that loss, they have just been firing on all cylinders. You can see it. You saw exactly how they love to play. And everyone is playing a big part. It's not like it's just one guy. I know Exceed almost puts up 6K damage, but this is the role that he has for this team. Always trying to be the aggressor. Always being that guy early off the rotation. Just being an absolute nuisance for the opposing team. And when you take a look at that gameplay, yeah, it just absolutely just gets out of hand. Like FaZe Black, every single time. P2 to P3 was their money. Hills.
Wow. I mean, the gaps are very wide, to put it plainly. So, okay, that's map number 1. Highrise Search and Destroy. Feels like both on Search and on Control, we see FaZe Black often playing Highrise. Yep. So you would, again, we know what to kind of expect. Exceed likes to play top heli. That's been pretty much a staple. Rex usually likes to play over towards the B alley side of the map. So those are things that we know, which means that, you know, if us as commentators should know that. Surely Mitt Brooklyn have done their homework and they know what to expect here as well.
Yeah, you have to be ready for it because they have ARs who love to hold down those power positions. You called it out to perfection. Exceed loves around that helipad steps. Dylan Rex over towards B Street, and even Brack sometimes loves to sit in the spawn or either assist Dylan Rex over towards that B Street area. But you have to account for Asim. I feel like Asim, he's going to be the guy to whip out that SMG at certain points to try to get ratty through bottom pit and try to be the playmaker for this FaZe Black roster on a map like Highrise where you're usually not going to find any success on your attacking rounds at A. So got to be prepared for those pressures at B.
100%. Lots of demand for the ARs without question, which is, you know, again, when you look at him at Brooklyn, you don't anticipate Lunar starting off 0-6. And that's just not very common. I think he finished like 11-18 or something of the nature. That's also not very common. So expect a bounce back map from him. I think that's first and foremost. There's not often you can point to a series where Lunars has played poorly through multiple maps. Sometimes maybe one or the other if things are going wild, but largely speaking, he's one of the most consistent players that we have and that holds an AR for this, you know, North American region just at large. So I'm looking at that. But a lot of responsibility kind of with that does go to Adam Assault. You know, kind of talking about him just a little bit. His status, you know, through the CDL was always kind of, you know, limited in terms of I think maybe the reputation outside of like, I mean, World War II obviously, but also like BO4. But really since then, Adams is kind of, you know, his stocks are kind of, you know, dwindling a little bit, and now is the time if he's going to make a go at it again next year. He's got to be great and find a way to get this team to at least playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like every single player that we watched drop down from the CDL to get the challengers, they hit a whole different level. So even last week, there were some moments where we were watching Adam Assault. We're like, dude, this guy doesn't have a lot of engagements. And then you blink, and he's 17-11 out of nowhere. So he has that takeover ability. He is a world champion for a reason. And I feel like Adam Assault is going to be a big part to them potentially walking away victorious here on this Highrise Search and Destroy. Because if you think about LAG all throughout the season, this was a bread and butter map for them. Assault knows, like, what we had to do on defense. Stack our bottom pit, stack over towards the B Street, because that's basically how you shut down all of Highrise. That's what you need to make sure you're relying or saying to the rest of your teammates that this is how we're going to try to tie the series up here.
We'll have to call. Again, waiting on that one to start up. We do have 2 matches going on at once, and if you want to watch everything Challengers, you should have both tabs open as we take a look to see what's going on with RKNX and Acrylic Esports. Map 1 win for RKNX. Again, there were questions, I think, for both of us on how successful was this new combination of a squad going to be, and after a slow start, they figured it out at the end of last week, and a win here pretty much guarantees them playoffs. So it's on to what they can do with the Search and Destroy as a couple of trades happen over towards DVD side.
Yeah, now it's left up to Rupert and Noisy on their attack, but Rupert's already worked his way all the way up Water Street. He's now working his way behind enemy lines, but Noisy needs some help, and he needs it fast.
Well, now it's Rupert in a 1v3. Chris Radial seen at tremendous range. A couple of shots are in, but Ryan steps up, finds the final. Okay, that will work out, no worries. Okay, so good stuff here to start for Acrylic. Again, for them, it's just fighting for pride. Really, unless they find a way maybe to 3-1, maybe their map count gets good enough to surpass one of these squads, but they've only won the map so far. So, not great news overall when it comes down to them trying to find a way to, obviously, get into playoffs.
Yeah, let's just get a win on the board then. That's what we got to do if we're Acrylic Esports. And
correct.
So far, up 1-0 in this Search and Destroy. Great defensive play. Prospect finding the timing on that deep pinch for that opening first blood. And now they're on the attacking side, and RKNX, they're taking a lot of aggressive angles through the middle side of the map. The gunfights are about to be on us.
Well, Radial, okay. Able to scout Noisy just over the top. A bit too far forward for the defense, you'd think. It's kind of a weird spot for him to be hanging out, just kind of front side of Dark. Exotic on the crossover towards B. Rupert just peeks through Dark again. That time it'll work out, but ooh, the exit. You thought for a moment was going to be completely contested, but Prospect cannot finalize the shots onto, or pardon me, onto KB. So we will go 3v3. Very weird exchange of kills over B Street.
You see the bombs now rotating its way over towards A. Ryan sort of has a read that there's someone playing over towards the middle of the tank, but is he going to check this corner? Goes right. He's going to go for the read. Not able to win the gunfight, but Prospect instantly there for the response, and he gains a little bit more info in the 2v2, sets up Mochilla.
Well, Moch finds the first, so now it's just down to Exotic 1v2, and he gets caught. Okay. How about this Acrylic Search and Destroy so far? I mean, that's a weird round that we step into without question, but after the first one's decided largely through DVD, this one kind of continues just a little bit further out towards the street.
Yeah, and even with Noisy getting first blood the way he did, super aggressive angle through mid-dark. But Rupert with the confidence to go for the instant chow, find that trade, make it a 3v3. Acrylic Esports probably need 5 search and destroys in the series to get a series W, but looking so good. It's looking so far so good in that search and destroy.
Yeah, so far so good indeed. Okay, so again, that's over on the secondary broadcast, so make sure you pull that up by heading over towards the main hub for all things COD Challengers at youtube.com/COD Challengers. And then you can pull up both of the broadcasts at the same time as we're ready to go here for the Highrise, Search, and Destroy. Again, for FaZe Black, we've seen this a handful of times. It's been, I won't say necessarily a full staple for them, but it has been a very good map for them. So it's all about what they could do to try to continue through that, as we're hearing the lobby has been remade. So instead of loading into that, we're going to go back to our Bravo matchup. Just kind of keep you guys on your toes over there.
All right. Back over there, Acrylic Esports on Search and Destroy. This time they are first blooded, so RCKN, they have that man advantage currently, but Radio in a very, very good spot. Can potentially even up the numbers, but Rupert there for the beatdown keeps the numbers in favor of RCKN 4v2.
And the follow-up on the prospect also good. So now it's just down to Mochilla. Hello? Okay. Must not have been looking where everyone else was, which is over towards the backside of Cafe. It would have been hard-pressed to do too much with that anyways, so not the end of the world, all things told, but a clean round in response here for RCKN.
Yeah, they found that opening first blood. Catch the players on the opposing side, getting a little bit aggressive out through Water Street. Put themselves in the heavy numbers advantage, and then Mochilla just doesn't check both sides of the street before crossing. Fortunately does fall, so RCKN put one on the board. Back to the defensive side they go. Acrylics had a lot of presence last time around over towards that B street and hit that rotation early on back over towards A. But again, RCKN is showing pressure through middle map, not giving it up for free to Acrylics.
More action. This time over towards A. Smoke out. And the defense is really not on site for this. Double stack over towards the mid-tank. Leads to a 1-for-1 exchange. This is a very strange setup, all things told. Noisy does get one back. Bomb had not been fully committed on the initial play, so it is being planted now, and we're going to get the 2v2 with the post-plant looking very split here for Acrylic. We're going to get maybe even just 2 1v1s.
Yeah, Noisy, he should have known that Ryan couldn't have gotten that far. Exotic is going to have a one-on-one in his hands, though, if he just checks in this close little cubby. Radio's waiting for him, man. I don't know if Exotic's going to get the best Call of Duty timing here. Yeah, Radio finds him 2v1 now.
Oh, Noisy gets the first, slips away for a moment.
Twisted.
Yeah, he knows that Radial's playing on the other side of the map. Oh, up and over, Rivals out. 12 seconds of the clock, and Noisy needs to find the kill immediately. Not even going to be able to do that. It would have been tough to get back to it anyway, so okay. Crazy stuff. But Acrylic find the round, and now it's 3-1, and we're hearing that we should be good to go with the Highrise. So, pending we don't get baited again, we'll jump into it, and hopefully not have to go back over to the Bravo stream. Keep you guys guessing.
Hey, it's not...
And here we go, we're in.
Okay, we're in. All right, FaZe Black are currently up 1-0 as well, so our team finds a double. Not a single-player job, so it was a very, very clean run on their first attack. Now Omit Brooklyn left to respond. A couple stuns coming out. Early shots from Exceed, reading the pressure coming in through bottom blue. But a lot of map control right now in FaZe Black is not going to allow Omit Brooklyn to work either objective for free.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mitt Brooklyn going to try to feel things out a touch here. 60 seconds on the clock, plenty of time to work with. Exceed going to take a route on the little railings up and around this Mitt Brooklyn offense. Scouting, taking the time. No need to do anything crazy yet. Little hop just to make sure he's safe to climb, and that will be good for now a potential flank. Eric for first blood, but Dylan able to trade things back to a 3v3. Not quite able to take down Eric over the middle of the map, but Brack is still watching this, and keep your eye on Exceed. He's on this long ramp all the way around the back. He's going to find Eric for free, plus the snap over for one more. Assault. Last one left up top at Propane. He's completely stuck. And the shots, yeah, I mean, you can feel it. He's, I got nowhere to go. What do I do?
Well, let's jump, hoppity skip, try to hit the movement and get out of this situation. He's at least able to give himself a little bit more time, but bomb is going to be recovered. Not able to find that snap for that kill. But that round is solidified out of the route out of Exceed. Great plays from him to hit the lower wall run outside of the high-rise. Then works his way behind enemy lines to find a free double, gets the info onto Assault, and then just stalls out the game clock. It's just great plays right there from Exceed, the playmaker for this FaZe Black roster.
Huge stuff. Yeah, you can kind of just see it over the top of just complete crossfire. Everything right in front of Exceed. And if he has 1 or 2 more bullets, he may just get all 3 in one clip.
It's all good, though. They still walk away victorious, so he's sitting nice and comfortable at 3-0. Trying to get early info on how the defensive setup is looking for Omit Brooklyn. He's at least able to spot one player in the back of the spawn, watching the middle side of the map. FaZe, like you see on your mini-map, slowly but surely starting to work their way through bottom blue, trying to get into his B site.
It may be easier said than done, even though the bomb feels like it's pretty close to being in a plannable position. Mitt Brooklyn's defense is still watching this cross, and there's going to be a double stack over towards the bottom side of blue. Looking for some pit control right here as Mitt Brooklyn. And now Eric Boom kind of finds himself behind the play. Good look at a seam. Team shots were there, so it's an easy follow-up. But Rex gets one in response, forces Eric to reposition just for a moment, and Bracca's going to be trying to sit here and isolate while Exceed does the same thing on the other shoe. Doesn't quite get seen yet by Dak, but time's running out here for this play, Jay.
Yeah, time's running out, and unfortunately he's not going to get the timing onto Dak, so all left up to Brack in a 1v3. Bomb's going to be down towards bottom pit. He knows that there's a player in the back of his spawn. Just does not know who to commit onto as Omit Brooklyn secured their first defense, secured their first round of the map. Finally get on the board with some great plays coming in on the mid-round adjustments. Like the fact that they were aggressive through left side, get through bottom blue, and you're thinking if you're FaZe Black, all right, there's no one in towards B, no one contesting over towards B, so we can start to work this objective. You're just simply not going to be able to read the play on the reflank through bottom blue side. That gets it done for Omit.
Yeah. Good stuff. Again, all these flank plays that are coming out. Very bizarre, to say the least.
This is where it happens, Alan.
Yeah, it is exactly where it happens. We see this very regularly, in fact. Okay, let's see what we got coming up next here. As Dak has been seen by a seam down low, but not really going to add too much, at least not as of yet. As everyone will back away, we'll stay 4v4. Eric Boom, decent connections over to Exceed, but it's a delayed Semtex from Rex that actually is going to be good for first blood.
Yeah, it's good for first blood, but I think Omit Brooklyn have a read on where he is. So double frag is going to come on in. He's going to eat the first, eat the second. Instant 3v3. Omit Brooklyn as well have a little bit of map control to work with. You have that bomb carrier slowly working his way through bottom blue. And he's going to get a lot of info as well.
Yeah, I'll say. Lots of damage. Asim trying to essentially win the round right there. Doesn't happen, though. 2v2. Still workable here for Mitt Brooklyn. Time becoming a bit of an issue, though, for them. Lunar is looking to work again around the backside of the flank as FaZe will stack up over towards Heli's side. Exceed up top has been seen. That's mutual information. Lunar's just one shot away maybe from confirming the kill, but not to be. An assault will be seen by Brack. No plant comes through, and Lunar's is stuck in the defensive spawn.
Yeah, we just wasted a lot of time for that objective. That's when you're allowing FaZe Black to hit those routes, to find the angles to contest you at that B site. Luna's just not enough time in that 2v1 to work the bomb plant. As FaZe Black again secure another defensive round. So far, that's 2 attacking rounds where Omid have not been able to show anything so far. I think you just got to play a little bit faster. I think that's one. That was one issue even with LAG in the CDL with Adam Assault, is that in certain situations they would take about a minute 10 to actually work that objective. There's just not enough time for you to work with if that one play call does not find success.
Yeah, it's a really good shout. And, you know, again, I don't know how much of this is dictated at the beginning of trying to work all the way around each other's schemes and their spawns. Yeah. But, you know, the thing about it, these mid-round adaptations, they are taking too long to really kind of unfold, at least in certain regards. Nades will once again be the product of first blood for FaZe Black. Exceed will actually use that as a chance to get up top to Heli for a moment, but all focus for Asim is over towards the B site as extra damage is tallied by Exceed here at A, just kind of being a distraction.
Yeah, he's just trying to back people down. I thought if you were Asim, you want to work that objective in towards B because it's a free B bomb plant, but Dylan's able to find another one all the way in the back of the spawn. Eric Boom there for the trade, only 48 HP. No one's going to go for the wall bang. So still numbers advantage of FaZe Black. Now you plant the bomb.
Well, more damage being tallied. Rex in a little bit of trouble, stays alive. And this 3v2 becomes very difficult for Mitt. But at the same rate, if Assault can find the bomb carrier, maybe there's a chance here, but no, it's all about isolating Assault first. They knew he was up there at the helipad. So now you should be able to get this bomb down. Eric's going to go check. Damage is out. He gets away, but not for long enough. I mean, you're absolutely right, Jay. I thought it was like, okay, can we plant yet? Can we plant yet? Can we plant yet? It's just playing TDM right now.
Yeah, they just didn't want to have a player without a weapon in his hand and catch him back halted timing. So FaZe Black, everybody was on the same page. We're going to execute a kill before working that objective. They find that first kill onto Assault. And then in a 1v3, in a position to trade effectively. Starting to pull away in this search and destroy, up 4-1. Omit Brooklyn haven't found any success so far on their attacking side. And Lunar's another so star here.
Kind of weird to see, not going to lie. Maybe I caster curse him a touch. This is rare. But he's obviously been very uncomfortable to this point. Nassim, whoa, looking for some speed.
Wow.
Him going 1-for-1 right there is a freaking miracle. How has he been able to do that? I mean, he had his pistol out, the sprint to shoot time for that MCW. Absolutely unreal.
Yeah, he's got the best internet service. He just completely deleted him off the game. And now he succeeds opportunity. He finds one. Brack there for the assistance. You put down a couple shots. You best believe Exceed is going for the Eagle Chow. FaZe Black now with 3 rounds in a row. Put themselves at game point.
Wow, dude. I mean, it all starts with that Asim kill. It's just like, wait.
Yeah, I don't know how he got it. I really don't. Like, it's the best stuff I've ever seen.
That's unreal. But here it is again. Hip fire attack. I mean, everything connects. I mean, everything connects. I don't understand how that's just happened, but it's just happened. So, such is life. And now FaZe Black find themselves, like you said, on map point. Lunars is 1 away from joining the agency. I mean, you don't often see that, folks. I'll tell you again, just to make sure you really internalize the point that this is very rare that we see a performance like this from Lunars.
Yeah, and if I'm Lunars, I'm sitting in the back of the spawn, like, saving my stun and my nade. I'm guaranteeing myself at least 1 kill in this round. You do not want to join the agency, but I don't know if you're going to be able to read this play coming in for FaZe Black. Already behind enemy lines, Lunar is not going to get a read on it, and unfortunately for him, he's going to be 0-7.
Plus, the extra kills around mean that this round may just be over here for FaZe Black, although Eric and Assault, they get a couple of trades through the middle of the map, but as Assault gets isolated and dealt with, it's just down to Eric Boom for the 1v2. Asim bomb in hand. Now an isolated 1v1. That was a route from Exceed, just trying to play safe to get back to his teammate, but Eric gets the read on it. And so now the bomb will be planted into the delayed 1v1 we go.
On Asim. Might just be able to get out before Eric Boom is going to spot him. Takes a little bit of a longer route through bottom pit, and Asim has worked his way up through the map. He gains the info, 30 seconds.
First shots are good. First shots are perfect. And FaZe Black absolutely blowing them at Brooklyn out of this series. A convincing map 1 Karachi hardpoint. This one more so convincing on the Highrise search. 6-1 the tally. And Omit Brooklyn are, again, in trouble in a very major way, especially considering that, again, it was RCKN who won the first map in their series. They were down in the search to Team Acrylic, so don't know how that one ended up, but that would be, you know, again, the consideration that if RCKN win their series, that's enough for them to get in if Omit Brooklyn lose. So it's all about Omit Brooklyn having to find the reverse sweep now.
Yeah, and this is tough, man. The fact that you have to come in today and play against a roster like FaZe Black, who are just perfecting their gameplay to get to the playoffs, to get further in towards the LCQ and even challenge as champs. Like, they just want to be ready. And if you're Omit Brooklyn, just not the way you wanted to start. The opening HP wasn't close, but this search and destroy wasn't even anything better. The only round that they found success on was a 1v1 in the defensive side. Everything else was absolutely dominated by FaZe Black. They dominated in the map control aspect. They dominated over towards B Street. And then every single time, they were just taking a little bit of better risk, I guess you could say. Like, Exceed hitting this sidewall run, like, working their way behind enemy lines on their attacking rounds. Everything that they were doing was just simply working for FaZe Black.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this has been an absolute blowout to this point. Yeah. Not at all what you would have expected, again, with the roster finding as much success as it had on paper, or at least as the individuals had. Yeah, you're looking at a Karachi control coming up, and if the SMGs for FaZe Black keep playing like they had, what do you say? It may just be done and dusted here. I mean, Brooklyn need to find a lifeline. They need to find it quick.
Yeah, they need to find something, because we saw Karachi was, at least in that map number 1 for the SMGs. Exceed puts up 6k damage, so he's going to see Karachi control, and think he could do the same exact thing. But as you look at the second series on our hands, RKNX, they won the next 2 maps. They came back. They won 6 rounds in a row? Oh, my God.
Yeah,
All
6
right,
in a
they're
row,
up 2-0.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Wow. So here's a look back at the last round here from RKNX after, again, the dramatic comeback, so to speak. Moch, again, this may not be, no, it's not an accurate scoreboard. Okay, so ignore the scoreboard up top. I was about to say, no way he's 1-4. That doesn't make any sense. But a look back at how this round number 9 played out. Again, we know the result, but we can at least take a look to see how it all happened. And it's just, dude, here's the thing is, like, this Acrylic Esports squad, you gotta give them, you know, a little tippable pat on the back for having not played the game for Moch or Chris since Boston. For them to make the elite is already kind of a miracle, but those first couple of kills we just watched is indicative of people who just have not played the game that much. Like, you should not be sitting up high on mid-tank like that for a freebie.
Hey, you're just getting ISO'd, and then not a single player from RKNX fall in that round. So just dominating in that opening HP, dominating again, following up with that S&D. They're up 2-1 in the series. They're obviously watching that alpha stream as well, and they're like, all right, 1 map away, we're in the playoffs.
Could be. Feeling good for it, at least. I mean, I don't know if they're actually watching the mainstream, but
Probably,
I think the thing about it is, you know, you're probably keeping tabs just to see how things are going every now and again in between maps. And all of a sudden, you're looking at this saying, hold on. I mean, we knew we had to win in the first place. That gives us a natural advantage. And really, honestly speaking, a win for RKNX automatically essentially got them in due to the head-to-head tiebreaker. But to see Mitt Brooklyn down 0-2, that also builds towards potential favor for you in that if there were to be a 1-4 tiebreaker situation for our last 3 squads. Which, this is kind of not on the graphic here, but I kind of saw it when I was watching EU. For the first time in ever, we had a group where teams were either 4-1 or 1-4. There were 3 teams that were 4-1 and 3 teams that were 1-4. I'd never seen that before, and we almost had a situation, we still technically do, to do that here in Group A, as Lore Gaming and SGP Midnight, last I saw the update there, Lore Gaming was down 0-1 to SGP Midnight. So that would have been, I've never seen it. In the 3 years that we've been doing Challengers Elite, I've never seen a group that's been 50, half the teams are one tally, half the teams are the other. It's very interesting, but it could happen twice in one day, which would make it even more extraordinary.
Yeah, that's going to require Acrylic Esports to, you know, complete a reverse sweep. I don't know if they're going to have that in their arsenal versus RKNX, because they're coming out swinging today, but still an opportunity on the cards as we get back into the alpha match. FaZe Black currently up 2-0 versus Omit Brooklyn. Omit Brooklyn just got to show me some life, man. Eric Boom on a map like Karachi, you got to start to pop off, young fella. And then Lunars, we need a better start off. Like, that's as simple as that. We can't have 0-6, 0-7, because then you're just simply not giving yourself any momentum going forward throughout the rest of the map.
Absolutely. Well, see how things unfold here for Mitt Brooklyn on their breakoff. We have not seen a Karachi control in a while.
Long time.
Long time.
Even in the CDL. Even in the CDL as well.
Especially
we just don't see
in the CDL. No, we really don't. Have we seen it played at all yet in Stage 4 qualifiers?
Nah, bro. I'm telling you, Highrise and Invasion, they're haunting us.
That's wild scenes. Well, it's going to be Mitt Brooklyn on the A zone without too much concern. Just one player has dropped to this point, and the first tick already gone. FaZe Black stacking up over towards red, and they may be trying looking for a little bit of a flank, which is being watched by Eric Boom. Catches Dylan Rex on sprint, turns the attention for another, and that's absolutely perfect. And now all of a sudden, Dak is up top on the AC. But Brack shutdown will only keep the damage limited to what's happening here on A.
Yeah, that was a big kill for AC not to drop in sync with his teammates to go 3 dead and allow Omit Brooklyn a potential opportunity to chain it to the normal map to try to get over towards B. But A now, it's going to be done and dusted. Time has been extended. Omit Brooklyn currently up by 3, make it 4 lives, and already a lot of pressure over towards red.
Yeah. And Dak around the back. First gunfight not going to come through. Eric Boom challenged over towards office, wins his first, and stays away from the trades that are mostly trying to play from the backside at Diner here for FaZe Black. Lunars finds himself on top of AC by yellow, and this could be a great spot for him to kind of take a look and find players laying prone around the site. Exactly the case. So here we go. Mitt Brooklyn First real signs of life early as Eric tries to find entry in towards B. Assault, same thing through the back doors. FaZe still worried about the front. They find Lunars. Can they get the trade to Assault, though? That's the real question. The hunt is on, but Assault keeps catching people either on sprint or throwing utility, and he's still very safe with help now here.
Yeah, now his teammates are here to assist him. Unfortunately, not able to find the trades as FaZe Black everyone over the dumpster. He's able to find a 3-piece. Now you take a little bit more map control away. Brack was already taking a lot of that top red control from Omit, and now applying pressure over towards Junction, just trying to make it more difficult for them to work over towards B.
Absolutely. Seeing up and over. No, denied as Dak is able to turn quick enough. Exceed hunting for the trade. Not coming through. So 14 plays 11. Dak is on a bit of a spree here through red. Just finding a ton of FaZe Black members either on Mantle or just weak in health. And with an extra kill from Eric Boom, now all of a sudden Mitt Brooklyn can kind of sprint over towards B. Still playing for kills at the moment, but Dak will stop the clock at 48 seconds. Bold gunfight challenge to take. Assault trying to follow up on the damage, but Dak will stay down, and he should be good for at least the first tick of progress.
Yeah, Dak's just got to stay alive.
Wow.
If you can find a couple kills as well along by getting this objective, it's going to allow your teammates now to flood their way right into this point. Only 2 lives remaining here for FaZe Black. You probably don't want to allow these segments to get away from you. So if you're Steven Brack, like, let's just die.
Unless you want them to get all the ticks of progress so you get the benefit of a round 5 offense.
Ah, see, that's mind games right there, Alan.
Yeah.
That's mind games.
They're like, yeah, let them out of
Karachi.
it. We want offense.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We don't want to be jumping over this dumpster. Like, defense round number 5 of Karachi, no.
It's so weird, dude, when you see, like, the exact opposite of what the entire history of Control has ever been.
Yep.
It's like, you want defense, you want defense.
Defense.
Not here.
Nope.
And that might be the reason why we're not seeing him be playing the CDL at all. It's weird because, like,
so
look, it's just one of those situations, like, talking about the map pool in general. Like, Invasion Control was the most defensive-sided map we'd had, really, outside of, like, Fortress Control last year. And then, all of a sudden, because people realize, like, this map isn't going anywhere, we got to figure out how to get there on offense, and we have.
Yeah.
It's just weird that the same thing is not true for a Karachi defense. It's wild.
It's because there's so much more opportunities, not only with 4 AR players, but SMGs who could just be nuisances just roaming around. So a little more consistent on maps like Highrise and Invasion, where you can see everything on the map. But on a map like Karachi, some players can just slip behind enemy lines, and that's what you see Eric Boom trying to do. But it seems he's able to get the read. Dylan from top 3 finds his second. So you would think that they would work that A objective, but they're just cutting their losses. They're trying to go to B and get that one out their way first.
Yeah, just trying to get some damage done here on the B zone early, which Asim on 3 is at least able to stop the clock. But off spawn, which, by the way, is very close to B, FaZe Black are still trying to get extra numbers on the B point. Follow up here from Rex, gets cut down. Good shots from Eric Boom will eliminate the threat, but can't find a second. Nice moment from Asim, but still, it's the defensive Mitt that have recovered, and very nicely. 43 seconds on the clock, and FaZe are still just full gunning it over towards the B zone.
Yeah, the SMG's just giving themselves opportunities, and now it's Exceed through the stun, is able to find a double. Tries to go for the tournament for the triple, but Dak was ready for it. Now a double stack is going to be in towards the cafe. Asim already picked himself up a cruise missile, so he's going to have that going forward. But the guns are shooting. Dylan Rex even picks up the SMG he's finding. So FaZe Black, B's about to be done.
Yeah, and it looks like it pretty much should be. Exceed had kind of kept his life for a while in case he needed to go back over to A, but with the extra eliminations coming out, Brack will stay prone. Rex trying to watch over the jump, he has not won a gunfight back there yet. Contest is on for Mitt Brooklyn. A couple of members are here, too, for what it's worth. Brack just fighting for his life, but he eventually gets taken out. Depletion of the 3rd tick on the way, but FaZe have the ability to wrap just straight in towards A. Stop the clock there.
Yeah, and they're also up by 4 lives as well, so let's try to get this time extended. You can get it done through the kills, and Asim already in a position to find a couple spawners. Gets that one on to Dak. Dylan Rex takes top red control, finds the second. And now only 8 lives remaining. Omit Brooklyn cannot forward any mistakes here.
Yep. Rex looking for some entry over through the office side. Asim is rewrapping all the way back around the Mitt Brooklyn spawn. But the kills are all there for Mitt Brooklyn. Has this been too cute for FaZe Black? We start to wonder. Asim caught on the jump up. And FaZe Black, there's full gut check running over towards B here. And Mitt Brooklyn are ready for it. So FaZe Black trying to get a little bit cute. may end up punishing them. 9v6. Need the offensive win to come through. Seems going to call him the cruise missile, but it takes down a teammate. Wait, that's a teammate on the backside of B. So now you don't even have any options to get over to one or the other zones. And Omit Brooklyn very well may get this defense through. Brack on the zone. He needs help. Trying to stay prone. Trying to get another member here. But Real and Rex will not get there. And for FaZe Black, they just kind of beat their head into a wall trying to get to B over and over and over again. And Omit Brooklyn deal with it.
And I think you called it to perfection, my friend. They're just trying to be a little bit too cute. Like, not stacking the objective to guarantee the extension of the time. We're still trying to play for spawn kills. Just FaZe Black on a little bit of a different page there. Not everyone in sync, but we know in that previous update, the radius for those cruise missiles is a little bit bigger. If you are Exceed, that one's got to be tough because you were at least trying to put that game clock at a pause.
Oh, yeah. Man, I don't know. The extra 60 seconds would have gone a long way for FaZe Black, but Mitt Brooklyn step up when it matters most. Dak in particular, off to a great start here for this control. 18 kills through 2 rounds. Make it 19 through 2 and an eighth.
2 and some change. Yeah, 2 and some change.
2 and some change. Thank you. So much better than trying to find the exact ratio.
Now, if you are home in Brooklyn, someone has to start to work that objective. They have a little mid-map control. Eric Boom holding down top red. He knows that the pressure's still going to be on him. Picks up that AR, is trying to figure out that kill onto Exceed. He finds it. Can't find that one onto Brack, but the first time already done here at A, and you can already see the map control that Omit Brooklyn have. They have bridge side as well, so they're forcing FaZe Black to either push their way out through junk or right up the middle of the map.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we're for FaZe Black. They are very forward on the map now with a couple of kills coming out. Exceed through market. Good shots to assault. And Omit Brooklyn are stuck right now in their spawn. Oh, no, it gets worse. And it gets worse than worse. Unreal start here for FaZe Black. They have them. I mean, this is the Giga trap right now. I mean, Omit Brooklyn can't even get out from behind Cafe at the moment.
Yeah, and there's only 30 seconds left, so you have to make this play, and you have to make it quickly.
Oh, my God.
You have to get past the crossfire setup here from FaZe Black. Brack on 3 in a row, trying to make it 4 great team shots out of him in the seam. And with only 15 seconds left, yeah, they haven't even been able to leave the spawn. This is GG. Wait, red spawns. They get junkyard spawns. I mean, coop spawns. They might be able to get on it.
Coop spawns, yeah.
Said everything but the first one.
Yeah, it's fine. Get on to A. Second tick being worked on. Only 5.5 on the clock. A seam up and over the top. Too focused on the zone. Had not seen the player wrapping around in the form of Lunars. So just like that, extra lifeline for Mitt Brooklyn. They get out of the absolute menacing spawn trap that FaZe Black had. You got 60 seconds to work with, just down 5 lives, and a lot of work to be done over towards the B zone.
Yeah, now I'm pretty sure they're up 4 segments going forward. Just in case FaZe Black are able to extend this map a little bit longer, but you can see the way that they're set up around it. Dylan is going to fall short first, but now with FaZe Black having full junkyard control, Omit Brooklyn know that that's where the pressure is going to be. They're going to try to set up these spawn kills onto Dylan Rex. He's not going to have a good time in that situation, but you just got to rely on your teammates now to continue to hold their angles.
Nexie has seen the threat of the players coming over towards the backside, and yeah, the shots from Assault absolutely devastating. 17 plays 13. Defense for FaZe, being gate kept to touch by Dak, who can jump on and stop the clock at 24 seconds. Eric Boom, able to force a team kill. Good damage out. Stun just to make sure that FaZe, again, are not able to challenge the player inside of B. First tick gets locked behind this. Brack off 6 in a row. Being dealt with. Shots coming through, but he turns it into number 7, and now the effort towards being on the zone can start to work. Dak, backside bar. Not quite able to find the kills needed, and with 15 on the clock, this is the last chance for Mitt Brooklyn's offense.
Yeah, Omit Brooklyn have to get to that point. Want to put the game clock at a pause, and I don't know if any players are going to be in a position to do so. Eric Boom, closest player, he is going to fall. Assault next in line, he's going to drop as well. So Bracket's going to end that round on 9 in a row. He's just like the fundamental guy for this FaZe roster. Like, you can see Exceed always making the flashy plays, Asim going for those routes, and Dylan Rex dominating all the power positions. But when you need someone that's going to consistently give you the results, Brack is that guy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, again, that Florida team from, last year was just a weird one, honestly. Like,
They look good towards the end of the year, though.
Yeah,
Like, I'm wondering
you
if
know-
that roster was in the beginning of the year, how much better they would have progressed throughout the season.
Absolutely agree with you. That Florida roster was a good experiment. I'll put it that
Yeah.
way. In
Yep.
terms of, would this full Challengers team work out? And for the most part, they did choose what they wanted. But, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That could have been a very different look for the squad overall. But into what we have here, the next real question in terms of can FaZe find a way to get the B zone done? Not even bothering with A off the get-go. Try to get the spawn trap in while also making progress. First couple of kills are good. Wrap from Exceed goes unchecked. And with Assault
dead.
dropping on the end, now we should just be able to stack and get this B zone done.
Yeah, that's 4 dead. Now Omit Brooklyn are not going to have an opportunity to work this B objective or at least contest it for a little bit. Brax still on 9 in a row. Hasn't died in the last 3 minutes of this game. The time now going to be extended. FaZe Black, alongside Exceed, who's on 5 in a row, can earn himself a cruise miss if he checks this little bit of a corner. He's going to walk right over Eric Boom. He's not going to look to his left. He's going to shut him down over that streak, but Brack on 10 in a row.
Yeah. What a streak this has been. Finally gets put down by Eric Boom, but the damage has already been dealt. 4 life advantage for FaZe. Omit Brooklyn's defense has to hold from these forward positions. And Rex is going to take a look at a lot of different players. Knows he's got another one nearby, but Brack's cruise missile will force everyone back into the interior of the apartment complex, giving Rex an extra lease on life. May have seen the jump across from Eric Boom. Sure has. But the SMG, too deadly at that range. Lunar's pistol out, not able to find Exceed. But still, Omit Brooklyn doing what they can to try to keep the life lead minimalized and at the same rate try to get some good focus over the top of A, but FaZe Black have gotten on and stopped the clock at a minute 11.
Yeah, they only have 1 person on it, though, so they're giving Omit Brooklyn opportunities to still try to contest this. That's going to allow Eric Boom to hit the super long route. Here comes the pinch from him. He finds the freebie onto the point, trying to line the second one onto Brack, but at least puts down great team shots between him and the Soul. But FaZe Black just better in the trade scenario. Now the double stack is in the second segment complete.
Yep. And this is where things can start to get a little out of hand. The one thing you don't want here if you're Mitt Brooklyn is to give away any other potential streaks, as the tick progression should...
FaZe Black defense.
Yeah,
FaZe Black
should
defense.
favor FaZe Black. I mean, favor. Again, we say that.
You know,
puts
sometimes
them
you
on
like
defense,
it, sometimes you don't. You know, that's the map in Karachi that we have for controls. Like, some teams, it might want to be those players who can play slow over towards red. And you could tell that at least FaZe Black comfortable on both sides with just the way on defense, with the way that Brack plays. Like, he's consistently just pushing out junk, making it easier for his teammates to pick up just that one middle side angle.
That's so funny. So FaZe will be on the defense, whether they want it or not. And another map where Lunar's just is not doing it. 15 and 23. Another
It's
negative
not AR
map for
maps.
him.
Like,
Yeah,
Karachi's
I mean,
up close and personal, you know? Like,
that's
these
fair.
gunfights are right in his face at some points.
Yeah, that's fair. And, whoa. Opening frag lands. Trophy system may have been just a little bit too deep, and now Wasim up top of the rival 9.
Hello.
We'll finish the other 2, and here comes the Giga Trap again. Already on the way up the map are FaZe Black, and Mitt Brooklyn have to find this wave of kills quickly.
Yeah, they have to get out. They don't find the first. They don't find the second. They
my.
don't even find the third. FaZe Black have them in the headlock setup. That's another clean 4 dead. Not a single player from FaZe Black even dropped this round so far. There we go, Eric Boom. Way to shut me up.
But that kill on Exceed is minimal compared to the setup that FaZe Black have. And this is why. I mean, Rex is just jumping up and down through Coop. Pistols out. Finds the last shot needed on the Lunars. And that's 4 dead. And Omit Brooklyn, once again, find themselves spawning up into the waiting arms of FaZe Black. Oh, man. This is so deadly. Decent exit, though, here from Mitt Brooklyn. Problem is, you're looking at a 27 plays 18. And you stop the clock at 21.9 with all efforts over towards A. Although, that gets over towards B, so a little bit of 2 zones at once going on. Eliminations over towards A are not as convincing as you'd like, but the defender who bounces back towards B makes that hit safe, and now we're in desperation mode for Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, Omit Brooklyn is trying to make their way over towards this B objective. They get those close red spawns, but now I see him in a perfect position to catch a couple players sprinting right to that point. Only able to take down 1, 2 on 2 in the trade column. But Omit Brooklyn, they're able to pause the game clock.
Exceed comes up unexpectedly, though, from the backside of that closet. Also a couple of shots over towards Assault, who does get traded down by
Hello.
Brack. Yeah, Eric Boom up close. Almost gets the beat down. Semtex out. Brack around the corner. That'll finish off one. One more to grab. And that's over the backhand side, which Dylan Rex will take care of. Now it's just finding the last couple of Mitt Brooklyn members. The last one being up into closet on the contest. 3.7 on the clock. Kill is good for Rex. And wow, Mitt Brooklyn swept out of a chance from making playoffs. FaZe Black come through with a very clean 3-0. Really with the only exception being that first offense on Karachi here.
Yeah, that's tough if you're Omit Brooklyn. If you're FaZe Black, you were just like, all right, we'll throw you guys a bone. We'll give you guys a hope a little bit, you know? But then when we're down 0-2, we're just going to flip that switch. Both times on the defensive side, they were able to put themselves in a clean forward-down situation, take the map control away, keep them trapped into their spawn for about 20 to 30 seconds. Keep in mind, only in every single control round, you only have it a minute and 30. You waste about 20 seconds right off the rip into the game. So when you're consistently trying to fight out of your spawn, it's not the way to find success. And then one attacking round that FaZe Black needed to find success on, Brack dominated. So did Exceed. They dominated that red control and did with the non-stop pressure over towards B. It's just way too much for Omit to handle. Again, Lunar's not the best respawn series, not the best series overall. But now you're going to be beating yourself up because now you got to watch from afar because you're no longer going to be in playoffs, especially if RCKN win.
Yeah. Looking over to the Bravo stream really quickly while the replays are playing through here, RCKN did lose the control 3-2.
Okay.
So there is going to be at least another map there. It was tight, though. It was like a 2v5 situation. They were also playing a Karachi control. And Acrylic Esports were able to clutch up in the 4. They were the team with 5 still left. So they were the benefits of the numbers. They cleaned up on around the B zone for their defense. And that means that, yeah, they're going to see at least a 4th map over there. But I will say, in terms of, you know, kind of seeing why we're not seeing this map in the CDL, FaZe Black showed us that spawn trap is ridiculous, and I wouldn't want anyone to ever see that ever again.
It can be a little bit too mixy at some points, but when a 4 dead happens at the same time, you're able to set up that kind of trap. It's just very difficult to get out of. You waste a lot of time in those situations and just not really giving yourself a lot of opportunities. So FaZe Black now advance their way up to 4-1. Any updates on the other series between Lore and SGP Midnight? Are they all going to be tied at 4-1 now?
SGP is up 2-0 against Lore at the moment based on breaking points results. So yeah, that again puts, you know, a tiebreaker up top potentially under the way of 3 teams at 4-1, where who knows what will happen there in terms of you know, who gets what seed. But the bigger news is with Mitt Brooklyn losing, now it's just down to can Acrylic Esports reverse sweep and force the 3-way tiebreaker to get into playoffs at 1-4, which again, it feels like Mitt Brooklyn should have the benefit of that, but I don't know that for sure. So looking back at the control, we can at least give you guys the final moments of what happened there as we were kind of talking about it for a minute there. But yeah, this is kind of what it come down to. And I didn't realize how absolutely close this was in the life department while they were hitting over towards B.
Oh, they trolled this? Okay. All right, Radio at least on the pitch, he finds 1. The trade is effectively going to be there, but the double stack for RCKN should have at least got the job done for them because they're finding a bunch of these kills in the feed. So now you allow Acrylic Esports with the numbers to trade out more effectively. That's a clean 3 dead in the feed. Close spawns, they're going to be here for RCKN with only 5 lives remaining.
Yeah, and the defense just so quick to come back in towards it. So this is about where I was starting to tune into just a moment.
Yeah.
The 6v4 situation, the kills that come through for Acrylic are pretty decent. They do get a chance to stop the clock here, I think, for a moment, but from this point, everyone just flooding in through mid. Rupert just has to try to do something special, and then, yeah, the same thing for Exotic. It's a good effort, but, yeah, it is a bit bizarre and maybe a missed opportunity when you look at RCKN and see them 4-man stacked, essentially, on the zone, and they still get pushed off of it. So Acrylic will get their 2nd map win in Challengers Elite with that win there on Control.
Okay, and the first map win was a search and destroy, if I stand correct. So
I think
now they at least got a respawn. They got a control. They got an S&D. Now can you find a hard point all throughout this elite stage? Because they're staying alive. Still opportunities to have a 3-way tie at 1-4, but you got to show me a little bit something on this Karachi HP.
Yeah, and that's the other part about it. Like, we, you know, at least in well, obviously long-term career, we know what Moch has been able to do in the past. Chris Radial has also seen the elite a couple of times, but Ryan and Prospect are 2 players that, I mean, just tracking them, top 32s at best. You know, maybe a top 16, but it's just like they're just in a different world right now playing up against these guys.
The craziest thing is that in the beginning of the season, like, I was hearing some crazy vouches from, like, Octane on this Ryan kid. He had an unbelievable shot. He was going to be one of the best ARs going into challenges this season. And he was sort of a letdown for me. So, hopefully next season, he's able to right the wrongs on this one to have a little bit more of an impactful year. But now we go into this map number 4. RCKN already coming out swinging early time here at P1. All the kills in their favor. And now you have Noisy potentially trying to flip these spawns single-handedly.
Yeah, and, you know, just kind of looking over the course of some of the, you know, tournaments that Ryan's played, he did get a chance. He played with Tom Gravity, Deceptions, and Deluxe during the Stage 2 qualifiers. They were really close to making it in Elite Stage 2. Finished top 8, needed to finish top 4. But then after that, again, the results are just not anything worth really mentioning. Top 16s, top 32 at Miami. Doesn't look like he went to Toronto. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the hype that may have come from other places, haven't really seen it show up in the challenger scene, at least not as of this year. Again, it's one of those things, you know, first time in, 18-year-old kid, I imagine.
Yeah.
You just take what you can get and see if you can work your way up in terms of playing with better players, and then hopefully next year you can find yourself on a really solid team.
Yeah, no one's just going to spawn in, play their very first event, and walk away victorious or have a lot of success in their first season. You got to go through the leaps and the bumps of everything. So hopefully going into the next season, and Black Ops 6, he's going to be more prepared, ready to rock and roll, but still here at this P2 HP. Not a lot of time left, but it's contest fest all the way down to the very end. Radio is able to find a double. He's able to find a triple. The trade is going to be there for Noisy. Still a big 20 seconds there for RCKN, and they have the rotations for next, so Acrylic, you got to get a move on it.
And they're all 4-man focused over towards New here, so got to win these gunfights. Reaper just trying to hold his ground. Good read, good pre-fire up to Prospect. KB trying to work over towards the junkyard side, wanting to make sure the back of this alleyway stays safe, but the threat is here for Acrylic. KB, good pre-fire. Able to spam down Ryan, and then Noisy follows up for third kill in the exchange, but Prospect gets into the hard point for a time. Good tracking onto Exotic. Semtex over the top, denied by the trophy system, and that will be in for Acrylic. They're in for now, and they have a chance to help this thing out through tire side.
Yeah, and that's big plays right there from Prospect to catch that player early on, crossing towards the back, and then winning that one-on-one versus Exotic, and at the same time working that objective. So this is going to allow Acrylic to potentially take the lead and continue to hold on. As now the spawns for RCKN have flipped. The pressure is already going to be on them with Exotic running at rival 9. They find a break. Can it lead to the final 20?
Looks like it will. Clean kills for Noisy. KB gets the third, and the scrap time is good. And interestingly enough, Acrylic Esports spawns are not great in terms of getting over to P4 early. RKNX don't seem to be fully aware of that point, though. A lot of focus over the middle of the map. And the only one really hanging on is Reaper over towards the desk side here. So, trophy system is out. Kills are still looking good for the side of RKNX. Acrylic with numbers, though, backside towards White Van are able to get back in. Oh, but not able to follow up on a Noisy, who still finds himself on 4 in a row.
Yeah, and he's just trying to finesse. That silence has already been activated. Rupert, he wants that one back. Well, he's gifted to Noisy, so he can be on 5 in a row. There's still a 22-point difference. Acrylic still with those back spawns, trying to contest it the best way they can. They're simply not allow RKNX to soak up any time here at P4. Noisy now on 5 in a row. Picks up that MCW. Just cruising through the top balcony. Make it 6. Trying to line it up for the 7. Gets a little bit fancy with the footwork. But Chilla makes him pay for it, and Acrylic should walk away with the final 10, but rotations in favor of RKNX at next.
Now, Noisy down low off his next life. Deals with some of this rotation from Acrylic. Tucked into a corner, and ooh, slides away from Ryan, who isn't able to really even consider the chase down. And then, wow, clean shots up to Prospect. Noisy, hell of a start, 12-5 with the cruise. And more potentially on the way as him and KB try to teamwork out this left side of P5. The fall in starts to come through, and KB steps up. Yeah, great news here for RKNX. Perfect start to P5.
And now you see those spawns for Acrylic. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to even try to get back over towards the junkyard. They're trying to maneuver their way up to the map, but KB simply not missing any bullets until I say right there onto Ryan. Still on 3 in a row. RKNX now with the 50, almost 60-point lead. Starting to run away with this game number 1. I mean, game number 4.
Yeah. KB gets onto 4. Tries to stay away from Prospect, not quite able to. Noisy looking for the trade. Also unsuccessful in playing his life out. But like we talked about, the first rotation, very clean from RCKN. They find themselves up around 80 points. Acrylic Esports, good setup around P1, though, gets them in immediately. That's going to force out a cruise missile from Noisy.
Now you have to move around on your setup. Don't allow them to find kills with those weapons. Then that leaves it 2 dead. KB does not spot him. Was he blind? He's still able to find the kill, though. Radio, I don't know what the hell that was, but RCKN, they find the break early on. They're getting all the kills as well, and there's still a lot of time here at P1.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part. 30 seconds to fight for. KB still shooting straight. Radial over the top. The stun will land. Little battle between the headies, which Radial does eventually win. But the damage is being done on the objective, where Noisy is still 16 kills in already. Follow-up, though, from Acrylic is good. Back and forth kill feed, and that will be enough for Acrylic to win out P1 scrap time and still find themselves favorably on the rotation to 2.
Now, this is what they need to do. Same thing FaZe Black just showed us in our Alpha stream. Just chain this pizza to that P3, and it starts by dominating this red control. Fortunately, none of the kills are in their favor in that positioning. Now it's going to allow RCKN with the numbers to be the aggressors in towards Cafe. Exotic just going to slide on in. Bait a little bit, only 63 HP. Now you're ready to rock and roll. Him and Noisy, successful on the break.
Very much so the case. Not good news for Acrylic. Need to find a way to re-break this quickly. Numbers are getting over the top of the dumpster jump wall.
Jesus.
Plus the follow-up potentially for Ryan on the pinch, which he eventually gets the kill, but Noisy is just not being traded. 19-7. If he gets that one on a Mochilla, wow. I mean, there's a lot of slanderous things we could say. But Moch does at least win the gunfight, and with that, Acrylic Esports get back in for the scrap time.
And now RCKN have to cut their losses. This is not an opportunity now where you want to die off this rotation.
Yep.
Potentially spawn all the way across the map, so play your corners tight, play a little bit confident on your angles. Now that new hill pops. They're going to be the team early in, but they know that the pressure's coming in from Junk. This has to count for Acrylic. They finally early 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4-man flood here from the front. Prospect even able to get another. Exotic trying to play outside. Radial, good prediction on the prone shots. Ryan around the back. Noisy from the inside. Still holding on. Onto the contest is RCKN, but the numbers for Acrylic are on their way in. Hello. They just don't find the player inside the hard point, and then Rupert through market side gets 2. Just when it looked like everything was turning up in favor of Acrylic on the break, it doesn't happen, and now RCKN can put the game out of reach.
Yeah, we just did not hit the hill. Like, we got a 3 dead. We just are not finding that last player on towards the objective. No one's going through the side, though, to assist on that trade. And that allows RCKN with the numbers to work their way back on in and keep this one a little bit scrappy. That should have been a lot better of an opportunity right there for Acrylic Esports. They get the break for the final 15, but they were looking for a bigger chunk there.
Not good news here for Acrylic. Good kills, though, on rotation over towards 4. Ryan off the regen up top. Searching for Rupert, but it's Radial who gets there first. And a little bit of sound cues down low allow Ryan to get down to 3 in a row. Could be a chance here for him to possibly build towards streaks. Notice he's got KB up close and personal. They'll deals with him pretty nicely. Okay. Decent moments here for Acrylic. Chance to possibly get a cruise, and more importantly, you are contesting this P4 pretty nicely.
Yeah, we need some time, though. It's still a 70-point difference. Ryan on 5 in a row. It'd be nice to earn that cruise whistle, but someone eventually has to work that objective. There goes kill number 6. Still just trying to slay him out. No one really working that objective on the side of Acrylic, and you're just allowing RCKN to get even bigger of a lead.
I mean, these kills are great for Ryan. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're good, but nothing. You don't get no points.
But the objective focus for RCKN just better. So now it's, again, right around 200 or 100-point lead here for the side of RCKN. Rotation good, though, to P5 for Acrylic Esports. And Prospect's in a good spot to try to maybe be a little bit more concealed to watch this rotation in. But Exotic kind of slips through his position just a touch. That turns into 1 kill. Mochilla trying to follow up, and okay, good clearance here for Acrylic. They can stay on the hard point.
Yeah, they can stay on the hard point. Shut down the first wave. Now Prospect's going to give up that deep pinch and try to be the aggressor on the repinch. But Exotic jumps through top yellow. Finds that first kill. Also finds the second on Orion. Great shots out of him. And now with only 20 seconds left, Acrylic, you want this time, but you're not going to get it for free.
Good follow-up by Chris Radial. Now he's on 4 in a row. Slides forward for kill number 5, but Rupert was there to deny any secondary cruise missiles to be earned. And every second's a good second for RCKN. Acrylic Esports spawning all the way back to the left side of the minimap. Have to work across and up into the middle of the map. Try to get into good spots here. Good first one onto Exotic. KB playing from apartments, one of the last ones standing, but he gets behind one. And now it's just down to get the second. No hard time tracking down Radial. Rupert from inside red, only getting the first, and Acrylic Esports will hold the high ground, but still not able to get into the hard point. They needed someone to get on time.
Yeah, someone get in the hill. I could just tell, like, we didn't really get a chance to watch them all throughout the Elite. A lot of these guys are playing for a little bit of the kills. Like, we got to get some objective focus here because RKNX, they're giving you guys a lot of opportunities. Still a 50-point difference. 24 seconds to RKNX need to close out this map number 4 and close out this series. Ryan again on 5 in a row. Potential to overlap himself on the cruise missile. The final 15 is going to go to theirs, and you instantly off spawn. Got to call in this cruise because you're late off the rotation again.
Yeah, you have to. Absolutely. Radial just kind of dancing with KB over the top of the old time. KB will drop. Ryan's going to call the cruise in. Perfect timing. This should be used to get Exotic out of position, surely. And it does, but Radial will fall at the same time. So now, it's just down to can you track Noisy. Trades are okay, but you have to find a way to work this. And Ryan, who has been the shining star right now for Acrylic Esports, is the only one who really has a chance to threaten this. Stuns and nades are landing, though, and that will do it. RKNX will take the win, 3-1 map count. And with the Mitt Brooklyn loss, that means that RKNX will make it into playoffs as our 4th seed here in Group A.
You love to see that, man. Control your own destiny. Come out and get a W to be the final team to lock up in the playoffs of Group A. Obviously, you go up against Acrylic Esports, home in Brooklyn. They wish they could have had that final matchup here today. But you get the job done. You're the final team moving on. Home in Brooklyn, they're for sure. But Acrylic Esports, yeah. At least Mochilla's back, you know? At least Mochilla's back.
Yep. Coach Moch.
Yep.
Been there before.
Good job, Steve.
Hey, he's one of those guys, man. He's good peeps. Good peeps. And, it's just really kind of... there's a certain level of, like, air of comedy behind this Acrylic Esports team. The way they formed and how they qualified for the Elite. It was just the most unexpected, unpredictable thing that could have finished off Modern Warfare 3. But it does put them in a position and earn at least a couple more challengers points. You know, they're likely going to have to play through the LCQ. And just as a reminder, as you start to talk about champs, top 4 in overall pro points automatically get qualified for NA. And then the next top two from the LCQ will also make it, making up 6 total squads for the region. So, you know, for teams like RKNX, Acrylic Esports, that's likely what they're looking at with the heavy hitters of like Lore Gaming and SGP, at least one of the 2 of them,
FaZe
and
Black,
FaZe Black. Yeah, their points totals are just so good. And probably Houston Spartans would be the other one. Those are probably your top 4 right now. So for everyone else, it's about earning whatever points you can, maybe trying to threaten that, but then, of course, putting yourself into a good position to have a high seed for the LCQ.
Yeah, and I think if you're Acrylic Esports, at least you got a good foundation in Search and Destroy. Obviously, you lost that one today, but only having 2 map wins in 5 different matches is kind of egregious. 1 control, 1 S&D, not a single W in hardpoint. If you're going to go through the LCQ, yeah, we got to hit the lab and hit it quickly. Because this is not how we wanted to come out today, but obviously we see the records for both squads. For Space, I don't know if they're still playing currently. They're probably in the map number 5.
About to start.
Opportunity for them to, you know, be that number 1 seed, but that's going to be done of all of Group A. Like, that is going to be our top 4 right there. Omit, Brooklyn, and Acrylic Esports have to, you know, work through that LCQ side. But now we're going to move on to Group E, where it's a tight race, at least for seeds.
It's just all for seeds, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got an opportunity to have a tiebreaker at 2 teams at 2 and 3 if Treaty 1 can find a way to win. But it doesn't make a difference because they don't own the head-to-head tiebreaker versus either the Houston Spartans or the SGP Syndicate. So that's going to be our featured matchup between those two squads that find themselves at 2-2, and we will be taking a look into that Treaty 1 game just to see how things are going there as well. So that is going to do it for Group A. Again, top 4 are already set now for them, plus also the top 4 are set for Group B. It just comes down to which order before we start jumping into the double elimination playoff bracket, which will start tomorrow. But for now, we've got to make sure all of our vetoes are good. We'll jump away to a quick break, get everything set up. We'll be back with our second slot of matches and our final set of group matches here at North American Challengers Elite. back, everybody. Group A figured out in terms of who will make it on to playoffs, who will not. RCKN able to find the final spot over Mitt Brooklyn, and now a chance to figure out at least what the seeding will look like for our top 4 here in Group B. The big thing on everyone's mind is that matchup between SGP Syndicate and the Houston Spartans, both teams at 2-2, and of course they will find themselves facing up against each other to finish off this group stage. The only other matchup that would really affect things is Treaty 1 Gaming going up against Fourth Space in Control playing Omit GG. Could mess around with who finishes where, but for this SGP Syndicate squad, not to be confused with their Midnight team on the other side, they've put together a very interesting look. I think the team on paper is one that, okay, I get it. You know, you've got some familiarity there between Cruz and Gunzy. I believe Bink and Dark have also played together a handful of times in the past. So you got a collection of guys that, you know, you would think have some good familiarity with one another, but this is a pretty recently formed squad, and they found some decent success to this point.
Yeah, they found some success at least week 1, because all of last week, they did not find any success. They were at 0-3 in both of those matchups, obviously versus Fourth Space, and the other one versus Omit. But I don't know. I'm just expecting Syndicate to come out firing a little bit different today, because to not win a single map last week, and you get put in this situation where you're fighting for either the 3rd or 4th seed. When you start off 2-0, you have to redeem yourself, and you have to do it quick, and it's not going to be easy going up against the Spartan squad.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right to point out the fact that that first week was also versus the bottom 2 teams in the group. So, you know, again, there was a pretty considerable skill gap, I think, between the top, we'll probably say top 3, if not top 4, versus the bottom 2 here. But there definitely is something to be told about this Syndicate squad not winning a map versus the top 2 teams, but not losing a map versus the bottom 2 teams. So this feels like a very appropriate matchup to find these 2 squads right in the middle of the group to figure out who holds the advantage. I think, you know, looking at the 2 teams, you would have to lean towards Houston Spartans. They're your recent elite champions. They've done really well on LAN. Just comes down to making sure that their success online does translate to possible championships on LAN. But yeah, I think the thing is for this Houston Spartans team, they're growing more consistent because they have not made as many changes as a lot of other teams that are out there.
Yeah, because obviously they're elite stage 2 winners. They walked away victorious in the last stage, and they go into the LAN event, probably don't get the best places that they want, but they decide not to make that roster stage and just build upon the foundation that they already created. Now you're going in today versus a team in SGP Syndicate who have been struggling as of recent, and it's the complete opposite of at least the Spartans, because they're starting to turn up in their hard points. They're starting to turn up in their controls. The S&Ds are always going to be their bread and butters, but as long as you can get players like Fire to always play consistent with that SMG and in, but just to play with this team, because sometimes you can go a little bit rogue, get a couple cutoff kills that are completely useless. Let's just make sure we're getting it in sync with our roster, with the squad, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I like the call. And I think it's just, you know, talking about the Houston Spartans compared to the conversation we had about FaZe Black, there is something about making sure you're taking every moment possible to be as perfect as you can be. You know, yeah, there is the idea of being able to play great COD and making sure you're complete across all the maps, but being to a point where you're putting together the mega spawn trap, for instance, like on the Karachi control, that's something that takes an extra level of dictation and experience on. So, you know, looking at this Houston Spartans team's highlights to this point, I will say, you know, not only has their search and destroy been great for them, but they have shown that the SFGs can take over at certain moments in time. This is one that we watched in particular, you and I, and it was like, wow, like no one is trading out Wiz or Fire. They were all over the map.
Yeah, they were just covering a lot of ground, but you can still see, like, Houston Spartans still a very tight game between these 2 squads, 2-21 and 2-13, when you have both the SMG's players playing the way that they have. Just got to try to close that out a little bit cleaner, and I'm pretty sure now, isn't Sparty coming in for accuracy on Minnesota?
He is. That's
in the CDL, right?
So that's actually a really good point.
So there's going to be a little more eyes on them now. You got to perform if you're here.
Well, I don't even know if he's allowed to play in Elite if he's got a contract with the CDL. Have we heard
it is on
anything
Wednesday,
from
Thursday
Compops about them swapping out Spart for anybody? But I'm pretty sure
I
we've
knew
seen
it
this
was
before.
for accuracy. Yeah, because accuracy, obviously, he has a couple family things going on. Prayers for the family and everything, and WC Frosty's in for Spart. Okay, so we're gonna have Frosty in. I thought Spart was gonna be here. I didn't see that one on my bingo card. So this changes everything for the Spartan squad, in my opinion.
If this is the Frosty I'm thinking of, spelled Frostie, he's like, yeah, he's in the same ballpark as like Prospect, where it's just like the results that he's had this year have not been great.
Okay.
To say, I mean, top 32s, top 16s probably at best. That would be my guess. I could check COD Gamepedia really quickly, but yeah, that's an interesting substitution. I'm surprised that they're. Well, I guess the other part about this is like anyone you would have wanted, you know, is already playing on another Challengers team.
Yeah.
So that is something to kind of be considered. And yeah, looking over his results through this year. One Pup Cup win, actually 2 Pup Cup wins where the elite teams weren't playing. But I'm surprised that this was the guy that they ended up kind of finding. Finished top 12 in the Elite 3 qualifier. Everything else is top 16. So really haven't really been able to crack into the top 8 overall for Frosty. Even though he's played with some pretty solid players. He's played with Pat Cryptic, played with Hollow, played with Exotic, played with Neum. So he's played with some good players. It just they haven't been able to figure it out apparently. So big shoes to fill here for Frosty stepping in and having to replace Spark because of that move to replace accuracy above that. So good call on that, Jay.
Yeah, so that's going to be some big shoes to fill because you know what Spark gets done for this roster. He's Mr. S&D, always putting himself in a position to play the clutch. And then, like you said in the beginning when we started casting challenges together, Alan, you can always count on Spark to not really have, I guess you could say, if he has such a slow start, he's always going to have a banging finish. And
yeah,
now
always.
that's a guy that you have to try to replace. And going up against this SGP Syndicate squad, they have to be ready to go because this is not the roster you saw last week. They're going to have a completely new strategy today without their leader in Spark.
And also looking back over Frosty's history, he has never seen the actual elite.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so big shoes to fill.
Yeah,
All
Modern
right.
Warfare 2, a couple of the qualifiers that he got close. Top 6 in Stage 4 qualifier, so 1 placement away from being able to win out there. And then a top 12 at the Last Chance qualifier. But yeah, really no success in Challengers worth mentioning outside of a couple of Pup Cup wins. So big shoes to fill and an opportunity to really kind of make a name for yourself in your, 2 days potentially worth of action that you're going to get here for the Uses Spartans.
Yeah. All right, so hopefully he's able to put on a show. You know, the honeymoon stage sometimes it's a little bit different. You got great players around you. You know that Fire and Wiz is the S&D mastermind for this team, but they're going to have to set the tone with those SMGs, especially on a map like 6-star. Mr. Glow Frosty Hamza is going to have to put it together quickly and try to fill in Frosty on the positionings that he has to play now.
Okay, see how things unfold. 6-star to open things up. Bink able to find first blood. Gunzy on the response. And how about Frosty? Okay, get himself up top on a little AR nest position. Does well for the opener, but Dark comes out from behind off the reload. He's good for 3 in a row. And the Syndicate are going to be right back into the first hard point for some time.
Yeah, it's my guy Dark Side. It's a great kid. Had the opportunity to play a little bit of ranks with him. Get to know him a little bit better. And he comes from the S&D scene. He just wants to get a little bit better in the respawn game modes. And he's just trying to at least work his way up to the top. Slowly but surely. A 4-1 start already in this game number 1. With only 10 seconds remaining here at P1. If you are Syndicate, you can contest this. You are trading more effectively. Now with the clean 4 dead in defeat, you got to be aggressive because the spawns are still going to be here for the Spartans.
Yeah, a couple of the kills will come through, but Houston, like you said, still in position. Darkseid, tons of damage into both players there for the Spartans, but it's Wiz who finds the kill. No trophy system down here, though, for the Spartans, so Gunzy will open things up. Bink falls off the map before he can get into the pool, but stuns continue to land, and with that, the Syndicate find their way into the hard point with extra kills around the backside. Not a great start here for the Spartans.
Yeah, it's a clean 4 dead right there for Syndicate, even with the team kill coming in. Actually, are jumping off the map, so they had the man disadvantage. But they're able to find all 4 in the feed. Now the Spartans trying to execute a break right back on in. Effective trades between both squads, 2-2 split. But Glow Frosty and now Cruz, it turns to a 1-on-1. Glow Frosty able to win it. Use the Spartans, take the lead.
Yeah. Gunzy, nice shots over towards poolside. Trophy system down. Trying to finesse the old time, but not a lot of value out of that trophy, nor the finesse overall. Frosty, quick on rotation here. Good productivity out of the young man. Has to wait for help. Trophy system will keep him here as long as he would like, or at least longer, maybe than Syndicate would appreciate. Wiz cut down in the long route. Fire cut down from the front. And now Frosty, he's just feeling like, okay, I got to do something here. My teammates are falling all around me. We're going to have to hit this from the front. Contest up top on the jump wall, but Syndicate deal with it perfectly, and the opening holds good.
Yep, but Nae's attacks are starting to hit for the Spartans, so still giving themselves opportunities to potentially find a break. Now the respawns come in for Syndicate. It's going to be a 3-stack still at this old HP. They have all their angles. Watch Glow First. Your opportunity now to go from spiral steps. You can catch the kill on the dark side. That's going to lead to 2 and a potential break coming in now for the Spartans.
Yeah, 3 dead. Just 1 more to grab his crews. Trying to finesse around the little planter in the middle of the patio. Off respawn. Gunzy able to at least contest a little while longer, but it's Frosty. Okay, good job on the finesse here. Fuss Flighter on the rotation. We'll get the Spartans a chance to reclaim the lead, and then more so as they have this hard point opening up to their name.
Yeah, they're going to win the rotation over towards New. You already have both the SMGs being the aggressors, trying to push out their angles. And now, as soon as that spawn comes in for Frosty, you're going to know that they're coming from that deep pinch. Glow Frosty, the pressure's going to be on you to hold down security. He's able to cut down 2. Great plays from him. That leads to 3.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly speaking, in terms of kind of evaluating Frosty to the moment, he is playing the same role that Spart would, and he's doing really nice.
Yep.
Just kind of finessing, holding down lanes, waiting for help, not getting too overambitious. Good stuff. And that leads to now the biggest lead we've seen to this point. Fire on 5 in a row. Does get shut down by Gunzy, but the rest of Houston just had to find a way to read this split spawn situation for the Syndicate, and yeah, there's no chance there for Frosty whatsoever. Break is in, and a chance for the Syndicate to get us back more towards a tie game.
Yep. So a 20-point difference, but get this run. Remaining 15, you'll only be down by 5. You're finding a bunch of the kills through the middle side of the map as well, so an opportunity for them to change P4 to P1. You still have to account for every player on the Spartans because they're going to be on the hill initially to start. You have a route being hit by fire. Great pickup right there at the bank. Now you can attack through the middle side of the map, and here comes the pressure.
Yeah, but Frosty, good to take the opener. Trade starting to come through, but Syndicate winning out of the exchange.
Shots.
And 5 in a row for Cruz. Slow start for him, but now starting to cook a touch with a chance at a cruise missile if you can find one more. Teammate's going to zone out around the middle of the map as well. It's going to give him an isolated angle just to watch the front.
Oh, and they have all their angles covered to perfection as they find the initial 2. Well, Frosty, though, somehow, some way is able to find a double, so an opportunity here for the Spartans to work their way through mid-connector, and they take full advantage of it as everyone finds a kill in the feed. They have them exactly where they want to be spawning. They're going to be able to execute a rotation as well over towards P2. A potential chain on a card as long as the Spartans come out on top in these fights.
Yeah, Glow Frosty, another double behind that will mean that Frosty, no confusion there, couldn't find the last remaining moments of this first hard point. Gets us to a dead tie game. 115-115. We open up this palm tree P2. Glow Frosty, last couple of shots towards Cruz will land. Able to track a couple of shots into Gunzy, which makes life a little bit easier for Fire. Stuck on 1 HP though, and Bink will come out, surprise everybody in an easy double for him. Frosty try to keep his life forward. Again, the last remaining Spartan to now, as everyone else is cutting across the pool, but as he drops, it's just down to who wins out this 3v3 hold situation.
And that's unbelievable play right there out of Bink. Like, just walk through that first Semtex coming in, finds a double, and then finds a third to execute a little bit better of a hold there for Syndicate, giving them more opportunities to dominate at this P2 HP. They're going to take the lead right on back. We've had so many lead changes between both of these rosters, but another situation where now the Houston Spartans win that rotation again over towards P3. This time, can they lock it down for more time?
Yeah. Well, good time for Syndicate to finish out P2. Spartans still trying to use a little bit of mid-map pressure, and Fire turns out a double there. Gunzy trades it back, leaves an opening for Syndicate to try to rush across the middle of the map, and it's an off spawn for Fire. He spawns P2 of all things. Has this been red? Sure has. Bink watches it. Now the flood is on. Wiz Frosty trying to hold on to the backside of this rotation. Glow Frosty gets the last kill. 50-50 foot race though. No one inside the hard point. No one spawning close. And honestly, Syndicate are just going to run right back up through bar. Good prediction from Fire, but the kill is not there. Follow-up from Wiz also shut down. And now the last threat for Syndicate to deal with is Glow Frosty in the back, and he will be shut down before the potential of a streak comes out.
Oh, and that's how illegal plays right there out of Syndicate. I thought Glow Frosty, he played that situation magnificent, finding a double through the backside, blocking those back spawns, just giving his team opportunities to push to the front. It's just that second wave of kills, not a single one of his teammates find one. So everything that Glow Frosty did is all for nothing. Still going to be a 35-point difference. Syndicate now starting to pull away in this game number 1. And look at the route already being hit by Cruz. I don't know if Wiz is going to get a read on it.
Oh, a couple of shots do come out of Cruz, so Wiz is going to back up, try to find him. Kill is out, but Trades are decent. Fire last one standing. Gets an isolated 1v1 into bank. And now the wraparound. Ooh, may have taken his aim off of Gunzy. Thought maybe he finished the kill early. So an opportunity for the hard point to at least be contested. 50-50 we go. Kills mimicking that. Just back and forth, back and forth. But Dark Size cruised in a really good spot to potentially win this one out, but Wiz has other plans in mind. He's now off R4 in a row, and we're back to within a 30-point game.
Yeah, Wiz just ran right through mid-connector, and somehow somebody found 4. So it's going to lead to a little bit of a break here for the Spartans, but the numbers stronger in favor of Syndicate. They're going to push their way right back on in and to breach that 200-point mark, unless Frosty has anything to say about it. 20 and 18 start from him. But now Syndicate breached that 200-point mark. They find 3 kills in the feed. Wiz, last player up. Got to play your life.
Yeah, absolutely. And he just tried to dives in towards Gunzy, who was more than willing to take the gunfight. So SGP Syndicate now right back to about a 60-point gap, and maybe more than that if they can continue to hold on to this bar position, which it's looking good for now. Glow Frosty unfortunately takes down Frosty. A little bit of team damage. And that puts things into dire straits now for Houston. Cruz up and over the DJ booth. That gets cut down. Team nade is a little unfortunate, but the Houston Spartans will still secure their break nonetheless.
Yeah, there's still 20 seconds here, and they're going to have the rotation over towards New. So now you need this next wave to potentially catch a chain opportunity. Great route out of Cruz. Is going to be able to at least spot Wiz. Doesn't overcommit onto the gunfight and is able to find that one for free. Now you see the spawns of the Spartans. Where are they going to be? Oh, big kill comes in from Gold Frosty to secure those back spawns and still give them an opportunity to contest early.
Yeah, very well. Could be used as a chance to hold on to this game as well. Cruz around the back. Has to kind of just hit the deck. Gunzy from the front does very well. Follow up. Not there for Bink initially, but Cruz, the pinch is good. Gets Syndicate right back into the hard point. Spawns are not too far off, though, for the Spartans. Trophy system delayed, but down now for Cruz, who gets a good stun off. Wiz will drop. Gunzy follows up. Last player to deal with will be Glow Frosty from Vent. That kill will come through. And now it's just down to, can anyone from Houston actually get in and contest the time? The nades are all being spammed at the jump in, and nope, no one for Houston will be able to get any elimination. So Syndicate grow their lead to about 60 at one point in time late, and that buffer is enough for them to finish off the map.
Yeah, that's just good plays right there from Syndicate. The submachine guns really set the tone early on. They found a lot of success at that P3 to P4 chain, and then even with the Spartans winning a rotation the second time around at P3, they found the first initial 2 kills, but then right off the rip, Syndicate, they get those close mid spawns, able to reinforce immediately, and then even with Glow Frosty making the play that he did towards the back end, it still leads to no time with the amount of pressure that Syndicate were just applying onto the Houston Spartans. It's a little bit too much to handle. You see everybody basically breach that 4K damage mark on their side besides Bink, but we saw Bink have a lot of opportunities where he was getting a clutch double that allows his teammates to work back into the objective. Just a great team effort there from Syndicate in map 1.
Yeah, and again, for Frosty stepping in, not bad. Gets himself, I think, like it was like a minute 30 or something in the hard point, 23 and 22. I think he had like 16 assists or 12 assists, something along those lines, somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah, like really good stuff from him. Give his team a chance to be sure, but I think a lot of this is just simply down to the fact that, like, on the mixy moments on rotation, Syndicate just kept finding the kills they needed. It came so close a couple of different times for the Spartans to be able to lock in spawns. I'm thinking of this upcoming P3 that's about to happen, where the Spartans get along the back, but Syndicate still find ways to break from the front and block spawns. It's right in this moment, actually, as we're coming across the map. These kills look decent. You think, okay, Houston are holding, but then you get this 50-50 foot race across the middle of the map that Syndicate end up winning, and that scrap time was a pretty pivotal moment, I think, overall in this map.
And that was also a big gunfight right there when Fire stopped shooting at Gunzy, because if you get that trade, numbers advantage in favor of the Spartans, you're probably still holding on to that statue control. But every time Syndicate needed a break, they walked away with about 15 to 20 seconds at all of those junk times. So they were just consistently staying ahead of the game, and then when you get to the final moments, just trapping the Houston Spartan towards the backside, watching the drop downs, watching the air vents, watching the side steps. They had all their bases covered, as it was a very, very close game. When we got the second half, the P2 to P3 chain, to a little bit of the P4 to keep it scrappy, then you get back into the P1 to keep it scrappy. That's what they were. They were just a little bit better throughout the mixiness.
Very, very true. So a pretty tight affair, all things told. Heads into a Karachi search and destroy invasion control here for us. And for the Houston Spartans, can they find a way to get themselves into a very early level tie? For the side of Syndicate, hey, they're just trying to do what their, sister team did. It was a 3-0. It's I don't think we ever actually mentioned it overall in terms of what they did versus Lord Gaming, but Midnight did find the 3-0. Here's a look back, though, over the end of the Omit GG versus Treaty 1 gaming matchup. This is on our Bravo stream. Little sub-base hardpoint for you. Dead tie game into P2, which, again, T1G has been in this situation a number of times late into hardpoint maps where they find themselves tied. Just comes down to can they actually close the map out.
Oh, but you can tell by that kill feed, those players are now going to spawn out, and now the break instantly is going to be here for Omit. So it was a tie game, but they still have an opportunity here to win it at P2. Purge knows where the pressure's coming in. Just have to watch her. Crosses over towards Warehouse Head. Tie game. Only need 15 seconds to close out this map number 1. It looks like on your mini-map, Treaty has still given himself an opportunity here.
Yeah. I mean, why not still hit for it? Got to find a way to still contest, but Cammy Awakening, couple of good kills. A good map from him. 28-21, minute 30+ in the hard point, but not able to get it done there at the end. So Mitt GG will take the first map. Another scare, though, from Treaty 1. They've done that a couple of times versus some of our top teams. And here's the rest of that series in terms of what their map modes look like. They're going to go to 6-star for the Surge and then have Highrise for their control. So we'll keep an eye on that one. You can find that over on the Bravo broadcast, which I believe we're actually going to step into. And, whoa, we're already well into the Search and Destroy.
Hey.
5 rounds in, and Treaty 1 down 4-0 initially. We'll get the defuse here to get their first round on the board.
There you go. Way to get put 1 on the board there, Treaty 1 Gaming. But you're still down 4-0. Obviously, it's been cruise control right here for Omit GG so far. But in the 2v1 Purge, not able to clutch on up, so. Remember, guys, that one is going to be on the Bravo stream, but I'm pretty sure Alpha is ready to rock and roll. And I think for the Spartans, you're really looking at Fire and Wiz. On a map like Karachi, especially where the SMGs are really the tone setters, we've seen it all throughout the season, especially this last couple of weeks in the CDL. Like, Optic, they've been losing to the SMGs on the opposing side on a little bit of that Karachi S&D. So, Wiz, you got to bring that S&D mastermind here, try to side a series of everyone.
Lots of focus, obviously, over towards the B side of the map as well.
Yeah.
Turns into what can the defense do to try to stop a plant from happening. Otherwise, hey, it feels like the post plants are just so difficult to break down unless you can get some high ground control. So there's definitely a lot of things for us to kind of keep our eyes on. But that lobby broke, so we'll head back over to the Treaty 1 matchup where they find themselves in a 4v4 post plant.
Oh, they planted over towards B as well, but you can already see players from Omit GG behind enemy lines. Are they going to be able to spot Juju for the first blood? Yeah, you can never catch Pro Loot slipping. Is he going to find the second? No, Mirage instantly there for the trade, and at the same time, Llama finds one. Now it's all up to Cammy, 1v2.
Tough situation as well because he's got to re-clear off patio. It's not a lot of time to do this. And he's going to get met on the route. Abe dealt with, though, very quickly. And Llama 2 times. How does he play this 1v1 post plant? Resets the backside of Tiki. No challenge out. Well done. No time for the defuse. Now you just check to make sure he's not on it. And Llama will confirm this quote-unquote clutch up against Cammy's efforts. So second round tallied here. 2 in a row for Treaty 1.
Yeah, Treaty starting to bring it back a little bit. Great on the defensive side on the retake over towards B. And then on the attacking side on the post plant over towards B. So B so far is treating them well on 6-star. Now back to the defensive side they go. Omit trying to figure out what they're going to do on their attack. Cammy does end that round on 2 in a row. You can see a lot of their attacking rounds, they've been thinking about that objective. Proloot already has 3 bomb plants.
Yeah. I mean, he is all over the place with this bomb as trophies are down, double in force. Llama trying to cut off the rotation in towards Statue. Not really going to work out. I bet GG will at least be in position to be over the top of the A site. Not come from left for the plant as of yet. But it does force Treaty 1 to have to rotate deep through the middle of the map here.
Oh, and at least going to set up Juju for that first blood. Taking down Purge. Mirage through the middle side finds Proloot. Instant 4v2. Awakening with a double, though. Still going to give an opportunity for Omit to clutch on up. Cammy again. And another 1v1 is going to fall short to Juju. Such a mixy round to close that one out. But Treaty now with 3 in a row.
Yeah, great stuff. In Cammy's position here, you can definitely see He thinks he may be able to catch Juju, and the commitment is not bad. But Juju's opening damage gives him a really good look at that 1v1, and then just gets the irons up a little bit faster. So yeah, 3 in a row for Treaty 1, stopping the Pro Loot plant spree by the look of it there for the first time. And this is what, again, we keep getting kind of, I won't say surprised by, but we keep seeing it. Treaty 1 Gaming just contesting in every single map large that we've been able to watch them. Just comes down to being able to actually close them out. So can you get this thing to a 4-4 tie before we talk about their ability to get to 6?
You can just tell on their setup so far, they're trying to get a feel out of Omit are going to try to at least change the pace. They take all mid-map control. You could just tell by the tax getting invested through that side that someone's trying to be aggressive. But now that time is getting away from you. Already 30 seconds wiped off the game clock. Treaty now going to make a move for mid-map.
Juju stun out, but caught by Purge. Follow-up now from Mirage. That keeps Pro Loot locked, but Mitt are fine with this. Their defense is still very rigid through mid-map. So a little bit of a wrap back here. Mirage going to just watch to see if anyone tries a chow in towards Aquarium. But no need to get too overambitious if you're a Mitt. 4v3 situation. And now that they found Mirage, this just becomes don't throw essentially territory if you're a Mitt. And every kill goes their way.
Yeah, it's just great plays. Great setup right there from Omit. Had every single angle covered. Purge finds the first blood. He's also able to find a second. And then once it turns into a 4v2, you can already hear that clock starting to get away from them. As they tried to work that A objective. Just too many players still alive there for Omit GG. As they stop the bleeding. Don't allow 4 rounds in a row for Treaty 1. And now they're at game point.
Any more magic left here for Treaty 1? Maybe another 3 in a row? You're gonna need it.
Maybe.
Gonna need it. Great map for Purge, by the way, 10-5. As the mid offense have early eyes towards A again. This time Llama stepping up through U-Haul. Little off-angle play, but Awakening checks it, and then just able to finesse a little too well against Llama. Damage from Purge. Oh, runs into a little bit of bait Mirage right there waiting for him. And then Juju, key 1v1 win down low on the Sky Bridge. Awakening trying to find the isolation with Pro Loot, but then the follow-up from T1G is so quick. Yeah, that'll work out. Great defense for T1G.
Yeah, that's great plays right there from T1G. If you're Purge in that situation, you can't fully commit to that second gunfight because you have no idea when you turn that corner if someone is watching over him. I would have loved to see him just put down a couple shots, work his way through back to mid the connectors, and then eventually that bomb could get down. But once he gets isolated, all the pressure is amped up from Treaty 1, so able to stay alive there.
Well, we're back to our primary matchup, so if you want to follow the continuation of that series, you can catch it on the Bravo matchup on youtube.com/COD Challengers. 2 live streams going on at once for you guys. And now 2v2 early in round number 1. Still 43 seconds on the clock here, so must have been some opening nades or gunfights through the middle of the map. As Frosty will hold over towards backside Palms. Glow Frosty, the bomb carrier for now, trying to get over towards B. And Gunzy with Arrival really can't challenge this angle. He can check, but not much he can do here with an SMG.
Yeah, he's going to get the info. I don't know if he was there to spot the bomb planter working that objective, but it does go down. Frosty is going to get the info on both the players, but he's going to commit on the gunfight versus Bink. He makes him pay for it. Now all left up to Glow Frosty. Oh my God!
That's unreal from Bink. I mean, Glow Frosty is
like that?
doing his best to just kind of use a little bit of a stare heady, but Bink pulls him right off of it, no worries. And those are 2 really clean sets of gunshots coming out of Bink.
God damn, he's shooting like that, Allen, like that MCW buff. Just headshot after headshot to close out those rounds, but we also did just get updated. The Bravo match has come to an end, at least on map number 2. Omit GG closed it out 6-4, so they are currently up 2-0 in that series. But Bink just putting down absolute laser beams with that MCW, secures the first round for Syndicate.
Yeah, 100%. Also, the update, 6-4 was the final tally on that Bravo stream search. So, T1G find themselves down 0-2. Bomb being planted here for Syndicate over on the A site. Again, not all that often we see break-off attempts towards A. It's not the highest of levels, but this one has caught the Spartans off guard. Fire had dropped already for first blood. Smoke is out. Dark is right in the middle of it. And there's a 1 player sliding through. Little hip shot, and then immediately tracks back. Smoke dissipates. Dark able to find the kill. No follow-up from Wiz. And Syndicate in a 3v1 post plant looking good for a 2 in a row.
Yeah, Glow Frosty with only 20 seconds left. Has to find all 3 kills and try to work that defuse. It's just not going to be easy. And Syndicate completely catches them off guard. Like, you're not expecting early pressure over towards A, especially on your first attacking round, but they get that objective down. They find that opening first blood. They settle fully around the cafeteria. And then just trade it out. So now go up 2-0 on the map.
Got to get something early here, you think, if you're Houston.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be through the SMGs as well. Like, it's
Yeah,
been
that's
Wiz
fair.
or Fire in back-to-back rounds where they get picked off early. You need those SMGs to try to make plays to go in their favor.
Yeah, I like that call. Nade over the top for Bink. Fire is in the vicinity, but doesn't really get affected by it. Dark will catch a couple of stuns, but he's already going to get up to top 3rd. Unchallenged. The question is, what does the timing look like with him and Frosty up top, and Dark able to respond to the reaction to Frosty being right next to him? And as the bomb starts to make its way through B, it has been seen. Bink already taking shots and Cruz working up to see if he can cut off any more reinforcements.
Yeah, they have all the angles covered. Because now the Houston Spartans, after getting picked off first-blooded again, have to focus on flank, have to focus on second story and third story before they even think about this objective. Fire's just hoping that Call of Duty timing can go in his favor. It's just Darkside has yet to move. He's just trying to play super slow on his bench to catch that timing on Fire.
Dead silence out. Dark going to make a route happen. Fire. What's the timing look like here? It's not good. Wow. I mean, Syndicate are just getting away with all of these little small windows. Cruz moving forward. Gunzy finding another. Glow Frosty eventually going to take shots here versus Dark. It gives away his position, which Cruz is no worries to take down another trade. So it's going to be a 3-0 tally for Syndicate. Bink still standing on a 4 spree. And now all of a sudden we start to not just talk about Houston Spartans needing to show us something. They need a round win badly.
Yeah, you need one. You need one quickly. Because Syndicate is starting to just gain that confidence every round that they add to the tally. Players been a little bit more aggressive. That's another first blood in their favor. And keep in mind, Darkside makes this play without any dead silence. He does not invest his. He also does not have covert sneakers on. But he does drop on 5 in a row, so he's not able to earn himself that cruise missile going forward. If you're the Spartans, especially with the new player on the roster, let's just stay alive the first 20 seconds and then see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's a really wise call. Well, instead, Houston just going to kind of look at things over towards mid. Tough shots here from Fire. Good stun, but Dark is going to be on the chase. That will get him 1, but Houston actually will respond defensively. 2 for 1 the overall exchange between the two sides, and now Wiz is behind you. He's seen Bink rotating to bottom red. Going to catch him, and the kill is clean. So now it's just down to Gunzy to try to make this interesting. Gets the first, but still needs to pull this one back for what would be an in total 1v3. And Wiz is giving him a look, but it's a Rival 9 battle at range that, from the high ground, Wiz is able to take.
Yeah, Wiz wasn't going to give up that power position right there. He had the head glitch. He knows that your whole body is going to be exposed when you jump out that window at ticket. So you just got to line it up with the Rival, hit the beams, and secure the first round. And that was the first round where the Spartans found that opening first blood. Great job right there from Fire. Get a little bit of assistance from Wiz as well. He finds 3 on the round, so hopefully the SMGs can continue to make plays.
What's the play call here for Houston after being shut down at B a couple of times? Any opportunities to do something through mid? Wiz is going to throw a couple of nades to pull the defensive focus just a touch, but Syndicate are going to be very aware here that they're going to be late to A. Bink over the top, more focused on red for now. His teammates rotating over. And Bink, yeah, he hasn't seen anything on the cross in towards that diner P2 position. So full A site control here for Houston with more kills tallied by Fire.
Yeah, that's perfect time right there from Fire to be the door buster to find that second kill. Now 4v2 in favor of the Spartans. Cruises all the way across the map, so this is going to fall into the hands of Dark.
Yeah.
He can potentially find a couple kills before Cruz enters his way into the play. Just not able to do so. Still 30 seconds.
Oh, Cruz gets a look at Frosty over the top of the head. Good response on the Glow Frosty.
Oh!
The turn on to Frosty. Uh-oh. And now it's just Fire. He does have the
Saw
benefit
him.
of the clock on this post plant, but he's been seen. Cruz peels him off the backside of the cement blocks. And on 4 in a row, Syndicate will snap back a 2v4. What looked to be pretty impossible considering how much of the site the Spartans had in their name.
Especially with Cruz being so far away from that bomb site. By the time he gets over towards A, there's 30 seconds left. And he just reads this one to perfection. Like, Gold Frosty, he's trying to assist his teammate. But Frosty, we got to get that trade. Doesn't even put down a couple shots to make the gunfight a little bit easier for Fire. And Cruz takes full advantage of it. Wiz found 3 in the round prior, but how about an ace there for Cruz?
Yeah, it's unreal stuff. And around that Houston lets slip that, gosh, how different this game would feel 3-2 compared to 4-1. Especially considering that looked like it was going to be 2 back-to-back convincing rounds for Houston. Now all of a sudden you're scrambling to get back into the map a touch. Even worse news, that Bink finds first blood through mid. Fire gives away his position as well with at least some sort of a kill back, but I mean, the Houston Spartans are stuck at mid-map right here. I mean, they don't have a look over the top at B whatsoever.
And that objective is already going down, so hopefully Fire can spot him on the exit. Is he going to commit on the gunfight? Not able to gain any info, so Cruz spots Glow, able to find his 5th in a row. I think he just gift this one to Cruz so he can have that Cruz missile going forward.
You'd like to.
Yep, shoulder,
There's
shoulder.
the little dance with Fire, a couple of tags, and there's Cruz for 6.
Yep.
Perfectly played. And now the map just feels unwinnable for the Houston Spartans. You have to survive through a cruise missile, which even if you don't want to use it next round, if you're Syndicate, you're going to have a guaranteed B plant off of it in your next offense, probably. Not good news here for Houston. They need to get aggressive, and they need to shut down the potential of this streak finding any value.
And you can already see the difference in that roster change. Like, Spart, you can always rely, especially on him in Search and Destroy, to make those heads-up plays. But with the new roster, with a new 4th added to the lineup, you now have hit the reset on all your strategies. And fortunately, you're not able to figure out as quick as you want to, as Syndicate are at game
Unreal.
point. The confidence is roaring through their veins. Wiz with the shots, though. Able to find the first one. Fire with the seconds, though. Houston Spartans giving their best shot to stay alive.
Absolutely, but this pinch from Dark quickly pulls things back to a 2v2. Bomb going to be planted here at B. Post-plant setup is going to be deep over towards where Glow Frosty is located, you'd think. Wiz down in the cement blocks. That will work. And so now it's what Gunzy can find. 1v2 situation. Wiz going to take a reposition. Right on top of the fire car. Wow, really good shots from Gunzy. Can't quite finish the kill, though. And that may have been the only lifeline he had here in this round. It's going to be a full rewrap back around the outside, which, whoa, Glow Frosty was there, but the kill's not in. So now Gunzy may have a chance. He's got to go quickly. Stun will confirm no one's down low. Does he get the rewrap in time to find the kill plus time for the defuse? No, he doesn't. And even a little bounce up from Wiz to find the final kills. The Houston Spartans will get their second round, but now here comes the real trouble. Cruise missile likely on the way.
Yep. Especially to open up that B site, so. If you are Gunzy, gave him a good run at their money there in that 2v1. Just if you could hit those early shots on the Wiz, force it to a 1v1, you had the perfect read on the Glow Frosty. Now the Spartans trying to stay alive. Now Wiz finds another round where he's able to find a 3-piece. Just needs those rounds to be a little bit more consistent, especially with your backs against the wall like this.
It's going to be go, go, go here for Houston. Yep, Dead Silence also out. Wiz going to try to get through and over the high ground. This is going to possibly work out beautifully. Or not at all. Oh, man. You start to think that Wiz is about to get into that staircase, get his first blood, but not to be. And now Gunzy's going to have a free plant at B. Cruise missile gets called in, plus a couple of follow-up shots from Bink just to make sure his bomb planter stays safe. And now the difficult task of 3v3 retake for Houston.
Yeah, hopefully the Spartans have a couple of tags to use over towards the bridge shot. A potential smoke grenade to make it a little bit more hectic, but Cruz in a perfect positioning. Watching that deep pinch also gets the info onto Fire. So with only 25 seconds left, you realistically have to do nothing.
Yeah. Well, here's a chance. 2 kills come out. Cruz away from the bomb. He's got to go back to check it. And he's going to go barrel side for this. Oh, and he's seen Glow Frosty. Shots are decent. Now it's just about trying to stop the defuse from happening, but he doesn't do it. Glow Frosty, while tagged, knows he's got to commit for the defuse and fires right there to pick up the kill. So no secondary check for Cruz allowed, and now the missile is gone, and the Houston Spartans are still alive.
Yeah, they're starting to give themselves a little bit of life now. They withstand that cruise missile getting invested. It wasn't able to connect onto anyone. And if you just think back to that 4v2 that they gave up on their attacking rounds, we'll be all tied up at 4. But still a long road ahead for the Spartans, as Fire gets it activated in that round, sitting at a 7-7 overall KD. But now they're back on the attacking side, where they have to figure out where they're going to work this objective. They found success early on today, just didn't play the post-plant situation the best of their ability. Another first blood in favor of them, though.
Yeah, Gunzy trying to get aggressive over through the front side at A. That's not going to work out. Bink also pushed off his angle and dealt with by Glow Frosty. So hold on a second, friends. 3 straight kills. Bomb down at A. Dark side over the top of the jump wall. Only able to get the 1. You don't think he's going to be very good for many more than this. Bold commitment here. But the pop-up with the SMG works out perfectly. And yeah, okay, 4-5 all of a sudden. And the convincing rounds really continue here for Houston. It's just the little foil and the folly of the 2v4 round that sticks out.
Yeah, it's just the pace change-up right now for the Spartans. Just super aggressive on their attacking rounds, also on defense. Right now, Syndicate have not been able to get a read on it in the last couple of rounds, but Houston Spartans giving their best shot at trying to at least force this round 11 here. Back to the defensive side, where Glow's going to invest that trophy system, try to keep his SMG players alive, and
wow,
that's going to lead to a first blood there from Frosty.
This has been an unreal bounce back for Houston. 3v4 early. Houston still stacked in the middle of the map with Wiz just on a little bit of a crossing corner. Cruz up and over. Nope, not to be predicted, as Wiz will find another elimination. And with that, this round, you would think, becomes pretty unwinnable here for the Syndicate. I mean, how do you work this back? You've got no map, 2v4. The only thing is you do see fire, which even that lands to a couple of tags. Being pushed off as well. Not a lot of time. It just, wow, it all stacks against you, doesn't it?
Yeah, you just got to hope one of the players on the Spartans probably gets a little bit over aggressive or commits to a child that he should have no business doing. But now with only 30 seconds left, Wiz gets the info. He's going to be able to find the first. His teammates there for the second, and that is the Spartans. Now what? With 3 or 4 rounds in a row to bring it all the way back to around 11?
Yeah, it's 5-1
showing
at
themselves a
one point.
little bit of life, yeah.
Yeah. And the thing about it, I guess, just to say it again, outside of the 2v4 that they choked, every round has been convincing for the side of Houston. So they've really swung things back here on this map. So we get to a round 11. Houston on the offense. Last time we were here, Houston had that gut check call over to A. They caught Gunzy on sprint, trying to challenge early. Do you try to go for the same thing again? They've had a lot of success here at A, and they're going to actually drop and leave the bomb and hunt for kills through mid first.
Yeah, the SMG is trying to get it done here. Don't want to put the bomb in a bad position. So just leaving it in the spawn, playing for early map control, and you can tell that Glow Frosty as the island player is just trying to catch the timing over towards red, but Dark Side in the perfect position at least gains the info that the pressure's still going to be here at B.
That doesn't really tell them a lot, though. Just that someone's up top on that AC building, which is pretty common. Gunzy still looking for something over towards this A side of the map. Help is on the way by Bink. I don't know what he's calling for. That requires a second member to help out here. Frosty's also been tagged over towards B, so this 2-2 defensive split will be quite spread.
Someone's got to go back to the bomb eventually.
Yeah, that's about to say. Who's making the play for the bomb here? Because 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to have to be Frosty, I guess. I mean, B site's been opened up, but not with any sort of conviction. Dark able to find a kill over the top of it. And honestly, the kill over towards A is kind of inconsequential because you have to commit for the B plant.
Yeah, you have to go over towards B, and I don't know if
Wow.
Cruz is going to get a read on it, but they knew that Glow Frosty was being a nuisance over at red. So numbers in favor of Syndicate. You're also able to find the bomb planner. Now all lived up to the Destiny Mastermind for the Spartan squad. Wiz in a 1v3.
He's got a Arrival 9 from top side Palms. Cruz first one to be seen. Dark is going to hop it. Wiz may catch both of them here if he checks it in time, if he checks it at all. Oh, he hasn't checked it in time. Kill comes through. Did I think the defuse was already done? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, tough seeds. Wiz gave himself a heck of a try at it, but defuse was out, let alone the fact that he did get traded out anyway. So a really solid response from the Spartans, but in the end, it's not enough. The round 11 win goes through, and Syndicate now find themselves up 2-0. And if I'm not mistaken, looking over to the Bravo stream, I believe Mitt GG have 3-0'd.
Already?
Yes, I think they have, yes.
Damn, that was
Broadcast
fast.
is
But,
off.
like, what you doing right there if you're the Spartans, Alan? Like, come on, round 11, we're just leaving a bomb in the back of the spawn. We take full B site control. We got top bridge. We got low fire car, and 30 seconds left. Someone's got to give up their power position to go get that objective and try to work that bomb plant. Just not the best play call right there for the Spartans. You can just tell that there's a new roster because there's no way in hell you should leave the bomb down on Karachi. Someone pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it right, though. Like, the SMGs are trying to get forward fast.
Yeah.
But the ARs need to make a decision of who's going to go back to grab it and when, because leaving it to 30 seconds, it just kind of makes the whole thing a bit predictable. Like we said, like that first blood, well, I guess it's two different first blood engagements, one over the middle of the map towards B, and then the other one that the Spartans find over towards the A zone. It doesn't make a difference if that kill comes through towards A because there's no plant behind it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just, again, this kind of makes all the play early a little bit inconsequential since the SMGs for Houston really didn't find success in those opening rounds.
Yeah, because they found a lot of early map control. You take top AC, you try to work your way into Falcons. So you had a lot of power positions to try to work that objective. It's just now with everyone being slow towards the middle round, we're not trying to be super aggressive. No one wants to get picked off early, and then no one's giving them anything for free. So by the time they think about that objective, it's only 30 seconds left. Syndicate have a read on it because they obviously understand it. There's no pressure at A. It has to be over towards B, and as long as we find that Iron player in Glow Frosty, which Cruz was able to do from the top side of Castle, they were able to instantly respond with that kill into the bomb carrier, and then Wiz is left in a 1v3. It's just not enough time with all that map control that you had to try to get that round win.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So, small mistakes there. Another map where Frosty's participation is not hurting the team. I'll tell you that much. He's been solid. He really has been. But the problem has been, now you're down 0-2. And you're going to an invasion control where I think that, you know, overall, you look at the control as being the one mode where that takes maybe the most amount of teamwork and coordination and familiarity with one another, especially in a map like Invasion where the AR is going to be looked at a lot to make good play calls. Yeah,
and it's going to fall into the hands of Glow Frosty and Frosty. A new AR duo for the Spartans roster to try to shut down lanes on a map like Invasion. You're currently down 0-2 in this series. Obviously, they're both of these rosters are going to be able to make it into the playoffs as we go forward, but you want to try to build some kind of ground to stand on if you are the Houston Spartans with this new roster.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We're going to take a look at the end of the control, though, over on the secondary broadcast, which, like we said, has already come to a conclusion, where Mitt GG just, wow, Kami's 22-11, brother. 19-10 for Prelude. Those guys are single-handedly doing it, looks like, at the moment for the side of Mitt GG. And, you know, that's the other thing is I think, you know, we're going to look back on this year and say that, you know, Kami was in a really difficult position. You know, part of a team that had a lot of issues. It was really hard to, like, put a finger on where the issues were coming from, maybe who or what were the issues. But Kami has been an undeniable force throughout this year in Challengers, and I'm actually really surprised that no one took a chance on him at all to get back into the league this year.
Yeah, Kami definitely is, you know, keeping his reputation for his name up there because he's been dominating ever since he entered the Challengers scene. They were able to walk away with that series in a clean 3-0. Curious to see what the seeding is going to look like over there on that side, but it's exactly what you expect of a player of players on that squad of their caliber. All former CDL players, they all know what it's like to win at least a little bit and to play some really high-level Call of Duty. Able to execute in that 3-0 and just continue to move on a little bit more confidence now going forward throughout playoffs.
Yeah, and that should do well in terms of where they find themselves. Again, all these matches that we're seeing are really just for seeding. So that gets them an opportunity with the map count to be in a good spot, to be up high, at least top 2 in the group for sure. So with that, just the invasion controls what we're waiting on here for this particular match. I don't know if there's any other updates across the other matches that are going on. Force-Space and In Control's only reporting a 1-0 right now in Breaking Point GG. Force-Space is up 1-0. Again, the expectation would be that Force-Space should have no problems with In Control, but hard to say that with any certainty because In Control, kind of just like T1G, they fought in a lot of maps against some really solid teams this stage.
They even had a Search and Destroy here. We're up 5-0, and somehow somebody got full cell. So you never know what to expect with a team like In Control. Back into the map 3 that we go for the Spartans. They execute perfectly on their first defensive side. They read the early pressure coming in from Syndicate at A. And now with already 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, Syndicate forced to cut their losses and work their way over towards B.
So Frosty on the cross through Dark. Able to see a couple of players stretch over. Cruz dealt with first. And Glow Frosty does get away with his life here. Wiz up top. Part of the defensive hold for the Spartans until Bink can eventually take him out. Clock still continues to tick though. 42 seconds on the clock. And for Syndicate, still working on getting control around the B point. Looking for players deeper on this defense. None are actually there. They're all watching from the pinch. And Glow Frosty just goes completely unchecked. Eventually traded, but the damage has been dealt as Houston continue to just lock down this B side of the map.
Yeah, but you're just allowing Cruz to give them opportunities when you gift them a couple freebies. So now still able to put that game clock at a pause. The first segment is getting worked on. You have players like Wiz trying to put them in a strong spawn trap, holding his positioning over towards Water Street. He is going to lose that initial gunfight. So now the Spartans have to put all their focus on towards B, but now the player off the respawn has to make sure he's keeping A safe.
Cruz watching through DVD, does see Glow Frosty and just holds on the trigger, eventually connects on the headshots. Wiz up top, nade denied by Trophy, extra 60 seconds will be added. Even on the life count as well, considering it looked like Houston was kind of dominating over the B street. The late little bounce back for the Syndicate works out, and now with a couple of kills coming over towards the middle of the map, you've got a chance for the Syndicate to start making their way over towards Rugs. 3 straight kills come through. Spartans will still get one more member to spawn close to the point. In fact, there's a second, but they're not finding the kills they need. Glow Frosty's trapped behind Tank. Dark smells blood in the water, and he's going to get both. A chance now to work onto the A zone.
Well, that's good plays from Dark, but even better plays coming in from Wiz. Almost takes down all 3 and single-handedly shuts down that first push coming in. But Syndicate now up by 4 lives. There's only 1 player left on the point, though. He's going to get swarmed. Now the rest of the teammates forced to overextend, trying to find the effective trace route over the map, because with only 45 seconds, you have 1 or 2 more good pushes in you.
Yeah, this last, well, not last, but this current push around the back is going to be their last opportunity to hit through gas. Bink denied as Wiz gets a read just in the nick of time. Keeps the gas station position safe, and this is going to take too long. If Syndicate try to run all the way through the OE again, it's going to take too long. Gunzy tested at mid-map. He's been held off. And Dark has given up his position. So now Houston will very well be aware of the threat, and Wiz will get credit for a car explosion onto Dark. Looks like the defense should be good here for Houston.
Yeah, defense is going to be solid. And they would also bring the life count in favor of the Spartans. So they're going to be able to close out this round potentially by 2 or 3 kills. Syndicate are not going to give up anyone for free. But the Spartans able to hold strong on their defensive side, only allowing 3 segments to get away from you. Also outslaying by 2 kills, so great start.
Really nothing out of the ordinary, though. You expect at least 3 ticks to be tallied. It's pretty, I would say, expected in terms of the result is concerned. Although I will say in Challengers, and we've actually seen it a lot this stage of qualifiers, too. Again, the offensive success rate has gone up a lot. And maybe an opening play like this could lead to some success here for Houston. Lots of nades. Trophy's not able to stay strong. Wiz in the zone on A already with a couple of supporting kills. In fact, make it 5 for Fire in a row. Now 2 members on to A. And Syndicate are scrambling, trying to get another look at this A defense.
Yeah, it's already job well done. You get your first segment done at the more difficult point, and now Fire, potential opportunity to find a couple kills, only able to take down 1, but that at least alleviates the pressure from the rest on his teammates at the same point. Fire's going to invest that cruiser, so I really don't know why he calls it in here. But he is going to be able to find 3, so great play.
Dude, how does that find 3?
No idea.
I swear to God, the cruise missiles either do 4 damage or 4 million damage. That time it did 4 million damage. It hit 2 players on the inside shops. And I'm sure Syndicate are like, wait, what? Now all of a sudden, you're looking desperate to even get over towards B. Cruz able to find one through Dark. First tick of progress has not been locked yet, but the life advantage is steep, and Houston are still working closer and closer towards this B zone until Gunzy steps up for a double, leaving Frosty as the last one standing.
Yeah, Frosty's got to play his life now. He knows that the pressure's still going to be on him. Want to give his teammates a couple more opportunities at this B point. Cruz trying to watch the cross. He is going to fall short. And now the stack is going to be here for the Spartans. You just got to get your trophies down, eat a couple stuns in the nades, and you will be up 2-0.
Well, Gunzy able to get one. Is anyone else going to be able to get here in time? Bink trying the same route from behind, not going to work out. Cruz has to try to jump in. Pistol good for the first, but not the second. Dark not finding any success, and it's Wiz. 14-8, 4 in a row, and the Houston Spartans are up 2-0 quickly in this evasion control.
Yeah, this is perfect. Like, this is the perfect response here for potential reverse sweep on the cards. As early on their attack, you just find a lot of success at A. When you find a lot of success at A, all you need is one opportunity, one set of kills to work that objective over towards B. But a bad cruise, at least a bad timing for Fire when he called in a cruise missile, I thought. When you find 3, that's the ideal situation. Catches players all across the map. Like, that update did some insane work to those crews.
Yeah. I don't know how that gets all 3.
Me either. There's doors, walls, a whole bunch of stuff that
it
it just goes through to find 3 kills.
That's wild. Well, Syndicate need to put together a very valid offensive response, and they're just running the same breakoff that Houston did. Already on A with 2 players here. Wiz on 4 in a row. You know he wants to try to earn a cruise missile, but you also want to try to contest this defensively. So Wiz will go prone, contest, and it completely baited. It completely baited Syndicate. They thought they were going to get from behind. All it was someone going prone for a little contest time. Oh, it's crazy.
And that's got to be the communication right there for Syndicate. Like, there's no reason why both players should instantly turn to watch their back. Someone's got to initially be watching that position so you know where the pressure's coming in from, but both players turn at the wrong time. At least they do complete that one segment over towards A, but now slowly but surely working up the progression at B. First segment comes in. Glow Frosty, the stun is going to be able to connect, so Big finds that free B. But Houston Spartans better in the trade fights. They're going to give themselves another opportunity at the break.
Oh, but kills are good for the side of Syndicate. 1 life advantage, second tick locked. The gatekeeping from Wiz on the spawn trap denied. Cruz turns that into a double, and oh wow, things could have gotten really messy if Bink found that 1v1 versus Frosty. But instead, Houston will just see the B zone chalked, and they will get their defense in place to try to hold off for the last 2 ticks of progress that remain on the A zone, and that is a good start for Fire as he claims some ground here at Cafe.
Yeah, he has all Cafe control. Him and Wiz trying to hold down that power position, but Wiz is going to fall. Trying to find that trade. Bink not able to get out with his life, so great plays from the Spartans right now, holding down that min-map. Just not giving Syndicate a lot of opportunities to work this objective over towards A as they continuously are just trading effectively.
Yeah, Frosty doing a nice job kind of guarding on the OE. Eventually taken down. Follow up. Ooh, good shots from Dark. And does even better to keep his life because hunting for the trade was Wiz for a moment. They still have an idea that he's here in Cafe. And there he is. Bink, wow, clean. Wiz had the jump on him, literally. Doesn't come through. Same could be told here for Fire, who may be lucky that door frame became an issue for a moment, because otherwise he may have been dead to rights. Turns it to second kill on low HP, and Cruz up top at blue will essentially be the pivot man here, as everyone else for Syndicate has to hit through the OE now.
Yeah, and there's 2 players already around gas station. Trying to isolate onto Wiz. They're able to find that kill, so they're giving themselves another opportunity.
Yeah.
Bink through the middle of the map as well. He's able to find one. They also take down Wiz right off of the respawn, so all the kills in favor of Syndicate. They're going to be able to work this objective.
And they know where Frosty is. He's hiding on the backside of the Semtex, is well placed. Shots are in. Double stack, making a triple stack in. Third tick of progress on the way. Trophy systems are down, and no one's going to get here in time. So Syndicate, okay. They've given themselves a chance to get right back into this. Not just to stop the bleeding, but hey, if they have a good defense here, they actually might find themselves on a round 5 defense, because it's 3 ticks of difference right now. That's all it is.
Yep. That's all it is right now. So if you are Syndicate, we have to potentially play for a shutout here. If you want to guarantee yourself defense in that round number 5, but at least you give yourself the opportunity to stay alive in this map a little bit longer with a great attacking ground. But Just can't give up these 3 segments over towards B. Also can't get off guard with the early plays coming in at A, and that's what the Spartans are going right back to.
Well, there we go. Ooh, Glowfrosty, good hold on right here. Say for a moment, it looked like Syndicate was about to just run forward through A Street, stop the push, and get a spawn trap in. Now it's a little bit more tested thanks to Glowfrosty's initial trade. Efforts towards B, though. The only thing left for the Spartans is Gunzy on the cross. Couple of shots through. Doesn't actually tag anybody. But at least the awareness is here for Syndicate, trying to get their defense going. Dark, Bink, able to find the first 2. Traded back decently by Houston. One more player left alive is Wiz, and he may just be able to do it himself. Pistols out. May not be at dawn, but it doesn't make a difference. It's Dark who shuts down Wiz. And interesting, Houston off spawn are going to try to go A here. Ooh. They get Bink on the first, on the cross. Gunzy's the only thing really left in the way. He tries to throw a stun, so he's shut down, and Houston find themselves on the A zone.
Yeah, we just got to watch the cross right there for Gunzy. Now we're an opportunity here for the Spartans, and that first segment already gets complete, but the stuns and the nades and the updated on the trophy systems, it's not going to keep them alive for that long, as now the second segment comes in, but that's all 4 dead in favor of Syndicate. Now you just got to haul your ass over towards B, because they're already going to be here.
Yeah, Dark on 4 in a row, shut down from anything further. Gunzy gets a trophy system up, and now he's going to just resort to playing off the high ground. Did see fire down low. Mutual information through the floorboards. Gunzy doesn't miss a shot, but Glowfrosty has a chance to keep the clock paused. That's the 3rd tick of progress in total, so we've got tied ticks of progress here. 1 more for the side of Houston, and they will find themselves the favor of a round 5 defense, but it's anything but a guarantee with Syndicate starting to move forward for their defense.
Yeah, you have to contest this. You still have players in a position not trying to give this one up for free, and they're able to win the trade fights. That's 3, making all 4 dead in the feed. Spartans are simply not going to have that defense at round number 5 due to the slaying of Syndicate. Now with only 10 seconds left, you have to get over towards B. Gutsy going to give yourself another opportunity, but they're just trying to catch up in the kills, but it might be too late.
Unreal. How? How has this been how this invasion control has gone? Are you kidding? I mean, it looked like Houston is about to run away with this map. And now all of a sudden, they find themselves on a round 5 offense. Now, the thing is, both teams have successfully full captured. Plus, there were some good looks for Houston in that round 4 offensive attempt as well. So don't rule them out. But the fact that they were down 0-2 and now Syndicate hold the advantage going into a round 5, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the FaZe Black Series that we just casted. They were down 0-2 in Karachi. Chain 2 rounds in a row, and then
did we not math correctly?
Somehow, some way, come out on top. I guess not. Fire does have 30. He's 30 and 18, so single-handedly might have secured the defense there for Houston Spartans. But this is the ideal situation that they want to be into. Now you just got to make the start off count, and with them finding 2, making 3 in the feed, perfect start.
Yeah, and even taking down Bink, no lurkers towards A. I could have sworn, based on how the first and that most recent defense went, that Syndicate were going to have the life advantage, but I guess not. So now they got to do it the hard way. Throw away everything we've said. Dark stopping the clock on B early. Defense not really in a position to contest this yet, and Cruz, well, initially was in a good spot, but good awareness from Frosty. Checks every corner. That will do well. Wiz pops the door, but Dark at least able to keep the offense alive around B with a couple of trades. And now we've got a 24-22. Second tick of progress being worked on, but Frosty again up top. Make sure that clock can keep on ticking.
Yeah, he's just finding a couple clutch kills over at this B point. Not able to find that one through top broken. So Bink again in another position to give his teammates opportunities to work this objective. He's going to be the aggressor. Finds another one onto fire. It's now 3 in a row there for Bink. The second segment is getting worked on, and the Spartans are still going to try to contest it.
Oh, good shots from Fire. Glowfrosty does get credit for the kill, but at long range, Fire was the distraction. And the follow-up, that one he'll get full credit for. 19 plays 15. One more player on the zone. Is an extra 60 going to come through? Fire's hitting a route around the back. Doesn't quite get all the way there, though. So Dark going to be contested. Follow-up from Glowfrosty. That will work, and Houston's defense will get all clearance at B, deplete the progress. And the problem here for Syndicate was they thought the 60 was good. They're already on the way to A, and they're being met.
Oh, but they at least trade effectively. 2-2 split, and still that one player on the point is staying alive, keeping the game clock at a pause. Somehow, some way, Gunzy is able to find a double. Now the double stack is going to be on in. Just hoping that your teammates off the respawn can at least watch your back and hoping that the rest of the teammates on the point win their gunfights. Effective trades, though, from the rest of the Syndicate players are going to be able to close out this A objective and now only need half of a segment there at B. Yeah, Glow Frosty, we got to call in the cruise missile.
Thing about this is 12v6, there shouldn't be any kills by this cruise missile, and there won't be. Only one tick needed on the B zone. The lives may not make much of a difference. Fire trying to finesse the old time, and he will get behind Cruz. No chance for the turn and burn. Plenty of time, though. Syndicate, the problem is they've got Houston defenders in Ice Cream. But the thing is, from the front through DVD, a couple of kills come through. So now all of a sudden it's just Glow Frosty. Wiz has to come back to the play. Gunsy on the zone for now. Pistol out. Glow Frosty shut down. Plus the elimination from Dark. Now it's just onto the zone. 2 members are stacked. Trophy systems are not here. Third tick of progress being worked on. Oh, and the gatekeep from Cruz gets the final 2. Syndicate down 0-2 in the control. Take the round 3 offense, shut down the round 4 defense, and secure a heroic round 5 attack, the 3-0 the series.
That is unbelievable to secure 2 attacking rounds on a map like Invasion to walk away victorious in a clean 3-0. That just shows you right there that the Houston Spartans are a new roster. There's no way in hell you're just losing 1 defense on Invasion, but losing 2? What the hell are we doing? Because they were dominating over towards that B Street side. You cannot give up those opportunities, though, for them to just walk up through Water Street, put 1 player on that A point, and then all the kills to at least be more effective in the trade fights in favor of Syndicate. So you are forced to give up that A objective. And keep in mind, you also had a cruise missile. Probably was a little bit late to the party there from Glow Frosty, but he does find himself on 6 in a row, so he picked it up a little bit late. But 11v6, these are opportunities we simply can't give up.
Yeah, and the other thing about this is the fact that even though the cruise missile doesn't find kills, it does get Houston into Ice Cream. It's just the simple fact that Fire and Frosty are not in spots to watch crossfire positions. They're in untradeable positions. I mean, why not just stack towards blue, towards treehouse, towards broken, kind of play that top right corner of the minimap when that cruise missile gets called in? You don't really need rugs control. You just need to get 1 wave of kills, and then your players that are in Ice Cream win you the map. So, a bit peculiar to be sure, but nonetheless impressive from the side of Syndicate to win 3 in a row, 29 total for Cruz, including the last couple to get that over the hurdle, and the 34 and 27 from Fire ends up not meaning too much of anything. So, wow, crazy series here. Hell of an effort for the Houston Spartans, considering that Frosty steps in very last minute. But the problem is, you lose out, and that puts you in the 4th seed coming out of the group. Yeah. Which has you going up against a tough opponent, obviously right off the get-go tomorrow in your first round of winners bracket. And if you don't win that one, guess what? I mean, you're fighting for your life immediately to try to stave off a DFR with a brand new player in less than 24 hours worth of competing in your first ever elite matchup.
Yeah, that's not going to be good. And you can already tell who they're going to play right off the rip. FaZe Black, somehow, some way, able to steal that #1 seed in Group A. They just turned up ever since that first series versus Laura Gaming. Basically almost flawless ever since that one matchup. But that is going to be who they have a dance with first. And that's not going to be easy. RCKN next, they're going to be going up against either Force Space or... Wait, if Force Space lose, then I'm pretty sure they still have it because they beat Omit GG in that head-to-head matchup. So they should be okay. So they are probably going up against Force Space. Just some tough matchups, especially if you're in that squad in 4th seed.
And we are hearing from production that Force Space did win the search and destroy in around 11, so they're up 2-0 in that series going into their control, where, again, you figured that Force Space should be fine against the likes of an in-control squad. But with that, like you said, we already knew what this group was going to look like in terms of which teams were going to make it to playoffs tomorrow. It just comes down to which order they'd be seated, and it looks like we're pretty much guaranteed what we saw right there in the group standings, of course, pending what happens with the rest of that in-control and Force Space game. That is the end of our group stage, though, Jay. Odd to say, because usually these days are some of the most exciting because it's all about multi-team tiebreaker situations.
Yep.
We weren't given the benefit of that this time through, although the action was still nonetheless very entertaining.
Yeah, it was definitely very entertaining. A whole lot of 3-0s today. We had some SMGs have some pop-off moments. Obviously, if you're the Houston Spartans, you're wishing that Spart didn't get the call on up, but you have to now figure it out with Frosty, and you have to do it quick because you're spawning right back in tomorrow versus FaZe, so you got to be ready to go.
It's one of those things, man. You can't pass up on the opportunity, but it does kill a little bit of momentum on the side of the Houston Spartans. But we'll see what they can do tomorrow. That will complete the broadcast here, though, for today. So make sure you stop by tomorrow for both Europe and North America. Should be starting an hour earlier than normal, as there's going to be 3 games in both regions. Winners round 1, losers round 1, winners round 2 action to kick off our double elimination bracket tomorrow. We'll catch you guys right here, same spot, same time. Later, bye-bye.
Flames of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can pardon this. I set the flames to get rid like an arsonist, and if I walk up until I might have no part in it. Hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground, no, this ain't no playground.
Feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.